Chapter 1340. On the Sacred Mountain. The Sky Demon Realm Lord stood with his hands behind his back. Even the Child of Light is here and is impatient to act. I wonder if Tion would be able to block the attack of the Child of Light. That fellow was born with a spirit projection technique and is much stronger compared to us world projections. He has killed countless fourth-step experts before and is known as Little Light. The Son of Light was an expert on the Wind Cloud list. Although he wasn't in the top 100, he was still a powerful figure in the top 200. He cultivated spiritual projection. Spiritual projection. Tens of thousands of mountains came crashing down. Lin Fei immediately knew that this scion of light was much more powerful than his heart world projection. The mountains came crashing down and turned into a vast ocean. Countless five-colored ropes flew out from the ocean and wrapped around Lin Fei. Just based on this level of attainment, the Son of Light was indeed an expert, a powerful expert on the Wind Cloud list. Lin Fei slashed out with his sword. The sword light landed on the five-colored rope. The rope broke, but it immediately recovered. It was unbelievably tough. The ropes danced in the air as they wrapped around Lin Fei. His sword light could at most break the five-colored rope, but it could not completely destroy it. This guy is really capable. He is stronger than the experts I have met. He should be an expert on the Wind Cloud list. His spiritual projection is ever-changing. At least, I can't do it. Lin Fei kept shaking off the five-colored ropes, not letting them wrap around him. Holy Light Fist. The Son of Light took a step forward and suddenly appeared behind Lin Fei. The aura of light surged as he punched over. It was an incomparably sacred punch. Lin Fei retaliated with a punch. The two of them exchanged blows in the air. The aura of light was shattered. The Son of Light was sent flying. In terms of strength, there were few who couldn't compare to Lin Fei. Lin Fei instantly closed in and used the 3 heads and 6 arms mystique. His 6 arms grabbed 6 divine swords. They were the Heaven's Might sword from Sha Wuhuan. After some refinement, they became Lin Fei's best battle treasures. Swish swish swish. The 6 divine swords turned into streams of light and stabbed the Son of Light. The Son of Light exploded and turned into a patch of light. He was incomparably sacred and revived. You are indeed very powerful. The Son of Light had a faint smile on his face. You're able to force me to use the undying body of light, and you've even cultivated ancient divine power. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Lin Fei instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Another undying body. His fleshly body is quite strong. If I want to kill him, it will be extraordinary. Lin Fei didn't want to fight, so he turned around and left. At their level, those who had cultivated an undying body were not easy to kill. Lin Fei could kill the other party, but it would take a lot of time. This was not something Lin Fei was willing to do. As time passed, experts from all over would arrive and he would be busy dealing with them, which would be even more disadvantageous. Such a powerful physical body technique, I must obtain it. The Child of Light once again caught up, and this time, it was a boundless ocean. Wave after wave swept towards Lin Fei, causing him to slow down. Lin Fei finally understood why the fellow with the mental projection was so difficult to deal with. If he were to encounter such a person in the process of escaping, it would definitely not be a good thing if he was forced to slow down. Mental projection attacks were the most difficult to deal with. This is forcing me to use the black stream of wind. The black stream of wind was naturally the black boat that the Sky Demon Realm Lord had taken out. It had a speed of 50 times the heavenly Tao limit. We'll talk after I use it. Lin Fei took out the black boat. The boat expanded with the wind, and with a leap, it turned into a stream of light and flew away. I'll leave first, you take your time to catch up. The Child of Light's mental projection lost its target, and his face fell. After chasing for a distance, he couldn't catch up to the other party. What a shameless fellow. The Child of Light's eyes turned. Everyone pay attention, Tion has a top-grade flying treasure with a speed of 50 times the heavenly Tao limit. He's currently flying towards the void 9 levels. This voice reverberated in the starry sky. Everyone in the starry sky heard it. Those who heard it couldn't help but change their expressions. 50 times the heavenly Tao limit. The people who were originally prepared to block him instantly changed directions and flew towards the depths of the void. I can't catch up to you, but it doesn't mean that no one can. As long as I can slow you down, you won't be able to escape. The child of light laughed loudly and entered the void. Too shameless. At the void 2 level, Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. A flying treasure with a speed of 50 times the heavenly Tao limit was already very amazing. Lin Fei didn't think that others didn't have it, so he wanted someone to block him in advance. Lin Fei understood where the advantage was. As long as he wasn't blocked, everything was fine. The child of light's shameless methods, Lin Fei wished he could go up and destroy that fellow. Void 3 levels. Void 4 levels. With a speed of 50 times the heavenly Tao limit, Lin Fei quickly passed through the void 6 levels and the void 7 levels. At the void 8 levels, Lin Fei encountered a powerful opponent. It really is 50 times the heavenly Tao limit. The one who blocked Lin Fei was a gray-robed old man, his body emitting a cold aura like a poisonous snake. That aura made Lin Fei very uncomfortable. Scram! Lin Fei slashed out 6 streams of light, each containing heavenly might. Hee, only 10% of the heavenly might. The gray-robed old man laughed sinisterly, opened his mouth and spat out a black bead. A black light gathered, blocking the attack of the heavenly might. The black bead also emitted a faint heavenly might. It was another treasure of the heavenly might. The heavenly might blocked the heavenly might. With one move failing, Lin Fei urged the black stream of wind and rushed in front of the gray-robed old man, slashing out hundreds of streams of light in one breath, each containing terrifying power. The gray-robed old man didn't budge an inch, forcefully withstanding it. For a moment, Lin Fei couldn't break through. This gray-robed old man's defense was watertight. It was clearly a domineering attack, but the other party could easily block it. This old man's attack isn't good, but in terms of defense, few can compare to me. The gray-robed old man chuckled. Your strength is indeed terrifying. It can be called peerless, but unfortunately, it's still lacking a bit. 100-layered waves. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Invincible sword art's 5th move. This time, the gray-robed old man's expression finally changed, wave after wave of power crushing over. Lin Fei took the opportunity to break through the encirclement and rushed into the void 9 skies. What a powerful sword technique. The gray-robed old man had a hard time resisting, barely managing to block it, but his vitality was greatly injured, so he didn't dare to chase after him. The younger generation will surpass us in time. After coming out of the sky demon world, Lin Fei constantly encountered attacks from experts. Just as the sky demon realm lord said, many of them were experts who coveted Lin Fei's treasures. They seemed to know that he wasn't easy to deal with, so a large group of people formed a group and chased after him. Lin Fei relied on his speed of 50 times the speed of the heavenly Tao, leaving many people behind. After all, some experts had top-notch treasures, so they kept following him, refusing to let go. Although there was a difference of 1 or 2 days, as long as he was slightly hindered, the people behind him could easily catch up. On the 10th day, Lin Fei encountered a group of powerful opponents, all of whom were 4th-step experts. Some were good at besieging, some were good at attacking, and some were good at attacking. Their teamwork was perfect. It took Lin Fei a day to kill a few of the main attackers, and only then did he break their siege. On the first month, Lin Fei was besieged again, and there were 2 experts with mind projection. This was the most tragic battle in the past month. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Fei used all his means, and only then did he seriously injure them and break through the encirclement. Void 9 skies. A stream of light quickly rushed past. Not long after, only 4 hours later, a black streak of light caught up to him. The terrifying 9 astral winds were broken by the stream of light, and it took a long time for them to close. Tion, you can't escape. A void beast that was disturbed let out an angry roar, and it stretched out its huge head. A terrifying golden sword light slashed its head, and the terrifying void beast collapsed. This old fart, his sword intent is too terrifying. Lin Fei, who was moving at maximum speed, did not need to look to know that another unlucky void beast had been killed by the old fart. Catch up first. Lin Fei turned back and laughed. The one chasing behind was Sword Immortal White Emperor. He was ranked 101st on the Wind Cloud list. Sword Immortal White Emperor was an old man, and it was unknown how long he had lived. His murderous aura was terrifying, and he could kill with one look. Ever since he met Sword Immortal White Emperor half a month ago, Lin Fei now knew how terrifying Sword Immortal White Emperor was. No wonder the Sky Fey Realm Lord would tell him to be careful when he mentioned Sword Immortal White Emperor. He was indeed difficult to deal with. Sword Immortal White Emperor had stabbed with his sword, and he had almost broken Lin Fei's body. Sword Immortal White Emperor was the #1 Sword Immortal. Not only was he powerful, but his speed was also terrifying, reaching 40 times the speed limit of the Heavenly Tao. His body was also terrifyingly strong. Sword Immortal White Emperor had been chasing after him for the past month. He was the most terrifying enemy he had met so far. If not for Sword Immortal White Emperor's old age, and his potential was fixed, he would definitely be in the top 100 of the Wind Cloud list. Sword Immortal White Emperor was dressed in green, and his body emitted a terrifying sword intent that cut through the astral winds. He followed Tion calmly, and he was not anxious at all. You will die in my hands sooner or later. Sword Immortal White Emperor was indeed qualified to say such words. Because he was the #1 Sword Immortal. Everyone knew how terrifying a Sword Immortal was. Sword Immortal White Emperor had been chasing for half a month. After leaving the Sky Fey Great World, Lin Fei had been on the run for a month and a half. During this time, there were countless battles. Eternal Sea finally appeared in front of him. It was a place shrouded in a strange power. It was a place that even rulers feared. Today, there were many experts gathered near Eternal Sea. According to the time, Tion should be appearing soon. A middle-aged man dressed in green, with demonic eyes and a cold and gloomy aura was playing with a small snake in his hand. The snake was green in color. Green Snake Gentleman, are you sure Tion will enter Eternal Sea? A dwarf beside him asked. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Green Snake Gentleman said. There is a high chance that Tion will enter Myriad Bone Sea. Don't forget that the experts of the demon race also entered Eternal Sea and survived. I heard that they obtained many opportunities, someone else said. The Sky Fey Realm Lord gave out the black wind, so he will definitely mention Eternal Sea. Tion will definitely come to Eternal Sea. We can kill Tion. The treasures he has are really tempting, especially the invincible body cultivation technique. Chapter 1341. Boom boom boom. 9 layers of void space. Sharp sword intent swept across, shattering a large area of the 9 layers of astral wind. It had been over a month. Lin Fei had to fight a battle every day. It had become a routine for him. Relying on his invincible body, he charged through. Over a month, Lin Fei had learned to use his advantage. The divine powers and secret techniques of a 4-step expert were extraordinary, but they couldn't injure Lin Fei severely. Lin Fei used his body to block every attack and charged through. In the various worlds, Lin Fei's ancient divine power was terrifying. No one thought that their body was stronger than Lin Fei's. Lin Fei was unobstructed along the way. No one dared to risk their lives. The Eternal Sea region gradually appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was a place shrouded in a strange power. Sword Immortal by D, that old B** starred is so hard to deal with. Sword Immortal by D had been following closely for over a month. His sword techniques were ever-changing, and he remained in the first batch. The only one. There was once someone in the same stage as Sword Immortal by D, but he was killed in 3 strikes. Since then, no one dared to be in the same stage as Sword Immortal by D. No one was willing to provoke such a battle maniac. The second batch was led by a few factions. Among them were people from the 6 demons. It looked like they didn't want any human experts to rise up. There were countless in the dark. Once I enter the Eternal Sea, I'll take care of you one by one. Lin Fei once again channeled the black wind with all his might. The Eternal Sea is in front. Sword Immortal by D, who had been chasing, had a bad look on his expressionless face. This kid is so young, but he has almost 60 to 70% of my strength. His physical body has reached the invincible physical body realm, and he has cultivated the ancient divine power. Ordinary peak 4th step experts would have been killed by me countless times. That's right. How could he have survived until now? Sword Immortal by D was helpless at the mention of D Tian. This was the first time he couldn't do anything to this guy. If not for the fact that some of his disciples had met with mishap, and that Sha Wuhuan, one of the 3 heavyweights, had died at the hands of the other party, Sword Immortal by D would have even thought of taking him in as a disciple. Everything was impossible now. Sword Immortal by D had spent a great deal of effort to nurture his disciple, Sha Wuhuan. Now that he had been killed, everyone would think that the Sword Immortal Gate was a pushover if they did not kill him. Initially, Sword Immortal White Emperor thought that he would be able to kill D Tian with a single move. Who would have thought that D Tian was even more terrifying than he had imagined? D Tian's attacks didn't even manage to kill him. He had already chased after D Tian for over a month and this brat was still so lively. If he did not make use of this opportunity to kill D Tian, Sword Immortal by D would not have the chance to attack him once he became one of the top 100 experts on the Wind Cloud list. Sword Immortal by D would not allow D Tian to live. The strength of a 3rd step Immortal Sovereign was already comparable to a 4th step expert. Once he became a 4th step Immortal Sovereign, there wouldn't be many enemies in the myriad worlds that could contend against him. At that time, even he wasn't confident that he could deal with D Tian. He's here. Near the Eternal Sea. The green-robed gentleman Green Snake said indifferently as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. To D Tian, Gentleman Green Snake had to kill him. Gentleman Green Snake and a few friends went to explore a mystic realm. After all, at their level, they couldn't break through to that realm just by cultivating in seclusion. That realm was too difficult. The number of rulers in the myriad worlds could be counted on one hand, only 6. Dozens of chaos years had passed, but the number of rulers had never increased. Countless people were stuck at this step, unable to become a ruler even when they passed away. Gentleman Green Snake's true form was an ancient 3-eyed green snake, a mutated species. Up until now, the final step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Exploration had become their hobby. Normally, when one became a 4th step expert, they would go on an adventure and search for opportunities to become a ruler. Gentleman Green Snake wasn't surprised. He just didn't expect to find the Azure residents heavily damaged after this trip. The 9th Elder and Grand Elder were all dead. How could he not be angry? That brat is so fast. 50 times the speed limit of the heavenly Tao. The few people present had powerful divine senses. They saw someone approaching. The one behind should be Sword Immortal by D. His terrifying massacre sword intent can't do anything to D Tian. This brat is indeed worthy of us attacking together. Sword Immortal by D's massacre sword intent swept through the void. People at their realm could easily sense it. They couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear. Sword Immortal by D was indeed a terrifying enemy. The Eternal Sea gradually appeared in front of them. Lin Fei didn't dare to relax. He wouldn't be safe if he didn't enter the Eternal Sea. Although those weak immortal emperors wouldn't dare to attack, they couldn't resist greed. There would still be many people waiting here, trying to stop him. Some people would see that Lin Fei was heading to the Eternal Sea. Boom! A terrifying wave surged in Lin Fei's direction. Whoosh! The towering wave surged and suppressed the black wind boat in Lin Fei's hand. Someone had turned into an undying body to stop Lin Fei. There is indeed someone, and he has an undying body. This obstruction completely sealed off the area, making it impossible for Lin Fei to use the black wind boat to break through the seal. Tian, you can't go through. A person appeared in the towering wave and stood on the wave. It was the midget dwarf from before. Lin Fei kept the boat. It seemed like he had to fight for his life here. Kill. With the 3 heads and 6 arms divine sword in hand, Heaven's Might descended and blasted at the midget dwarf. Streams of light split the wave. Lin Fei decided to end the battle quickly. There was still Sword Immortal by D behind him. If he caught up, it would definitely be troublesome. Lin Fei attacked with all his might. The 6 Heaven's Might divine swords were augmented with Heaven's Might. The sword radiance kept shattering the towering wave. The midget dwarf activated his undying body and transformed into water giants with divine staffs. They charged at Lin Fei, but they were killed and repelled when they got in front of Lin Fei. Shadow, what are you waiting for? The midget dwarf had a bad feeling. Tian was stronger than he imagined. No wonder he could kill a peak 4th step expert. Lin Fei smashed another 2 giants. A cold wind came from behind him. 2 black shadows rushed over. The head behind him moved and 6 streams of light turned into waves that struck the black shadows. The black shadows were sent flying and flew back in the blink of an eye. I'm fine. The power just now contained ancient divine power that could shatter anything. Yet, it couldn't break these 2 black shadows. The black shadows rushed over and Lin Fei could clearly see that they were 2 lifeless puppets. Their strengths were actually at the 4th step Immortal Emperor realm. Immortal Emperor puppets. Lin Fei recognized them. These were precious treasures refined with the toughest materials. They were almost unbreakable. Once he was entangled, he would be in big trouble. You can't escape. Chapter 1342. The Eternal Sea was right in front of him. This step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The 2 Immortal Emperor puppets kept attacking Lin Fei. They were not afraid of the ancient god power and flew back without leaving any marks on their bodies. Tian, you can't escape today. The midget smiled sinisterly. His immortal body turned into waves and rushed forward, attacking wave after wave. The 3 of them really gave Lin Fei a headache. One undying body was not easy to deal with. With the addition of 2 Immortal Emperor puppets, the ancient god power could not destroy them in a short period of time. Lin Fei clearly felt that there were people in the dark who had not made a move yet. They were waiting for him to exhaust himself. The Immortal Emperor puppets are indeed troublesome. If I continue to be entangled, Sword Immortal White Emperor will catch up and it will be even more troublesome. Lin Fei attacked the Immortal Emperor puppets while thinking of a solution. Lin Fei really came up with a solution. Right now, the Immortal Emperor puppet was giving him a headache. It wasn't very strong, but it had an undying and indestructible body. It was indeed very troublesome, and its attacks were like dog skin plaster. Xiao xiao xiao. Lin Fei flew towards the 2 Immortal Emperor puppets and slashed with the Heaven's Might treasure sword. The 2 Immortal Emperor puppets flew up. An unchanging attack. The corner of Lin Fei's lips curled up into a smile. The domineering sword energy suddenly turned into several soft white lines that coiled around the Emperor puppets and tightly bound them. Return. These were long lines formed by the ancient god power. The 2 Immortal Emperor puppets did not have time to struggle and were put into the heaven and earth furnace by Lin Fei. Lin Fei flew towards the Eternal Sea. Tian, return my Immortal Emperor puppets. A roar came from the void. It was a very angry voice. A huge hand flew out of the void and slapped down with the momentum of a landslide. The 2 Immortal Emperor puppets were priceless. How could Lin Fei let them go? As long as he erased the consciousness inside and rearranged it, these 2 Immortal Emperor puppets would belong to Lin Fei. They were equivalent to 2 good fighters. Hee, now that the item is in my hands, take it back yourself if you have the ability. Lin Fei swung his sword at the giant hand. A man in black appeared out of thin air. His face could not be seen clearly as it was completely covered. At this moment, he was emitting boundless killing intent. The shadow was very angry. The two immortal emperor puppets that he had obtained with great difficulty were taken away just like that. How could he bear this? He had to get it back. Time was needed to eliminate the immortal emperor puppet, and what Tion lacked the most right now was time. The shadow's thoughts were simple. Kill Tion. Lin Fei had no intention of fighting with the shadow clone at all. He directly unleashed his maximum speed of 25 times the speed of the heavenly path, instantly shaking off the shadow clone and the midget dwarf. What the hell, this is 25 times the speed limit of the heavenly law. Chase. Their expressions changed drastically. Their speed was several times the speed limit of the heavenly law. When they saw that Tion's speed was even faster than theirs, they couldn't help but curse. They had no idea how this guy cultivated to be even more monstrous than them. Shaking off the two of them, Lin Fei didn't dare to let his guard down. About 1,000,000 miles away from the eternal sea, a green figure walked out of thin air and stood on the path that Lin Fei had to pass through, emitting a cold and gloomy aura. Get out of the way. No matter who the person in front of him was, Lin Fei attacked immediately. 6 streams of light slashed over, containing terrifying heavenly might. To be able to break through from the child and the shadow clone, you do have the capability. The green figure stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. The terrifying force was crushed with one grab. He blew lightly as if he had done something insignificant. He broke Lin Fei's attack with one grab. The other party displayed extremely strong combat strength. You crushed my sword intent attack with one grab. The sword intent attack that Lin Fei slashed out just now had unimaginable power. However, it was crushed on the spot by the cold man in front of him. This was the first time that Lin Fei had met such a strong enemy. This enemy wasn't any weaker than Sword Celestial by D. Let me introduce myself. I am Gentleman Green Snake. The 9 elders that you killed are all my men. Gentleman Green Snake said calmly. Lin Fei knew that this person had a strong background. Now that he heard it, he did have a strong background. Qing Residence's old ancestor. Wasn't it just killing 9 elders? Was it worth it for an old ancestor to personally take action? He was too narrow-minded. Lin Fei despised him in his heart. The shadow clone and the midget dwarf were about to catch up. Kill. Lin Fei wasn't frightened by the Qing Residence's old ancestor. He charged forward with 20 times the speed limit of the heavenly law and slashed with his 6 swords. You won't be able to leave today. Green Snake Gentleman was very calm. He sent out palm strike after palm strike. Every palm strike brought with it a strong gust of wind. He remained in front of Lin Fei, his cold face filled with absolute confidence. Lin Fei's sword strikes became faster and faster. Every thrust of the sword was unpredictable, and every time it was thrust at a strange angle. He learned this from Sword Celestial by D. Gentleman Green Snake was an expert that the Sky Demon Realm Lord valued. He was indeed terrifyingly strong. No matter how Lin Fei attacked, he couldn't break through this huge mountain. 100-fold waves. Lin Fei panicked and used the strongest move of the invincible sword technique. He used 20% of his ancient divine power. Boom boom boom, the ancient divine power pressed down like an endless mountain. The green playboy's hands were covered in green scales and glowed with a dark green light. He crossed his arms and took on this terrifying sword strike. The vast power sent this powerful being flying away on the spot. He used 20% of his ancient divine power in one go. Lin Fei valued this Gentleman Green Snake very much. Without Gentleman Green Snake blocking in front of him, Lin Fei charged into the ancient sea again like a black stream of light. Tion, you are indeed very powerful. No wonder you were able to kill Qing Mu and the others. With that attack just now, I'm afraid that weak peak experts would have been killed on the spot. Unfortunately, I'm not that person, and I won't give you another chance to attack. Gentleman Green Snake appeared in the air and blocked in front of Lin Fei again. Lin Fei's expression was solemn. This gentleman green snake was more terrifying than he had imagined. Even 20% of his ancient divine power couldn't injure him. He was many times stronger than Great Elder Green would. Boom! Gentleman Green Snake suddenly burst forth with terrifying speed. He was even faster than Lin Fei. He held 2 curved hooks in each hand. They were the parting hooks that few people used. If others used one, he used 2. Clang clang. The 2 parting hooks hit Lin Fei. Such power. I've already reached the invincible body realm, but I still feel pain. Lin Fei was shocked. Other than Sword Celestial by D, he was the second person to feel this. Is this poison? After the intense pain, a green mist stuck to his body and tried to corrode it. Your physical body is really strong. Very few people can withstand my double hooks. Gentleman Green Snake was getting more and more satisfied with D Tian. Chapter 1343. Hee, Lang Jun is getting stronger and stronger. Isn't that obvious? He's the strongest among us. Shadow and Midget Dwarf caught up to them. They stood in front of Di Fui without making a move, staring at the 2 who were fighting. Both of them were faster than the limit of the heavenly path. They couldn't even see their moves clearly. They could only vaguely see one attacking and the other defending. This Di Tian really has potential. Shadow said. If it's just us, we definitely won't be able to stop Di Tian. Only Lang Jun can fight him. Yes, my immortal body was slashed by his sword, and I felt great pain. Di Tian is very strong, but he won't be so lucky this time. Midget Dwarf's resentment was much smaller. Look, Lang Jun is using a secret skill. The 2 of them exchanged blows. The green playboy was bold and unrestrained, advancing bravely. Coupled with the strange green poisonous fog, no one had ever been able to compete with him. But this time, he met Lin Fei. Lin Fei's body had already reached the invincible realm, and he had fused a large number of divine bodies into one. He could resist the invasion and corrosion of the poisonous fog, and Green Snake Lang Jun couldn't use his advantage for a while. Green Snake Lang Jun used a secret skill. With the help of the secret skill, Green Snake Lang Jun's speed suddenly increased a lot, and he surpassed Lin Fei, reaching the limit of the heavenly path by 30 times. He had the upper hand. The wounds on Lin Fei's body increased more and more. When one's speed reached a certain level, it would be magnified infinitely. Di Tian, you are talented, but you killed an elder of my Qing mansion, which makes you our enemy. Moreover, you're a human, so you're destined to die in my hands. Now that I have the help of the secret skill, I can reach the limit of the heavenly path by 30 times. As time goes on, you won't be my match. Green Snake Lang Jun said arrogantly to Di Tian, who had the upper hand. He had to admit that Di Tian was a difficult opponent. With the help of the secret skill, Green Snake Lang Jun didn't have much of an advantage, but as time went on, he could still take down Di Tian. It's useless to provoke me with words. Even if you use a secret skill, you don't have much of an advantage. My body is stronger than yours. It won't be easy for you to take me down. Lin Fei blocked Green Playboy's attack. Don't forget, Sword Immortal White Emperor is right behind me. I think you are no match for Sword Immortal White Emperor. Lin Fei was at a disadvantage due to Green Gentleman's secret technique, but that did not mean that Green Snake could take him down. This was Lin Fei's advantage. You have an advantage, and so do I. When Green Snake heard what Lin Fei said, a flash of fear flashed across his eyes before he returned to normal. I am indeed afraid of Sword Immortal by D. However, before he arrives, I have time to take you down. Shadow, child, come over and suppress Di Tian together. If not for Sword Immortal by D, Gentleman Green Snake would have had the time to deal with Di Tian. Time was of the essence. Green Snake did not dare to waste any more time here. Shadow, the midget, and another expert with a long staff joined in. A total of 4 people, all peak experts, surrounded Lin Fei. The 4 of them worked well together, and their battle power increased. Green Snake ordered people to attack Lin Fei. With more people joining in, Lin Fei seemed to be in a bad situation, but Lin Fei had actually found a way to leave. Among the four, the weakest was Shadow. Without the two immortal emperor puppets, his strength was greatly affected. Although he was a peak expert, he was not very strong. Lin Fei decided to use him as a breakthrough point. There was only one chance. Lin Fei could already feel Sword Immortal White Emperor's aura. He was rushing over, and it wouldn't take long for him to catch up. Di Tian, you better admit defeat. Hand over the immortal emperor puppets, and I can leave your corpse intact. Shadow laughed as he attacked Lin Fei. With the four of them attacking, no matter how strong Di Tian was, even if his body was in the invincible realm, they could still take care of him. 100-layered waves. Lin Fei took this opportunity to lock on to Shadow. This time, he used 30% of his ancient divine power. Once he attacked, he would take his life. Boom boom boom. Shadow did not expect Di Tian to use such a big move. Green Snake saw this and knew that things were not good. Shadow, dodge. Terrifying ancient divine power pressed forward. Shadow took out a few treasures, but they were all ruthlessly crushed into pieces. Lin Fei's sword slashed out and sent Shadow flying. He broke out of the four's encirclement. Black Wind was taken out, and he used 50 times the heavenly Tao limit. Not good. The midget immediately transformed into an undying body and charged forward. 50 times the heavenly Tao limit was extremely fast. He instantly distanced himself. The midget's undying body soon lost its target. Di Tian, where do you think you are going? A shout came from the sky. A golden sword light swept over, heading straight for Di Tian. The midget was the first to bear the brunt. The golden sword light swept over, and he immediately transformed into an undying body. The sword light split him into two. Cough cough cough. After the midget regained his true form, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. Too strong. He was filled with fear and dread toward Sword Immortal White Emperor. Pung. The sword light struck the Black Wind. The outer layer of power was torn apart, and it swept onto Lin Fei mercilessly. Lin Fei stumbled, and he almost fell. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Old man, I'm going in first. Chase after me if you can. Enduring the pain, Lin Fei controlled the Black Wind and charged into the eternal sea. A strange aura enveloped him, and the people outside lost track of him. Green Snake's eyes flashed with unwillingness. He was so close to succeeding, but Di Tian escaped into the eternal sea. Lang Jun, Shadow is dead. The midget was struck by Sword Immortal White Emperor's sword, and he was severely injured. If not for the undying body, he would have been dead. We've underestimated Di Tian. The Shadow clone was sent flying, and the power of 100 rays of light had killed the Shadow clone. He was the weakest person present and did not specialize in close combat, so how could he block Lin Fei's killing move? The four of them ganged up on him, and one was killed. They couldn't accept this result. Hong hong hong. Not far away, Sword Immortal White Emperor caught up. Sword Immortal White Emperor didn't look at Green Snake, and directly entered the eternal sea. The midget didn't dare to act rashly. Sword Immortal White Emperor was too difficult to deal with. If he really wanted to kill him, he would be dead in less than 3 moves. The undying body wasn't safe against a strong Sword Immortal. Lang Jun, what do we do now? The expert with the long rod asked. Chase. Green Snake Lang Jun said sternly. He just took a blow from Sword Immortal White Emperor, and he's definitely heavily injured. His combat power is affected, and this is our chance. We can't let Sword Immortal White Emperor benefit. Chapter 1344. The news of the two palaces' assessment attracted countless people's attention. Who would have thought that a big shot like Sword Immortal Bai would personally hunt down a junior, causing a huge commotion? The title of the top Sword Immortal wasn't out of thin air, it was real. With such a powerful Sword Immortal making a move, it was easy to imagine that Di Tian would definitely be killed. No one could survive against the top sword immortal. Just as everyone thought that sword immortal by Di could kill Di Tian, another shocking piece of news came out. Di Tian used a flying treasure to survive and eventually entered the Eternal Sea. This news was very shocking to them. Even sword immortal by couldn't kill Di Tian. This Di Tian wasn't simple. Then, there was news that Azure Mansion's patriarch Green Snake had personally intercepted Di Tian. The two fought, but still couldn't stop Di Tian. After this battle, Di Tian's name was once again etched in everyone's minds. No one could guarantee that they could come out of the Eternal Sea. That was a place that even rulers didn't dare to enter casually. The space is in chaos. Lin Fei took Sword Immortal Bai's sword head-on and charged into the Eternal Sea. After entering the Eternal Sea, the vast space turned dark and chaotic. One space after another, making it hard to tell where one was. Lin Fei floated like duckweed. What a strange place. Lin Fei was secretly on guard. He controlled the black wind below him and charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. In the chaotic space behind him, a terrifying sword intent swept over. Sword Immortal Bai chased behind, his powerful sword intent smashing the chaotic space, locking onto Lin Fei. Di Tian, do you think I can't do anything to you after entering the Eternal Sea? Sword Immortal Bai was full of fear towards the Eternal Sea. However, in order to kill Di Tian, Sword Immortal Bai bit the bullet and entered. As long as he killed Di Tian, he could enter the top 100 of the excellence list. This step was too important to Sword Immortal Bai. No matter what, Sword Immortal Bai wouldn't give up on killing Di Tian. Even if this was the Eternal Sea. Old man, this is the Eternal Sea. If you use your sword essence in such a domineering manner, you'll attract trouble. You'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Lin Fei turned around and laughed. Damn it. Sword Immortal Bai Di cursed under his breath. He had no choice but to retract his sword intent, not daring to activate his domineering sword intent again. This was the Eternal Sea. Even sovereigns wouldn't dare to act recklessly in a place like the Eternal Sea. Sword Immortal White Emperor wouldn't dare to act recklessly either. He could only use his sword intent to lock onto Di Tian, not letting him leave the range of his divine sense. Sword Immortal Bai Di believed that he would be able to deal with Di Tian sooner or later. The two of them ran and chased for a whole month. During this month, the two of them didn't encounter any danger. The Eternal Sea was peaceful and they couldn't see any danger from each other. The more it was like this, the more they couldn't calm down. Old thing, you've been chasing after him for a month, aren't you tired? With a large number of elixirs, Lin Fei's injuries had long since healed. Moreover, as he flew, he cultivated his divine body. Imperceptibly, his divine body became much stronger than before. This was the Eternal Sea. Even Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate it. He was improving his strength every minute and every second. I won't stop until I kill you. Sword Immortal Bai Di said coldly. You'd better let me kill you first. Old thing, you're so thick-skinned. How dare you say that? Lin Fei replied to Sword Immortal Bai Di. Sword Immortal Bai Di snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. 3 months passed. It had been 3 months since Lin Fei left the celestial Fei Great World to the Eternal Sea. In the Eternal Sea, Lin Fei flew continuously for a month and a half, but he still couldn't shake off Sword Immortal Bai Di. This gave Lin Fei a headache. No one wanted to have such a strong opponent behind them. Naturally, Lin Fei wasn't too willing either. For the time being, he could only keep flying forward, hoping to find a place where he could shake off Sword Immortal Bai Di. Another half a month passed. Lin Fei kept his guard up and paid more attention to the Eternal Sea. This place always made him feel unsafe. Hua 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 at this moment, there seemed to be the sound of flowing water in the distance. Lin Fei soon saw what appeared in front of him. Many ice-blue demonic beasts appeared in the distance, emitting a cold aura. There were more than 20 to 30 of them, and they stared at Lin Fei immediately. Outsider, kill. One of the ice-blue demonic beasts suddenly let out a bone-chilling voice. Kill, kill, kill. All the ice-blue demonic beasts let out the same voice. Lin Fei's expression changed immediately. Kill. Regardless of the consequences, he had to kill them first. This was the first time he encountered demonic beasts since entering the Eternal Sea. Lin Fei couldn't let them block his way. As long as the ice-blue demonic beasts kept him busy, he believed that the old thing behind him wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Now that the old thing couldn't catch up to him, it was all because of the black flowing wind under Lin Fei's feet. With 6 Heaven's Might sword in hand, he slashed out 6 sword gleams. 1 slash of blood. The power of this slash was different from the past. It was definitely terrifying. What Lin Fei wanted was to kill the demonic beasts with 1 slash. The 6 sword gleams swept across the ice-blue demonic beasts, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. They let out a bestial roar and stared at Lin Fei with even more hatred. It's fine. Lin Fei's heart sank. This slash was enough to break through the demonic beasts' defenses and severely injure them. This made Lin Fei feel uneasy. This was the first time he encountered something so terrifying. How could he continue playing? Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, the ice-blue demonic beasts opened their mouths and breathed out a large amount of cold air. This cold air was ice-blue in color and was bone-chilling. Wherever the cold air passed, the chaotic space was frozen. Damn, so awesome. As the cold air came, Lin Fei could feel the coldness. The pores on his skin were covered in frost. The ancient divine force in his body shook off the cold air. Even so, Lin Fei realized how terrifying these ice-blue demonic beasts were. His divine body was so strong that it was invincible, but he was still affected by the cold air. This was enough to prove that this cold air was extraordinary. It was not something ordinary cold air could compare to. The cold air was very fast. Sword Immortal by D was also very fast. His strong divine senses made Sword Immortal by D realize that his chance had come. Fight! Lin Fei slashed with his sword. The sword light crashed against the cold air, trying to break it. However, the cold air was strange. The sword light missed and was not affected by the sword light. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered something so strange. Again. He slashed a few more times, but the cold air ignored the sword light. If the sword light didn't work, then he would use the ancient divine force. Lin Fei kept his Heaven's Might sword and punched with his bare hands. Once he got close to the cold air, his arms were covered in dense ice-blue frost. It was as if he was going to be frozen. Pung! Lin Fei's entire body was covered in frost. He circulated his ancient god power to blast the frost away. It works. His fist smashed into the cold air, shattering it. If it wasn't for his strong divine body, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to break the cold air so easily. Chapter 1345. D. Tian, let's see where you can escape to this time. The sword intent slashed through the air like a rainbow, bright and resplendent. Sword Celestial by D wouldn't let go of such a good chance. He had seen the situation in front of him and immediately used his sword intent, determined to keep D. Tian here. Lin Fei punched at the cold air. Although it was bone-chilling, it didn't affect him too much. The closer he got to the beast, the colder it got. The distance between the ice-blue demonic beast and Lin Fei quickly shortened. Lin Fei's 3 heads and 6 arms expanded, and his arms slammed against the ice-blue demonic beast's body. The power of this palm was enough to make even a 4th-step expert not dare to underestimate it. When it slammed against the ice-blue demonic beast's body, it was like slamming against a 10,000-year-old iceberg. I'm fine. Lin Fei's scalp went numb. He wasn't afraid of sword intent or ancient divine power. The ice-blue beast was so terrifying. The remaining ice-blue beasts were even crazier, constantly spewing out cold air. The cold air turned into an ice-blue color, as though he was bathing in an ice-blue ocean. Lin Fei's body was covered in frost. He was like an iceman. Hong. Lin Fei relied on his invincible body to attack one of the ice-blue beasts. After hundreds of punches, the beast suddenly exploded, and an ice-blue wind blew over. This is... After the ice-blue demonic beast exploded, it left behind an ice-blue bead. It spun around and emitted cold air. Lin Fei didn't care about anything else and directly went to collect the icy blue pearl. As soon as he grabbed it, cold chi surged into his hand, and his palm felt cold for a moment. What a terrifying pearl. Lin Fei quickly kept it and used the heaven and earth furnace to suppress it. He didn't dare to touch it anymore. If it had been a third step expert, he would have been frozen into an iceman by the blue pearl and died on the spot. Lin Fei's physical body had reached the invincible body realm, so he had barely managed to block it. Again. After killing an ice-blue demonic beast with over 100 punches, Lin Fei's speed became even faster, and he continuously attacked the ice-blue demonic beast. Sword Celestial by D was even faster. One could vaguely see a human figure. When his sword intent attack entered the attack range, it would be frozen by the icy blue cold air. It did not cause too much trouble to Lin Fei. After Lin Fei killed the 3 ice-blue demonic beasts, Sword Immortal by D finally caught up. His massacre sword will soared into the sky and locked onto Lin Fei. D Tian, die. The slaughter sword will transformed into a long black sword that was thousands of feet long, and it slashed down at Lin Fei. Wherever the long sword passed, the cold air turned into powder. Lin Fei didn't dodge and took the blow head-on. A white mark was left on his back, which was quickly covered with frost. Sword Immortal by D didn't expect to heavily injure D Tian with a single sword strike. With a domineering slash, his entire body shot out explosively. His sword intent tore apart the frost chi as he got closer and closer to D Tian. The moment they entered the range of the cold air caused Sword Immortal White Emperor to frown. It was extremely cold. A few of the ice-blue demonic beasts launched their attacks. Sword Immortal by D was used to being domineering and didn't think much of it. When his sword landed on the ice-blue demonic beasts, it was disintegrated by the cold air. His expression changed. Seeing this, Lin Fei laughed. Old thing, your sword intent is useless now. Sword Immortal by D indeed didn't think much of the ice-blue demonic beasts at first. His pride as the number 1 Sword Immortal made him think nothing of it. It was only after the real attack that his expression changed. The ice-blue demonic beasts were too difficult to deal with. Their physical bodies weren't afraid of attacks and they could release terrifying cold air. They were as strong as a 4th step expert. Sword Immortal by D regretted coming in. If he had known earlier, he would have waited outside for D Tian to attack the ice-blue demonic beasts. All he had to do was wait outside. A few ice-blue demonic beasts surrounded him. They weren't afraid of the sword intent. Sword Immortal by D was immediately troubled. If he had the chance, Sword Immortal by D wouldn't have come in. Humph, don't be too happy. I don't think you're in a good situation either. Sword Immortal by D snorted. They weren't far away, but with the ice-blue demonic beasts blocking their way, he couldn't do anything to D Tian. This made Sword Immortal by D very unhappy. Lin Fei was purposely provoking Sword Immortal by D. With the ice-blue demonic beasts blocking the way, Sword Immortal by D couldn't do anything to him for a while. Lin Fei attacked even harder, but he still managed to carve out a path of blood. Old thing, I'll make a move first. After killing the last ice-blue demonic beast in front of him, Lin Fei escaped. He took out black flowing wind and left in a flash of light. Damn it. Sword Immortal by D's sword intent was strong, but he couldn't kill the ice-blue demonic beasts in a short time. He could only watch as D Tian left, unable to stop him. Peng peng peng. The ice-blue demonic beasts shook as they were struck by the massacring sword intent. Sword Immortal by D was temporarily out of the picture. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't a good thing to have such a guy behind him. After leaving the ice-blue demonic beasts, Lin Fei was even more careful. But not long after, he met another group of ice-blue demonic beasts. There were about 40 to 50 of them. This time, Lin Fei didn't dare to fight with them, so he chose to leave in another direction. Why are there so many ice-blue demonic beasts? As he continued forward, Lin Fei frowned. There were more and more ice-blue demonic beasts. There were more than 10 of them at the beginning, but now there were more than 100. Seeing more than 100 ice-blue demonic beasts, Lin Fei's scalp went numb. He could feel the cold air from them from afar. At the beginning, Lin Fei had the attitude of avoiding them. But as the number of ice-blue demonic beasts increased, he had no choice but to fight with them. This fight lasted for half a month. Every day, Lin Fei would fight with the ice-blue demonic beasts. As he went deeper, the ice-blue demonic beasts started to grow in size, and the cold air they released became more terrifying. They could use the cold air to turn into ice and attack from a distance. After half a month, Lin Fei looked exhausted. Bang! Another ice-blue demonic beast was forced to retreat. Lin Fei took the opportunity to rush over and break through a blockade. Since 10 days ago, the number of ice-blue demonic beasts had increased, and they were getting stronger. As he rushed over, a dense group of ice-blue demonic beasts chased after him. There were more than 10,000 of them, which was equivalent to 10,000 fourth-step experts. Facing such a situation, Lin Fei could only escape. If this goes on, the situation will be really bad. Lin Fei furrowed his brows. Once he was surrounded by tens of thousands of ice-blue demonic beasts, it would not be easy to escape. The ice-blue demonic beasts weren't slow, and they kept following behind. Lin Fei could only fly forward. He didn't know how far he flew, but he was at least 2 to 3 billion miles away. Lin Fei suddenly realized that the ice-blue demonic beasts didn't chase after him. Instead, they stopped outside and were filled with anger. Why aren't they chasing after me? Lin Fei subconsciously stopped to observe. After observing for a long time, he realized that the ice-blue demonic beasts didn't chase after him. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. No matter why they didn't chase after him, at least he was safe now. Lin Fei turned and flew forward. After flying for hundreds of millions of miles, Lin Fei's body suddenly trembled. He saw a strange scene that made him feel a little incredulous. A huge corpse was lying in the void. Chapter 1346. A gigantic corpse floated in the air, faintly emitting a powerful aura. Lin Fei was shocked to see a giant corpse. The corpse was too big, like a giant star. Lin Fei had seen giant corpses before, but it was his first time seeing one that was as big as a star. Lin Fei flew toward the corpse. Before he got close, a monstrous fist intent surged through the air, as if a giant had come to life, standing proudly in the world. The terrifying aura caused Lin Fei's expression to change. What a powerful aura. Even peak experts don't have this aura. Lin Fei's hair stood on end. It was as if there was a powerful enemy in front of him, one that was stronger than Sword Immortal by D. Lin Fei did not get any closer. The aura left behind by this giant was clearly left behind before it died. Lin Fei walked around and observed it. When he did, he could not help but reveal a horrified expression. This was a two-headed giant. Lin Fei had never heard of the existence of the two-headed race in the myriad of worlds, so it was very likely that this was a foreign race expert. The twin-headed giant's biggest wound was on its chest. It had been punched through by a single punch, and it had been instantly killed. I really don't know who did it. Such a group of experts, who might be infinitely close to the sovereign realm, was killed by a punch through the heart. This person is too terrifying. After seeing the huge wound, Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. How strong did one have to be to do this? Lin Fei knew that he could not do this unless his primordial god force reached an extremely high level. A mysterious veil once again covered the Aeon Sea. Lin Fei did not get on the giant's corpse, but continued to fly forward. After the first two-headed giant appeared, corpses appeared in the void in front of him. They were all floating in the void for an unknown amount of time. These corpses were of all kinds. Almost all of them were foreign race experts. They were either punched through the chest or had their heads smashed. It was the most direct attack. There were no less than 100 of these corpses floating in the void. Lin Fei observed along the way. He could vaguely tell that this was the work of a supreme expert. He was proficient in close combat, always killing the opponent in the shortest amount of time. Some had their heads blown off by a single punch, while others had their hearts torn apart by a single claw. Traces of violence could be seen on their wounds, and they had not disappeared even after a long time had passed. It was not difficult for Lin Fei to see that this was a mark left behind by a close combat expert. What did Wangu Hai go through in the past? Why are there so many corpses left behind? Lin Fei still couldn't figure it out. Why would he want to do something that even the sovereign didn't understand? After Lin Fei mocked himself, he once again turned into a stream of light and flew forward. After flying for an unknown distance, Lin Fei stopped. He frowned and looked up at the giant standing between the heavens and the earth. This was a topless giant, the size of a star, standing in the void. At this moment, the giant maintained a certain posture. A hand reached forward to grab. This posture was fixed in place. A sharp sword intent was left behind on the giant's chest. This giant had been slain by a sword expert. Lin Fei focused and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Near the giant's wound, the sword intent had not dissipated. A direct sword strike had slain the giant. That was an extremely fast sword strike, faster than the speed of the giant. Lin Fei observed. It should have reached a speed of 100 times the speed of the heavenly Tao. This speed was completely capable of killing this giant. Lin Fei was extremely interested in this sword strike. He wanted nothing more than to study the transformations of the sword intent. It would be of great help to his sword arts. Lin Fei wasn't just interested in this sword intent, he was also interested in the giant's claw. For such an expert to die in this place. Lin Fei truly found it hard to digest this news. In the myriad worlds, this kind of expert was definitely a person with a resounding reputation, perhaps even a great hero of a region. But now, he died just like that in the Aeon Sea. Lin Fei decided to approach the giant and study the profundity of this claw. This would be helpful to him. When he was about 10,000 li away from the giant, unexpectedly, the giant's aura transformed into a black-robed man, appearing in front of Lin Fei's vision. This black-robed man's eyes were cold as he rushed forward without a word. He was very fast. Directly exceeding 50 times the speed of the heavenly Tao. Pung! The black-robed man punched Lin Fei in the chest, sending him flying. What's going on? Lin Fei was sent flying by the punch. His chest actually hurt, even more than Sword Immortal by Emperor's sword intent. The place where the punch hit even caved in. This black-robed man is actually so strong. Lin Fei really couldn't imagine that this guy's battle strength was so terrifying. If it was an immortal with a weak physical body, this punch would have destroyed his body. Lin Fei was even more curious. Why would such a change happen when he got close? After he was sent flying, the black-robed man didn't attack again and disappeared. Lin Fei vaguely guessed that this guy would only attack within a certain range. Beyond this range, he wouldn't attack. Lin Fei rushed in again, and the black-clothed man appeared again. Just like before, he threw a punch at Lin Fei. This time, Lin Fei was prepared. He blocked the punch with both hands, but he was still sent flying again. Too strong. Lin Fei always thought that his physical body was strong. But after meeting this black-robed man, he knew how weak he was. If not for the various divine bodies, he would have been killed in one punch, let alone survive. He was sent flying twice in a row. Lin Fei's expression didn't look good. The black-robed man was very strong. Lin Fei gave up on the idea of fighting. The gap between the two was not small. Just the opponent's speed was not something he could handle. Lin Fei also didn't want to be tortured by the black-robed man. He flew forward again. During this time, Lin Fei saw a saber expert and tried to get close. Once he got close, another person appeared and slashed with a saber, containing endless changes, and sent him flying. After encountering a few more giants, Lin Fei no longer dared to blindly go in. It was the aura left behind by these giants that transformed into people that were exceptionally strong. Lin Fei was only able to survive because of his invincible physical body. After seeing these terrifying giants, Lin Fei realized the danger of the everlasting sea. Once an ignorant person got close, they would be attacked by these giants. It was not easy to survive. Until now, Lin Fei's chest still hurt. Lin Fei decided to stay away. Not long after, Lin Fei's calm heart was affected again. An unimaginable scene appeared on a giant corpse in front of him. Chapter 1347. What a powerful stone golem. Lin Fei stabbed out 5 times in a row, all from different angles. It looked like an ordinary stab, but its destructive power was terrifying. Lin Fei was shocked to be easily blocked by the stone golem. Lin Fei had a vague guess about the outsider the stone golem mentioned. Could it be that these stone golems came from another world and were not from the myriad worlds? Other than this explanation, it was hard to explain why they said that Lin Fei was an outsider. Who are you? Lin Fei held 6 heavens might exploding swords and faced the stone golem. Third brother, you can't do it. Why don't you let me deal with this outsider? The other 2 stone golems said with a smile. Such an interesting outsider, it's been a long time since I met one. Let me have a good time first. The stone golem laughed loudly and charged forward again. This time, the attack was fiercer. The stone club smashed down, bringing with it a hurricane that blew past. Outsider, let's see how long you can last. The stone golem waved the stone club continuously. There was no great Tao power, just pure divine power. One strike after another, it kept smashing down. Lin Fei used Heaven's Might Sword to block the stone club. Every time the Heaven's Might Sword met the stone club, it would feel a force pressing down on it. If it was someone else, they might not be able to hold it and would have long been sent flying. Bang 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 bang. Lin Fei blocked over 100 attacks in a row. These stone golems have not cultivated the great Tao power, but they are so strong. It's really inconceivable. Their defense is even more terrifying. They are not injured even after being stabbed by me. I really don't know where they came from. If I want to know the reason, I'll probably have to defeat these 3 stone golems. Lin Fei thought to himself. 100-layered waves. After fighting for a while, Lin Fei learned the stone golem's attack method. Pure power attack. Using strength to suppress others. If he wanted to defeat them, he had to be stronger than them. The 6 heavens might swords merged into one. Lin Fei's sword brought with it a white mist and slashed at the stone golem at 20 times the speed of the heavenly Tao. Bang! Bang! 100 streaks of energy exploded on the stone man's body, crushing him wave after wave. Cracks appeared all over the stone man's body, interweaving into a black spiderweb. The stone golem was forced to retreat by the explosions. The other 2 stone golems did not attack. This outsider's strength is very strong. One attack contains 100 strands of power. It should be the outsider's secret divine ability, able to immediately display the strongest method. A stone man said. It should be a secret technique. Third bro is going to suffer. Another stone man said, it's been a long time since we've encountered such a powerful outsider. We can finally vent our anger. The 2 stone golems rubbed their palms together eagerly. Lin Fei remained vigilant. That stone man should have been injured by the 100-fold waves just now. Outsider, you make me very angry. Third brother's stone golem was now densely covered in dents. It looked completely different from before. He flew into a rage and shouted at Lin Fei. Earth-shattering sky. After the stone man shouted, he suddenly split open and turned into pieces of black stones. The black stones were infused with power and shot towards Lin Fei like a meteor. Lin Fei's sword slashed on a stone. A powerful force erupted from the stone, shaking off the sword and smashing towards Lin Fei's face. A cold wind whistled over. The stone man also knows secret technique. The sword in Lin Fei's hand was shaken off and he immediately realized that something was wrong. This stone man was harder to deal with than he imagined. Reincarnation sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Black whirlpools appeared and enveloped the stone. Over 100 black whirlpools surrounded the stone. This sword did not stop the stone man. The stone man reformed. "Third bro, back down," the stone man said. "Why? I still have battle strength, I can compete with this outsider." The stone man was unconvinced. This outsider's sword technique is very powerful. "You are not his match." The stone man coldly snorted. The stone man glared at him in dissatisfaction and flew back. The stone man flew up and was not in a hurry to make a move. "Outsider, your sword technique is very good. Thank you for the compliment," Lin Fei said. "If you rely on this sword technique to deal with me, it won't work because we stone men have the strongest defense. Although your sword technique is strong, it is still far from being able to defeat me." Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, "Please advise me." The stone golem took a step forward and directly broke through the limits of the heavenly Tao. He threw a punch at Lin Fei's face. It was an ordinary punch, but it actually broke through the layers of the void until it reached the 6th layer of the void. When the Heaven's Might sword in Lin Fei's hand collided with the other party's fist, a monstrous power surged over. When the ancient divine power and this power came into contact, it exploded and the power continued all the way to the 6th layer of the void. With just this exchange, Lin Fei realized that this stone man was even more powerful than the previous one. "Outsider, I didn't expect you to cultivate the ancient divine power. You know him?" Lin Fei felt very uncomfortable from this punch. It was even more uncomfortable than when Sword Immortal by D's sword landed on his body. This was a powerful enemy through and through. "You better deal with my attack." The stone man rushed forward again and punched with his left fist, followed by his right fist. It was a completely open and closed power, directly suppressing the Heaven's Might sword in Lin Fei's hand. The Heaven's Might sword did not have much effect on the stone man. "Retreat, retreat, retreat!" Lin Fei retreated. Sword of blood. The golden sword wave swept across the stone man's body. "The power is not bad, but it can't do anything to me." A look of disapproval flashed across the stone man's eyes. This outsider's sword technique was not bad, but he was still far from being able to defeat him. At the end of the passage, there were 3 stone men guarding it. 2 of the stone men watched from the side, while the other stone man kept attacking. At the beginning, the attacks were all open and closed, extremely ferocious. The power of each punch was enough to destroy the body of a 4-step expert. At the beginning, Lin Fei used the Heaven's Might sword in his hand to fight head-on with the stone man. He was very confident in his invincible body, but as time passed, the ancient divine power, immortal power, and great Tao power were greatly consumed. After fighting for 10 days, Lin Fei used his soft energy to trap the stone golem. Then, he used the 5th move of the sword technique to heavily injure the stone golem. He admitted it. In order to deal with this stone man, Lin Fei spent a lot of effort. "Not bad. Third brother and second brother were defeated by you." The last stone man walked out and stared at Lin Fei. "As long as you defeat me, you can pass through this passage and obtain the opportunity that belongs to you." "All right." Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate this last stone man. The last one to appear was always the strongest. Lin Fei immediately launched an attack. Sword silk shot out and attacked the various spots on the surface of the stone golem. This stone man's defense was even stronger. When Lin Fei's attack landed on the stone man's body, it did not even leave a mark. This made him gasp. How could this stone man's defense be so strong? 100-layered waves. This was Lin Fei's strongest offensive sword technique so far. The stone man did not dodge. It directly faced this terrifying sword. Boom! Boom! Wave after wave of the 100-layered waves surged towards the stone man. Lin Fei's heart sank. This stone man did not move at all and did not even take a step back. This was something that the previous two stone men did not do. Interesting, but still too weak. The stone man's body shook. The 100-layered waves of force was directly shaken into pieces. The stone man shook his head slightly. Back then, there was a powerful sword expert who injured me with one sword. He was much stronger than you. Your swordsmanship is not bad, but you are not a true swordsman. It is indeed a type of power. The stone man burst out and punched Lin Fei's chest, sending Lin Fei flying. I still lack a type of power. Lin Fei was sent flying by the punch. The blood in his body churned and he almost could not suppress it. When he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he was still thinking about a question. The type of power that the stone man mentioned. One sword was able to injure this stone man. What kind of power is that sword? The stone man walked forward step by step. In your world, you are already very heaven-defying and can be compared to a pinnacle expert. However, in my eyes, you are the weakest one who came in. No, I am not the weakest. Lin Fei saw the stone man's killing intent. How could he be willing to die in the other party's hands? Kill! Streams of light blasted towards the stone man. With a wave of the stone man's hand, he could dissipate Lin Fei's attack. He displayed his powerful side like an invincible giant. You outsiders are too weak. Chapter 1348. Di Tian actually came back and even came back from the Eternal Sea. It's really hard to imagine. Another great battle has begun. Di Tian's actions are not wise. Back then, Gentleman Green Snake was so powerful that he could not be matched. Now, he still dares to come back. This time, he's really in trouble. That's not necessarily true. Back then, when Di Tian left his name, Qing Mansion's vitality was greatly damaged. The 9 great elders died one after another. Mansion Master Qing Yoming's expression was extremely ugly. Qing Mansion has been overbearing in recent decades. Di Tian came back just in time. We can just sit and watch the show. Everyone in Celestial Demon City was discussing. Even now, they could not forget the scene back then. Especially the forces that had been oppressed recently, they could not wait for Di Tian to start a massacre and not let Qing Mansion continue to be complacent. When they saw a 4th-step demon, the Arch of Qing Mansion, being killed so casually, there was no need to mention how excited they were. They let out a long breath of resentment as if they were the ones who did it. Sister, he's back. Bai Xiaofeng's life had not been good for the past few decades. When there was movement outside, Bai Xiaofeng was the first to know. He hurriedly ran to a quiet courtyard. Outside the courtyard stood 2 4th-step demon thearchs, and the courtyard was filled with formations. Bai Shangyu was under house arrest. Ever since Di Tian killed the 9 great elders of Qing Mansion, Gentleman Green Snake chased after him closely. Di Tian entered the Eternal Sea and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. The people of Bai Mansion were afraid that Gentleman Green Snake would come looking for them, so they directly put Bai Shangyu under house arrest. This house arrest lasted for almost 50 years. If not for his father, Bai Luoshan, who was one of the 9 great elders, it would not have been as simple as house arrest. This was also a show for Gentleman Green Snake. Their Bai Mansion's patriarch was not weak either. This was also to prevent Gentleman Green Snake from venting his anger on others. Back then, Di Tian helped Bai Xiaofeng to expel the poison and had a good relationship with Bai Shangyu. Almost everyone knew about this, so the Bai Mansion had no choice but to be careful. Other than not being allowed to leave the courtyard, Bai Shangyu was no different from usual. Over the years, Bai Shangyu's strength had accumulated more and more, and he could now advance to 4th-step Demon Arch. When Bai Xiaofeng came in, she was watering the immortal grass in the courtyard. Who's back? Bai Shangyu was getting quieter and quieter. Bai Xiaofeng hated his family for doing this. Every time he saw his sister like this, he would feel uncomfortable. If it wasn't for him, his sister wouldn't have been imprisoned here. Di Tian, the sovereign, is back. He has killed his way to the Qing mansion, and he killed one of their fourth-step demon thearchs in one move. Sister, you don't know this, but Big Brother Di Tian's strength is getting more and more terrifying. He killed his opponent with a single sword chi. Bai Xiaofeng said excitedly. Di Tian, he's back. Bai Shangyu, who was watering the immortal grass, trembled slightly. Why is he so stupid? Gentleman Green Snake is overseeing the Qing mansion, so why did he come back? Bai Shangyu said worriedly. She put down the thing she was watering and said, No, I must inform Di Tian. Bai Shangyu turned and walked out. Young lady Bai, you can't take half a step out of this yard. A four-step demonic beast Tharch said. Get lost. Bai Shangyu struck out 2 palms in a row. The expressions of the 2 four-step demonic beast thearchs at the door changed drastically. Each of them took a palm strike head-on and retreated 7 or 8 steps before they stopped and revealed horrified expressions. On the Sky Demon's sacred mountain. The Sky Demon Realm Lord stood on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. His gaze fell on the Sky Demon City, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Di Tian is indeed a person with great opportunities. He can come out even after entering the Eternal Sea. Rumor has it that Sword Immortal Bai Di was killed by Di Tian. It seems like it's true. In just a few decades, less than 50 years, his strength has improved to such an extent. It's really unimaginable. No wonder he dares to attack the Qing mansion. The Sky Demon Realm Lord didn't want to stop Di Tian. Now, the Sky Demon Realm Lord was very curious about Di Tian. He had heard about what happened last time. Green Snake Langjun had personally taken action, but he didn't gain any advantage in the end. This time, Di Tian had returned and his target was the Qing mansion. The Sky Demon Realm Lord really hoped to stir up some trouble. The Qing mansion was constantly expanding and was about to break the balance. The Sky Demon Realm Lord didn't want to see such a situation. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was looking forward to it. Swoosh. 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 9 elders came together. They were reselected by the Qing mansion, and every one of them was extremely powerful. It's Di Tian. Why is it him? Wasn't he already dead? The 9 elders rushed out and were prepared to kill Di Tian. They wanted to establish their might and let others know how powerful they, the 9 elders, were. However, when they saw the black-robed Di Tian, their expressions turned extremely ugly. Why did this ferocious fellow come? They were confident that they were powerful, but they couldn't compare to the 9 elders back then. Not to mention exchanging blows with Di Tian. If it was any other time, they would definitely leave. Now that the old ancestor was here, they were filled with confidence. No matter how ferocious Di Tian was, in front of their old ancestor, wouldn't he be so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow? Di Tian, you still dare to come to the Qing mansion? Do you really think that the Qing mansion can't do anything to you? Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything to them. These fellows were even weaker than the 9 elders back then. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lin Fei flicked his finger and a great sword chi shot out. The sword chi interweaved together like an inescapable net as it enveloped the surroundings. The 9 elders were enraged. Di Tian actually dared to ignore them like this. Boom, boom, boom. When the sword energy slashed over, their expressions changed. They took out their immortal armor, but they couldn't block the sword energy. Pieces of corpses fell from the sky. The 9 elders had been killed in an instant. The grand sword energy secret art originated from the hands of a sovereign. Lin Fei had cultivated it to the level of mastery, and the 9 elders of the Qing mansion couldn't block it at all. The jaws of the people of the Qing mansion were wide open. The 9 elders had died again. Di Tian was growing more and more ferocious. He was even more terrifying than he had been in the past. Those were 9 elders, but they had all been killed by the sword energy. Gentleman Green Snake, if you come out again, this emperor is going to start a massacre. Lin Fei flicked his fingers, and the sword energy clashed. Di Tian, you demon. Qing Yuming flew out and stared at Di Tian as if he was mourning. Once the old ancestor comes out, today will be the day of your death. The Qing mansion had recuperated for dozens of years. When Qing Yuming had almost forgotten about Di Tian appeared again. This time, he easily killed the 9 elders with one move. Qing Yuming was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In order to cultivate the 9 elders, they had spent a lot of resources, and they were killed in the blink of an eye. No one wouldn't be angry. Qing Yuming was almost furious. He suppressed his thoughts and didn't make a move. The secret art of killing 9 elders with one move, even he was afraid of the grand sword energy secret art. You have no right to say this to this emperor. Hua hua hua, the grand sword energy slashed across the sky, not giving Qing Yuming any chance to speak. Just as Lin Fei said, Qing Yuming had no right to speak to him. In the entire Qing mansion, except for Gentleman Green Snake, no one else had the right. Green Hell Palm. Qing Yuming's body swelled up, and his body was covered with green scales. He reached a height of thousands of meters. The green palm slapped towards the grand sword energy, and continuously slapped more than 100 palms. His whole body then retreated more than 10 steps. The building behind him turned into a pile of dust, and he barely blocked the attack of the grand sword energy. Chapter 1349. He, boss is really amazing, pressuring that outsider to the point where he can't even breathe. It won't be long before he gets rid of this outsider. This was the first stone golem that Lin Fei defeated. That goes without saying, that outsider is already an arrow at the end of its flight and won't be able to last for long. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated his body to the point where his defense is comparable to us stone golems, he would have been suppressed by boss long ago. The second stone golem that was defeated said. These 2 stone golems were very proud of themselves. Their mission here was to stop any experts from entering the end of the passage. All along, very few people were able to pass through them. Sometimes, the boss didn't even need to do anything, just one of them could destroy the outsider. This time could be considered an accident. This young outsider was stronger than they had imagined. Even under the boss's attack, he was able to struggle at death's door with the sword in his hand and wasn't suppressed right away. That person from last time is still the strongest. Yes, that person is too terrifying, an expert sword user. He shattered me with one sword. The 2 of them couldn't help but recall that scene. At that time, they were young and competitive. When they saw an outsider appear, they directly charged forward. In the end, the outsider just raised his hand and shattered their bodies with one sword, displaying his powerful sword techniques. Compared to this outsider in front of them, that person was many times stronger. Peng peng peng. Lin Fei controlled the 6 heavens might sword and had a hard time blocking. This stone golem was too strong. His first attack was shocking battle strength. Any attack in front of the stone golem was mercilessly shattered. If it wasn't for his invincible body, Lin Fei would have already destroyed his body, let alone lasted until now. Outsider, admit defeat. The stone golem expressionlessly attacked Lin Fei. No, I won't admit defeat, I will defeat you. Lin Fei wouldn't admit defeat. If he didn't defeat this stone golem and walk through this passage, Lin Fei wouldn't stop. Why are you doing this? The stone golem's attacks became more and more ferocious. Its body shook and it used its divine ability, directly having 3 heads and 6 arms, its 6 arms continuously slapped down. Lin Fei immediately felt pressured. The attacks of 2 arms were already terrifying enough, but the appearance of 3 heads and 6 arms was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Every single punch was extremely strenuous to block. Lin Fei retreated step by step. Just as he had said, the gap between him and this stone man was not small. Am I really unable to defeat this stone man? Lin Fei asked himself. This was the strongest enemy Lin Fei had ever encountered. Even if Sword Immortal White Emperor was here, he would probably have the same thoughts as Lin Fei if he encountered the Stone Man. This was a powerful enemy. Reincarnation Sword. The long sword in Lin Fei's hand trembled and a black vortex appeared, trapping the Stone Man within. Then, he changed his sword stance and used the move, 100-layered waves. This time, he used 50% of his ancient divine power. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power crushed the Stone Man. He should be injured now, right? Lin Fei panted heavily. He had used 50% of his ancient divine power in one sword. This was unprecedented. He didn't believe that the Stone Man could block his sword. Your resistance is useless. The terrifying sword was easily repelled by the Stone Man. The Stone Man was safe and sound. Your attacks are mixed and incomplete. You have all sorts of powers. You are fated to not be able to hurt me. The stone golem shook its head and swung its arms forward. Both of its arms expanded, and one could see that they were made up of rocks that shot towards him. Peng peng peng. There were countless stones. They kept blasting towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't have time to shatter the stones and his body was hit by them. Each stone that hit his body would leave a mark. Mixed powers? Lin Fei had always been very confident in his strength. But after hearing what the Stone Man said, he couldn't help but doubt. Was his power really mixed? Was it really because of the mixed powers that he couldn't unleash his true power? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Fei's mind. At this moment, Lin Fei was facing a huge crisis. This was a threat from the Stone Man. Lin Fei's powerful fleshly body could already feel an intense pain spreading throughout his entire body. Cracks appeared on the surface of his body, increasing in number. It wouldn't take long for them to connect together. At that time, his fleshly body would explode. Pung! The Stone Man launched another fierce attack. Lin Fei's physical body exploded with one punch and turned into pieces. The pieces gathered together and turned into a black cloud, forming a brand new Lin Fei. Outsider, even if you have an undying body, you will die here today. The Stone Man wasn't surprised and charged forward again. After his invincible body was broken, Lin Fei's injuries weren't light. He never thought that the first undying body would be used here and his physical body would be broken by a Stone Man. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Lin Fei kept retreating. The Stone Man chased after him unhurriedly. Lin Fei was in a difficult situation. This Stone Man won't rest until he's dead. My sword attacks are completely useless against him. I only have about 30% of the ancient divine power left in my body. Even 50% of the ancient divine power can't harm the Stone Man, let alone the remaining 30%. Lin Fei didn't have any treasures that could deal with this Stone Man. It wasn't easy to get top-grade items. Lin Fei didn't come into contact with those things from the start. Right, the icy blue pearl. That pearl was terrifyingly cold and Lin Fei hadn't forgotten about it. No matter if it was useful or not, it wouldn't be wrong to try. He took it out from the heaven and earth smelt and threw it out. The stone golem was caught off guard and punched the icy blue bead, shattering it. Hong! A wave of coldness spread out and instantly enveloped the Stone Man, freezing him into an ice stone man. Lin Fei didn't dare to get close to the cold. The power of the pearl was unimaginable. The Stone Man was so strong, but he was still frozen. Crack, crack. The stone golem shook and the ice on its body shattered. It walked out and looked at Lin Fei. I didn't expect you to have an ice soul bead from an ice soul beast king. It's a pity that it's not an ice soul beast king's bead, so it won't affect me much. If you have the ice soul beast king's pearl, you win. The icy blue beast was called the ice soul beast. Only then did Lin Fei know what an icy blue beast was, and that there were beast kings among them. Since his first attack failed, Lin Fei had to retreat again. He had wanted to use the pearl to kill the Stone Man, but that didn't seem possible anymore. He was disappointed. How could he deal with this Stone Man? Lin Fei couldn't think of anything. Miles of mountains and rivers. Lin Fei took out the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The heavenly might descended and wrapped around the stone man, trapping him in the passageway. It's useless. The stone man was trapped for the time being. Lin Fei was relieved. The miles of mountains and rivers was made of special materials and contained heavenly energy. It shouldn't be a problem for it to trap the stone man. The stone man couldn't come out for the time being. During this time, Lin Fei had to find a way to get rid of this stone man and leave this passageway. Can I start with a heterogeneous force? Lin Fei sat on the black wind and flew far away before he stopped to think about this important question. Lin Fei had always had 3 kinds of energy inside him. One was the deity energy. The other was the ancient divine energy. The other was the power of his true self. Lin Fei didn't feel much about the 3 kinds of energy inside him. But after what the stone man said, he realized that the energy inside him might be a problem. The 3 kinds of energy did seem to be heterogeneous. They weren't a whole. Lin Fei tried to calm himself down. It seems that Sword Immortal Emperor Bai used one kind of energy. After calming down, Lin Fei realized this problem. From fighting with some of the experts, it was clear that they all cultivated a type of energy. For example, Prince Green Snake. This fellow cultivated a type of energy. Later on, Sword Immortal White Emperor also cultivated a type of energy. Then, Sky Demon Realm Lord also cultivated a type of energy. Could it be that the 3 kinds of energy in my body merged into one? Become a powerful energy? Lin Fei had such a thought. Lin Fei didn't know much about this level of cultivation. Since the stone man said that, he must know something. It would be best if he could get more information from him. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions came from the depths of the tunnel. Lin Fei sensed that the miles of mountains and rivers was sent flying. With a thought, the miles of mountains and rivers flew back and landed in his hand. The stone man chased after him. I said that you are wasting time. The stone man said calmly. In his eyes, this outsider was very weak and would die in his hands sooner or later. This time, Lin Fei stood on the black wind and didn't leave. Not running anymore? The stone man thought that this outsider would run. Didn't you say that I would die in your hands sooner or later? Since that is the case, then why should I run? Lin Fei said. The stone man thought about it and it was indeed the case. Before I die, I want to know why you said that the energy in my body is mixed so that I can understand why I die. Lin Fei asked. The stone man couldn't bear to kill him so quickly. Since you are waiting to die, I will tell you. The stone man didn't mind explaining. I can sense that there are a few types of energy in your body. In the first few realms, they are very useful. But in the body of an expert, the more energy you have, the less you can use your true strength. That is because energy is split into stages. Lin Fei was deep in thought. How do you explain that? The cultivation of any kind of power is divided into several stages. For example, the power of the Great Path is divided into a total of 10 stages. If the power of the Great Path doesn't reach a stage, its power will increase exponentially. Your power is mixed, and all of them are at the entry stage. This is also the reason why you can't break through our defense. Lin Fei was tempted. This is the difference between a peak expert and a normal stage 4 expert. Chapter 1350. The stone man wasn't afraid of him playing any tricks. These things were not secrets among the pinnacle powerhouses. Back then, this stone man had heard about it from outsiders. He was just repeating it. So that's the case. Lin Fei finally understood. Cultivating too much power didn't seem like a good thing. No wonder the stone man dared to say that. After all, fusing 3 types of power wasn't an easy task. Lin Fei barely knew the basics. So you're saying that the deeper one cultivates the power stage, the stronger one's strength will be? Lin Fei asked. The stone man wasn't too interested in outsiders' cultivation. It wasn't easy for him to meet an outsider, so he didn't want to kill him too quickly. Right, that sword expert from back then cultivated his power to the 7th stage. He broke through my defense with a casual strike and got past US3. The stone man sighed. Was he a ruler? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei could imagine how terrifying this person was after cultivating to the 7th stage. Even Sword Immortal White Emperor couldn't break through the stone man's defense with one strike. It wasn't that Lin Fei looked down on Sword Immortal White Emperor, but Sword Immortal White Emperor had limited potential. He had already taken this step and didn't have the ability to reach a deeper level. He isn't a ruler, but he's already very strong. The stone man said, if you get past me, I believe you'll have a chance to know the answer. You don't have a chance now. Sky raising sword. The stone man shouted. His entire body turned into a black sword made of stone. He slashed down from a strange angle. This sword was very strong. Lin Fei didn't dare to take it head-on. His hair stood on end. He could already feel the terrifying might of this sword. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers blocked above his head. The black wind moved and he flew backwards. The stone man's sword smashed onto 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Large pieces of illusions collapsed and 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers were also sent flying. They landed on Lin Fei's hand with some damage. Your struggle is useless. The stone man chased after him. Standing on the black wind, Lin Fei had already opened the Supreme Grade Exchange system. The most important thing now was to defeat this stone man. The premium item exchange system became the final aid. Lin Fei used the large number of heavenly star stones provided by the Heavenly Fate Pavilion to exchange for a large number of peak grade points. He also used up quite a bit of his fusion with the divine body, so he was still left with a large number. Ice element. Lin Fei turned the page to the ice element. The stone golem admitted that only the Ice Soul King Beast's bead could harm him. The best system had no shortage of all kinds of best things. Lin Fei believed that there would be a way to deal with the stone man. Ice element. The items exchanged here were all related to ice. 10,000-year frigid ice, 1,000 points. 10 millennia frost was a good material for refining pills. At this moment, Lin Fei was not in the mood to pay attention to it and continued searching. 1,000,000-year-old ice, 100,000 points. Billion-year-old ice, 1,000,000 points. The ice thing on this page was indeed not small. Frigid chalcedony, 2,000,000 points. There were too many things, and Lin Fei was dazzled. He didn't know where to start. Sometimes, having too many things wasn't a good thing. Lin Fei flipped through the introduction. The stone golem kept catching up and the distance between them was getting shorter. Lin Fei didn't have much time to choose. I'll take this one. After a while, Lin Fei set his eyes on an ice material. Infinite frigid ice. 500,000 points. This was a special kind of ice, produced in a place called Wuji. Its temperature was even higher than that of ordinary 10,000-year ice. Lin Fei had never heard of Wuji, but he could imagine that it must be a very cold place. Activating infinite frigid ice required a strong divine body. Otherwise, he would also be affected. Lin Fei reluctantly bought it. Separated by space, Lin Fei could feel the terrifying cold. It was even colder than the ice soul bead. If it weren't for the ancient divine power, his body would have been frozen. Sky raising sword. The stone golem launched another terrifying attack. The stones converged to form a black stone sword, which burst forth with the speed of the heavenly path. I'll risk it. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. He couldn't care so much anymore. Whether he succeeded or not depended on his luck. Holding the infinite frigid ice in his hand, the terrifying coldness almost froze Lin Fei. He crushed it on the spot, and a wave of coldness spread out with him as the center. Lin Fei released the heaven and earth god fire, which turned into a huge furnace. He entered it. The stone golem didn't think much of him. The terrifying coldness and white frost covered the stone. Fear flashed in the stone golem's eyes. He couldn't imagine that an outsider would have such a terrifying treasure. Hua, hua, hua. Cold air passed through the stone golem like a flood. The stone golem didn't have time to retreat, and his body was wrapped by the white frost. At first, he could still move, but then he couldn't. He stayed still in the tunnel. So cold, I'm freezing to death. Within the furnace, Lin Fei's body shivered. The heaven and earth god fire turned into fire dragons and wrapped around Lin Fei's body. Only then did he feel much better. The 500,000 points infinite frigid ice is so terrifying. If not for the heaven and earth furnace, I would have been frozen into an ice cube. This coldness couldn't be compared to the pearl in the ice soul beast's body. It was so cold that it reached the primordial spirit. Lin Fei entered the heaven and earth furnace after a short while. Even so, he was still heavily injured, and his body couldn't stop shaking. I wonder how the stone golem is doing. Separated by the furnace, Lin Fei checked the situation outside. He didn't dare to go out recklessly. In the tunnel, an ice statue of a stone golem stood there. The entire tunnel emitted an icy coldness. The coldness kept surging towards the heaven and earth god fire. Wave after wave was blocked by the heaven and earth god fire. I'm doomed now, right? Lin Fei sighed. This stone golem was too strong. It was impervious to swords and spears, and its defense was so strong that even his sword techniques couldn't break it. After observing for a long time, the stone golem didn't break free. Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. He controlled the black wind and rushed forward. With the protection of the heaven and earth god fire, the remaining coldness didn't affect Lin Fei too much. He easily reached the end of the tunnel and saw the other two stone golems. At this time, they were also wrapped in white frost. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. The might of the everlasting frost was so terrifying that even the stone golem was affected by it. After flying for a while, the tunnel ahead was bright. Lin Fei knew that was the end. After flying in the tunnel for so long, Lin Fei really wanted to know what was ahead that was worth 3 stone golems guarding. Just a little bit more and he would have died inside. He was very curious about what was at the end, and now he finally had the chance. Chapter 1351. He used a precious existence like the everlasting Arctic ice. Lin Fei broke through the pursuit of the last stone golem and passed through the passage as he wished, entering a brand new place. He plunged into the light. Lin Fei thought that there was a place behind the passage, but he discovered that it wasn't after entering. A starry sky. Lin Fei was in a starry sky. He couldn't see any star land around him, and it seemed empty. Where have I come to? Lin Fei thought that there might be a treasure waiting for him at the end of the passage guarded by the 3 powerful stone golems. He didn't expect that there was a starry sky behind it. It still looked like an empty starry sky. This made Lin Fei very disappointed. Since entering this starry sky, Lin Fei had been searching with his divine sense, but he didn't find anything. Even the passage entrance had disappeared, and he was in an unknown place. I can only take it one step at a time. With 3 stone golems guarding the passage, this place shouldn't be an ordinary place. With this attitude, Lin Fei urged the black wind to fly forward, believing that there would be new discoveries. After flying for half a month, Lin Fei finally found something. A huge star appeared in front of him. This was the only star he found in the past half a month. There's an array formation sealing the star. Lin Fei scanned with his divine sense and immediately discovered that there was an array formation on the star. It seemed that someone had set up something on the star. It wasn't easy to find a star, and it was the only one in the past half a month. Lin Fei wouldn't give up so easily. The way to leave this place might be on the star. Lin Fei urged the black wind to appear outside the star. He felt a powerful array formation on the star, sealing it tightly. After looking up and down, Lin Fei couldn't think of how to enter the star. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. He realized that he couldn't enter the star. What was going on? Did he have to break the array himself? The star was sealed by an array formation. Lin Fei could only see that it was a powerful array formation. As for why the other party wanted to seal it, he had no idea. Lin Fei did not dare to recklessly break the array formation. Lin Fei was anxious, but he didn't try to break the array blindly. He stayed on the outskirts of the star and observed it. This observation really allowed Lin Fei to see some clues. Every once in a while, there would be a change in the formation. The people inside the star might not be able to see it, but the people outside could. They could use this change to enter the star. Lin Fei decided to transform into a star. After a period of time, there was a change in the star formation. As expected, a gap appeared. Lin Fei directly turned into a stream of light and rushed in. Whether or not he could leave this place depended on this star. A scorching heat wave rolled over. Lin Fei rushed into the star, and what greeted him was a scorching heat wave that almost burned his body into nothingness. Relying on his invincible body, Lin Fei persevered. The heat wave became more and more ferocious. Lin Fei did not have it easy either. He used the heaven and earth divine fire to block in front of him, which made things much easier. After a total of 10 days, Lin Fei passed through the area of the heat wave and entered the core of the star. He was on a mountain range. Seeing the green mountain range and the surging immortal qi, Lin Fei took a deep breath and revealed an expression of enjoyment. This journey had really exhausted Lin Fei. I wonder how strong the strongest expert in this star is. Now that Lin Fei was a third-step immortal emperor, his battle strength was comparable to a pinnacle expert. He could kill ordinary pinnacle experts. As long as it wasn't someone like Sword Immortal by D or the Stone Golem, there were very few people who could injure him. Now, Lin Fei was not here to play. He was here to find a way to leave this place. Lin Fei released a black stream of wind and flew in a direction. At the same time, he swept with his divine sense. There is a city 100 million miles ahead. I should find something. With this sweep, Lin Fei immediately discovered something. Sky Border City. In the center of this city stood a majestic palace. Sky Border City's City Lord Mansion. Immortal Emperor Luo's son was a first-step immortal emperor. He controlled this Sky Border City with 3 first-step immortal emperors following him. He was the strongest force in the nearby cities. He had an army of 1 million immortals. City Lord, the Sword God Mountain is open now. Should we arrange for some disciples to comprehend it? In the palace, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose sat on the main seat. Below him were 3 immortal emperors, all followers. The hooked-nosed middle-aged man was naturally Immortal Emperor Luo. Senator Immortal Emperor Luo Sun nodded and said, "Go and recruit a group of talented sword immortals and send them to the Sword God Mountain. Bring back the things that they comprehend." Boom! Immortal Emperor Luo Sun had just finished speaking. A terrifying aura came from above the palace. The 3 immortal emperor's followers didn't even have time to move. They were crushed by a powerful aura and couldn't move. If I were you, I would choose to stay still. A brown sword appeared in front of Immortal Emperor Luo. Senator, the rumbling heavenly might locked onto him, causing his expression to change. He didn't dare to move. "Senior, don't kill me." Immortal Emperor Luo Sun was a city lord and a first-step immortal emperor. He was the strongest force in the vicinity. He had seen all kinds of experts. However, when this aura crushed down, he couldn't move at all. He immediately realized that he had encountered a hidden expert. Especially when the person in front of him was a young man in a black robe and carrying a sword case. The one who came out was naturally Lin Fei. His powerful divine sense swept across the city. When he saw that the strongest person was a peak first-step immortal emperor, Lin Fei directly barged in. Soul-searching art. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. His divine sense rushed into Immortal Emperor Luo Sen's memory and searched through all of his memories. Immortal Emperor Luo Sen was so scared that his face turned pale. So this star is called the Sword Continent. Everyone here is a sword immortal. Through the memory search, Lin Fei found out that this star was called the Sword Continent. It was a continent that cultivated all kinds of sword techniques. The immortals here were all sword immortals. On this continent, the strongest were peak sword immortals. Rumor had it that they cultivated the secret techniques of the Sword God Mountain. The most famous ones were the 4 peak sword immortals. In other words, they were the 4 strongest experts of the Sword Continent. In immortal Emperor Luo Sen's memory, Lin Fei was very interested in the Sword God Mountain. No one knew when the Sword God Mountain appeared. From their memories, the Sword God Mountain had always existed. There were hundreds of Sword God Mountains in the Sword Continent. There were all kinds of sword techniques and secret techniques on the Sword God Mountain. The people of the Sword Continent all cultivated the secret techniques and sword techniques of the Sword God Mountain. It could be said that the Sword God Mountain was their ancestor of the sword. The Sword God Mountain appeared out of nowhere. Could it be left behind by an expert? Lin Fei couldn't help but think of the expert who reached the 7th stage of the sword. Looks like I have to go to the Sword God Mountain to take a look. Chapter 1352. Sword God Mountain has more than 100 locations on the Sword Continent. There are a total of 9 famous locations. Each location has a unique sword art. Anyone who learns one of them will definitely become an expert on the Sword Continent. Sword God Mountain opens once every 100 years. Every time it opens, it will last for 100 years. On the Sword Continent, many experts will gather on Sword God Mountain. This is Sword God Mountain. In the void, a black-clothed man is standing on a white cloud. The white cloud under his feet has already condensed into a ball. He can change it with a thought. This black-clothed man is Lin Fei, who came after searching immortal Emperor Luo Sen's memories. The Sword God Mountain in the distance is like a few divine swords stabbed into the ground. It is majestic and looks like many divine swords. This place is called Short Blade Sword Mountain. One of the most important divine swords has been severed at the waist, leaving behind a flat platform. It is about 300 meters in size. Anyone who wants to study Sword God Mountain's secret arts will not dare to go up to that platform. Sword God Mountain has a great influence on the Sword Continent. Lin Fei observed for a while and found that there are experts coming towards Sword God Mountain from all directions. Those with weak strength are observing the Sword God Mountain from a distance. As for those with strong strength, they directly rush towards that platform and try to study Sword God Mountain's secret arts and divine arts at a close distance. A battle is happening on that platform. Lin Fei observed for a while and found that the people fighting do not have high cultivation, but their sword intent is very strong. They can often burst out with super strong battle power. This is very rare in the myriad worlds. Could it be that there is a star continent hidden in every palace? Lin Fei thought to himself, then who left behind such a star continent? Lin Fei once searched immortal Emperor Luo Sen's memories. There is no information about the myriad worlds. It is completely blank. It is a pure native of the Sword Continent. Forget it, I'll go study Sword God Mountain's secret arts. Lin Fei walked towards the nearest Sword God Mountain. Such strong sword intent. Lin Fei searched with his powerful divine sense and saw the Sword God Mountain's records clearly. This Sword Divine Mountain was not a secret technique, but a description of one's comprehension towards the sword. The people on the side all sat down and watched with great interest. After reading a few sentences, Lin Fei realized that the person who wrote this article was extraordinary. His understanding of the sword was far from what Lin Fei could compare with. Scan and analyze. Lin Fei opened the system and scanned and analyzed the articles on God's Sword Mountain. On the Sword Mainland, Lin Fei didn't plan to stay for too long. He directly threw his understanding of swords to the leveling system for full analysis. The system quickly came up with a result. This is an essay on power. This was the first sentence that came out of the system's analysis. Lin Fei slowly read through the analyzed materials. The articles with profound meanings were presented in front of Lin Fei through specific analysis. They were no longer as difficult to understand as before. This should be a deeper mastery of power. Lin Fei read through the entire article and verified the stone man's words. The cultivation of power had to gradually go from shallow to deep before one could truly comprehend and grasp one's own power. In that case, my power is only at the first stage and there is still a distance from the second stage? After analyzing this result, Lin Fei couldn't accept it. The stone man's words appeared in his mind again. Maybe my power is indeed at the outer layer. After Lin Fei thought it through, his heart started to calm down. Since my power is at the first stage, I'll just take it as it comes and study this power properly. Lin Fei's daily mission was to observe the Sword God Mountain's records. Through the system's analysis, his understanding of the sword became deeper and deeper. 10 days. Lin Fei thoroughly analyzed everything on the Sword God outside the platform. His original accumulation of the sword became deeper and his understanding of the sword was no longer as shallow as it seemed on the surface. This was a type of accumulation. Lin Fei's improvement in power was too fast. Now, he finally had time to accumulate knowledge. Now, I can go to the platform to observe. In 10 days, he digested everything on the Sword God Mountain. Lin Fei's speed was the fastest and no one could match up to him. There were dozens of people on the platform that was 300 meters wide. Those without strength basically didn't dare to go on the platform as they might be chased off if they made a mistake. Come down. Lin Fei's arm expanded and grabbed a middle-aged man on the platform. Courting death. Although the middle-aged man was observing, he had been paying attention to the people around him. When he saw a young man attacking him, his eyes flashed with cold light. He clasped his fingers together and sword intent slashed through the air. He wanted to teach this guy a lesson. When the sword landed on Lin Fei's arm, it was repelled by Lin Fei's arm. Lin Fei's enlarged arm grabbed the middle-aged man's neck, and a terrifying power suppressed the middle-aged man, making it impossible for him to move. Lin Fei then sat down at his original position and looked at the records. This small action caused many sword immortals to be shocked. That young expert that appeared out of nowhere. He took down a position so easily. He was a first-step immortal emperor and was quite famous in the Sword Continent. Kid, get out here. The middle-aged man felt embarrassed after being thrown out in front of everyone and flew back. Scram. Lin Fei slapped with a palm. The speed was so fast that the middle-aged man couldn't catch it. The slap sent the middle-aged man flying and he smashed into a tall mountain, leaving behind a cold sound. If there's a next time, I will definitely kill you. His murderous voice caused everyone's heart to tremble. After getting rid of the troublesome guy, Lin Fei used the system to scan and analyze everything on the Sword God Mountain. It's time to move to another place. 5 days later, Lin Fei stood up and turned into a stream of light as he left for the next Sword God Mountain. He had benefited a lot from these few days. Every time he arrived at a Sword God Mountain, Lin Fei would start observing from the periphery before moving to the core. When no one gave up their position, he would immediately attack. Gradually, Lin Fei gained some fame in the Sword Continent. Everyone knew that there was a black-robed young man. Every time he attacked, he would end the battle with extreme speed and he had never revealed his sword art. Many people were amazed that he could solve problems with his physical body alone. Sword immortals didn't just cultivate sword arts, they also cultivated protective divine arts. They couldn't figure out what protective divine art this black-robed young man cultivated. 1 Sword God Mountain. 2 Sword God Mountains. Lin Fei relied on the system to read all the records of the Sword Continent in less than a year. He also digested them and made full use of them. All the secret sword arts recorded on the Sword God Mountain were recorded. Now, only the last 3 Sword God Mountains are left. Lin Fei left from another Sword God Mountain and headed for the next one. The last 3 Sword God Mountains were the 3 most important places on the Sword Continent. The next one seems to be the North County Sword God Mountain. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and flew over. Boom! Boom! In the virtual space, Lin Fei's clone was fighting with a large group of ferocious beasts. It was a direct attack, but it only erupted with the strongest power when it hit the opponent. After reading and digesting countless secret arts, Lin Fei's sword art was improving every day. For example, the first move of the invincible sword art, Blood Storm. In the past, it was very straightforward. But now, it had undergone an earth-shattering change. Boom! The ferocious beasts were killed in one move. The bottleneck that he had been stuck in was suddenly broken. Lin Fei already knew that his strength had advanced from the first stage to the second stage. It was slightly earlier than expected. Swish! He casually slashed with his sword. Lin Fei could feel the change in this sword. It was completely incomparable to before. Its power had increased by a lot. North County Sword God Mountain. Not long later, Lin Fei saw a Sword God Mountain standing between heaven and earth. It emitted an unparalleled sword intent that covered millions of miles. The moment Lin Fei stepped into the range, the sword intent pressed down. His body sank slightly, and Lin Fei's expression changed. This sword intent was not inferior to heaven's might? How was that possible? After fusing with a large number of divine bodies, ordinary sword intent pressure was unable to do anything to him. But in this place, just a sword god mountain could cause such a huge pressure. This was the first time Lin Fei encountered something like this. Lin Fei scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered that the area within 1,000,000 kilometers was divided into several stages. The one closest to Sword God Mountain was still around 50,000 kilometers, followed by 100,000 kilometers, then 1,000,000 kilometers. There were people at every stage. I can go in again. At a place 200,000 miles away, a middle-aged sword immortal tried to go forward with a pale face. After advancing for about 5,000 miles, a wave of sword intent swept over. His entire body was torn into pieces and he fell from the sky. Lin Fei directly rushed in. Boom! 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 The sword intent pressure swept over and struck Lin Fei. 1,800,000 miles. 1,500,000 years. 1,300,000 miles. 1,500,000 miles. Lin Fei's speed did not decrease. Relying on his invincible body, he rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to 1,000,000 miles, and the sword intent pressure increased again. The subtle sword intent could already tear open bloody holes in his body. This was within 1,000,000 miles. Interesting, interesting. Lin Fei rushed forward again. Who is that guy? Does he want to die? He's too fast. He seemed to be 1,000,000 miles away just now. Doesn't he know that he needs to adapt after rushing to 1,000,000 miles, 800,000 miles? Lin Fei rushed from 1,000,000 miles to 800,000 miles, and then to 600,000 miles. Soon, he reached 500,000 miles. At this time, some sword immortal experts in front turned around and saw such a dark horse. They looked at each other, but did not recognize this person. He's reached 300,000 kilometers. 200,000 miles, 150,000 miles. The people who were overtaken were dumbfounded. Who was this black-robed young man? How could he be so arrogant? Prince Duanmu, your challenger is here. 80,000 miles away, an arrogant young man said indifferently. Chapter 1353. Prince Duanmu was currently the closest to Sword God Mountain. Prince Duanmu used 3 months to cross from 1,000,000 miles to 50,000 miles. He had always been first and no one could surpass him. He was already an outstanding talent among the younger generation. Prince Duanmu didn't believe that anyone could surpass him. Those experts from the older generation had all gone to the other Sword God Mountains and wouldn't come here. Prince Duanmu had always been very arrogant. He was the strongest here and the one who had the most confidence in ascending Sword God Mountain. At this moment, as an outsider barged in, Prince Duanmu felt that his position was being challenged. The benefits of being the first to ascend Sword God Mountain were huge. 150,000 miles to 50,000 miles isn't that easy to cross. No matter how strong his protective technique is, he can forget about entering this place in a short period of time. Prince Duanmu was still very confident in this. 50,000 miles to 150,000 miles. Even though there was a difference of 100,000 miles, Prince Duanmu relied on the treasures on him to make it this far. He couldn't enter the remaining 50,000 miles in a short period of time. Lin Fei slowly felt the sword intent pressure increasing. There were more and more sword holes on his body. If it wasn't for his strong body, his body would have been shattered by the sword intent. Just like those people from before, they were directly killed by the sword intent. 100,000 miles. Lin Fei's body sank, and the pressure from his sword intent increased. Lin Fei could see Sword God Mountain clearly. However, the mountain was covered in a layer of fog. Even his divine sense couldn't pass through and he couldn't see what was recorded on it. The sword intent suppression test was of great help in honing one's sword intent. When he reached 100,000 miles, Lin Fei felt that the sword intent in front of him was like a city. There was a huge resistance and it wasn't easy for him to charge over. He needed time to accumulate the remaining distance. At the 100,000 miles mark, Lin Fei stopped for 3 days and started to charge again. His body adapted to the sword intent pressure. Rumble. Lin Fei charged to 50,000 miles in one go and was on the same level as Prince Duanmu. This time, Prince Duanmu was truly frightened. He had crossed from 100,000 to 50,000 miles, but it was not as easy as the other party. They were completely incomparable. Where did this guy come from? Prince Duanmu secretly observed. He did not know the background of this black-robed man. Lin Fei didn't know how much pressure his actions brought to them. Another 3 days passed. Lin Fei charged through the last distance and successfully ascended the Sword God Mountain. As soon as he reached the top of the mountain, the fog began to recede, and Lin Fei saw the records. How can it be so fast? Prince Duanmu broke through from 50,000 miles to 30,000 miles and was caught off guard by someone. He was extremely displeased, especially since he was from the royal family. How could he allow an outsider to beat him to it? He could not help but bear a grudge against the other party. It was rumored that every time the Sword God Mountain opened, the first person to ascend would have an unexpected harvest. Prince Duanmu could only watch helplessly. There are so many secret techniques and divine abilities that can be directly cultivated to an extremely high level. Lin Fei's eyes landed on the nearest stone tablet. On it was a powerful secret technique that could be cultivated all the way to the second step of the Immortal Emperor stage. After mastering it, one would gain great power. On the other stone tablet, there was also a secret technique recorded. Lin Fei impolitely recorded it down. Those elite sects might not necessarily have such powerful secret techniques. This Sword God Mountain was very high and there were secret techniques recorded all the way up. Triple Solar 7-Talent Sword can be cultivated all the way to the second step of the Immortal Emperor stage. Boundless Yin-Yang Sword Qi can be cultivated all the way to the third step of the Immortal Emperor stage. As one continued to climb, the power of the secret techniques would increase exponentially, but the difficulty of cultivation would also increase exponentially. One would need to spend a long time to successfully cultivate it. Soon, Lin Fei reached the peak. There was a huge stone tablet here, and the entire stone tablet was black. There were many names carved on it. Why is there such a stone tablet on this peak? Lin Fei was not very interested in these secret techniques. The cultivation time was too long, and it was not suitable for him. If he was really interested in a secret technique, it would only be a top-notch secret technique. Lin Fei was not interested in ordinary secret techniques. Do I have to leave my name before there will be a reaction? After Lin Fei observed for a while, he realized that the stone tablet was different. The names at the top were deeper, and even now, there was still remnant sword intent. The names at the bottom were lighter, and it seemed like they were not as strong as the previous names. He counted a total of 18 names. Lin Fei was interested in this stone tablet. He used his finger as a sword to carve words on the stone tablet. When Lin Fei's finger landed on the stone tablet produced a powerful rebounding force, preventing Lin Fei from carving words on it. Interesting, interesting. Lin Fei increased his strength and pressed against that rebounding force. His overall strength reached the second stage, and with this pressure, he broke through that layer of rebounding force and left 2 words on the stone tablet. D Tian. When the 2 words were left on it, the stone tablet produced ripples. All the names on it disappeared, and in their place was a set of words. I am the son of the sword. I have pursued the peak of the sword Tao all my life. In 1,000 chaos years, I became a ruler. From then on, I wandered the boundless starry sky and learned everything from all sections. Lin Fei read it and took a deep breath. It really was a ruler. Lin Fei didn't believe that an ordinary expert could leave behind these things on Divine Sword Mountain. The only thing he didn't expect was a ruler. In that case, the Sword Continent's inheritance came from a ruler. For now, Lin Fei didn't know how powerful a ruler was, but he knew that there were very few rulers in the universe. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to become a ruler. Lin Fei continued reading. What the stone tablet said was that a ruler had passed by this planet by chance and spread his sword arts, from the lowest level to the highest level, matching each realm. It also said that a ruler had left behind a powerful sword art on the Sword Continent, called the Extreme Sword. This sword art was hidden somewhere on the Sword Continent. In order to find this sword art, one needed to fuse the 4 great divine swords into one. 4 great divine swords? Lin Fei's eyes flashed. These 4 great divine swords can't be the 4 swords in the hands of the 4 great experts, right? Rumor has it that these 4 swords have always existed, but no one knows where they came from. They have always changed owners, and no one has been able to completely master them. Could it be that they were left behind by a ruler? The 4 great divine swords could find the extreme sword. It would be a lie if Lin Fei said that he wasn't tempted. This was a sword art left behind by a ruler. There was no doubt that it was powerful. I'll give it a try if I have the chance. After reading it, the words on the stone tablet disappeared, and it returned to its original appearance. With a rumble, the stone tablet disappeared in front of Lin Fei. It was as if the peak had never existed. Looks like this is the benefit of being the first to reach Divine Sword Mountain and leaving your name behind. Lin Fei thought. I can go to the next place. I'm only left with the last 2 places. Lin Fei walked down Divine Sword Mountain. Chapter 1354. Prince Duanmu didn't expect someone to be faster than him. He appeared on Sword God Mountain again. Prince Duanmu had his eyes on this place and wanted to be the first to ascend Sword God Mountain and reap the benefits. But just as he was filled with confidence, an outsider appeared and surpassed him, ascended Sword God Mountain and took away the so-called benefits. Prince Duanmu was greatly agitated. Ever since the black-robed man went up, Prince Duanmu kept trying to ascend Sword God Mountain. He spent a lot of time and energy and went straight for the peak. Unfortunately, he was 1 step too late. The black-robed man went down the mountain. Prince Duanmu blocked the black-robed man in a rage. He wanted the black-robed man to hand over the benefits he obtained from Sword God Mountain no matter what. Move aside. Lin Fei didn't have any impression of this arrogant young man. In Sword Continent, Lin Fei didn't care about anyone. The only people he cared about were the 4 experts. Perhaps, they were the ones that made Lin Fei feel apprehensive. As for the others, he ignored them. Prince Duanmu was used to being arrogant. In Sword Continent, no one dared to not give him face. Moreover, Northern Region was his territory. He couldn't take it lying down that an outsider had taken the benefits. If you don't hand it over, I will do it myself. Let's see if you will. Prince Duanmu didn't think that the black-robed man had a powerful background. The black-robed man was also a first-step immortal emperor. What was there to be afraid of? Swish! Prince Duanmu's sword slashed towards the black-robed man's throat. He wasn't worried that the black-robed man could dodge at such a close distance. Scram! Lin Fei did not want to waste time on this sort of thing. She flicked her finger at Prince Duanmu's sword, causing a buzzing sound to ring out as the sword was deflected away. She then slapped down with her other hand. Bang! Prince Duanmu was quite confident in his sword. Who knew that when his sword slashed over, it met with a powerful force? He almost couldn't hold his sword properly. The black-robed man's palm flew over and landed on his arrogant face, sending him flying. Lin Fei sent the black-robed man flying and didn't stop. He continued to fly down. That black-robed man came out. Such speed. He grasped it so quickly. Those who were still struggling could not help but widen their eyes. To be able to comprehend everything on Sword God Mountain so quickly, no matter how they looked at it, it did not seem very reliable. Many people revealed looks of envy and jealousy. Brat, stop right there. Just as Lin Fei was under the pressure of the sword intent, a frightening sword light slashed over. This sword contained dozens of changes, instantly sealing off all of Lin Fei's escape routes. Isn't this Prince Duanmu? Did something happen between the two of them up there? Countless people were shocked. Prince Duanmu was from the sovereign clan, and his strength in the sword mainland was extremely powerful. Most people would not give him any face. There were even people who saw the black-robed man die in Prince Duanmu's hands. The one who caught up was Prince Duanmu. Being sent flying with a slap was a humiliation. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. This was a huge blow to Prince Duanmu. Lin Fei's face darkened. He had already shown mercy just now, yet he still dared to make a move against him. He was simply courting death. Could it be that all talented people were the same? The sword light slashed over. Lin Fei punched out, creating a wave and shattering the sword intent. Don't be so shameless. If you anger this emperor, I will crush you in seconds. Lin Fei broke the attack with a punch and threw out a ruthless sentence. He then rushed out of the range of the sword intense pressure. Damn it, how dare you ignore this prince's words? Prince Duanmu was furious. What was the background of this guy? He didn't take my words seriously. In the northern region, a single sentence from this prince can decide your life or death. Lin Fei flew towards the next place. Knowing that this was a sword art left behind by a ruler, Lin Fei paid more attention to it. In the 10,000 worlds, it was rare to see a ruler. They were all existences that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Right now, Lin Fei didn't want to miss any opportunity. The ruler's sword art was still very helpful to him. Hua hua hua. Suddenly, a black team appeared in front of him. They were emitting a desolate killing aura. There were more than 100 of them, and all of them were wearing the same equipment. It's him, the one that the prince ordered to capture. One of the leaders said expressionlessly. Capture him. The 100 of them launched a joint attack, turning into a long black whip. It lashed at Lin Fei, tearing the void apart. The power of this whip had reached the level of a second-step immortal emperor. World projection. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. He was already being merciful by letting that person go. Now, they were sending people to capture him. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. Since you're unhappy, then kill me. Even though this was the sword mainland, Lin Fei wasn't afraid at all. There were people who wanted to die, but Lin Fei wouldn't be polite. He would kill as many as they came. One after another, illusory mountains came crashing down. Using world projection to deal with them was overkill. Every time an illusory mountain came crashing down, everyone's face turned pale, and they fell from the sky. The joint attack formation was immediately broken. Not good, this is world projection. It was too late. Hua hua hua. Hundreds of people fell from the sky, no longer breathing. They're all dead? Prince Duanmu was still waiting for good news, but it was bad news. His guards were all dead. Prince Duanmu suspected that he had heard wrongly. His guards were all equipped with the same equipment, cultivated a joint attack formation, and their strength could instantly reach the level of a second-step immortal emperor. However, such a team of guards had been completely wiped out. All died from world projection? This time, Prince Duanmu's expression changed. How is this possible? World projection is the hardest to cultivate. Who is that guy? How can he cultivate world projection? Prince Duanmu's expression changed, but I'm not willing to let him go just like that. I'll get my master to deal with him. It would be even better if I can obtain the world projection technique. Prince Duanmu's eyes turned, and he immediately thought of an idea. After killing them, Lin Fei rushed to the next location. During this period, no one else attacked him. He easily arrived at another God's Sword Mountain and observed the records on it. This God's Sword Mountain still had all sorts of secret techniques. These secret techniques were very powerful. They could be cultivated to the level of a third-step immortal emperor. There weren't many people here, and not many could withstand the sword-intent pressure emitted from them. On this God's Sword Mountain, Lin Fei sat for 10 days and recorded most of the secret techniques. He prepared to head to the last location, which was said to be prepared for fourth-step immortal emperors. Lin Fei was even more interested in this place. A third-step immortal emperor's secret technique was very powerful, but Lin Fei didn't care much about it. He was rather looking forward to the secret technique of the last God's Sword Mountain. There's news. Prince Duanmu had been trying to persuade his master, Sword Immortal Desolate Wood. Sword Immortal Desolate Wood was actually a member of the royal family. His seniority was higher, and all his disciples were royal disciples. Outsiders would at most be in-name disciples. Now, he was already a third-step immortal emperor. On Sword Continent, he liked to be called Third-Step Sword Immortal. After spending a long time, Prince Duanmu finally managed to convince his master. Went to a sacred mountain. While Prince Duanmu was persuading his master, he had already arranged for people to search for the black-robed man. If he didn't deal with the black-robed man, Prince Duanmu wouldn't be able to calm down. He was young and had outstanding talent, but he encountered a nameless fella that was stronger than him. Our people discovered that he went to a sacred mountain. It seems like he's researching a fourth-step immortal emperor's secret technique. His subordinate reported, as for his accomplices, we haven't found anything yet. Prince Duanmu harumphed coldly, humph. Is the sacred mountain a place where you can go? That place is controlled by the descendants of the 4 great experts. Other than their people, no outsiders can enter. Perhaps, even without my master making a move, the descendants of the 4 great experts would kill him on the spot. Does he really think that he's invincible? If the black-robed man wanted to go somewhere else, Prince Duanmu might have a way. But he went to a sacred mountain, the most mysterious place in Sword Continent. Even the royal family wouldn't dare to cross the line. The sacred mountain recorded the sword techniques of fourth-step immortal emperors. Anyone who cultivates it would have their strength increased by several folds. As time passed, the difference in strength between the descendants of the 4 great experts and them grew bigger and bigger. This thoroughly established the influence of the 4 great clans. This prince also wants to see that fellow's miserable state. Even if I can't kill him personally, I can still pay a price to get him from the hands of the 4 great clans. Prince Duanmu was still thinking about the sacred sword mountain. The last place should be the sacred mountain. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. His entire body moved like a stream of light. After searching through immortal Emperor Luo Sen's memories, Lin Fei knew that the last place was called the sacred mountain. When a divine sword appeared in the sky, Lin Fei knew that he had come to the right place. This was the most famous sword in the Sword Continent. Almost everyone knew about it. Every time this sacred sword mountain appeared, there would be records of powerful secret techniques and sacred arts. Apart from that, there would also be records of insights left behind by rulers. This was much more precious than any of the secret techniques and divine abilities. Halt. The 4 great clans' forbidden area is in front. Outsiders are forbidden to enter. Violators will be killed without mercy. Just as they were about to reach the forbidden area of the 4 great clans, the void rippled. 8 people in black armor appeared in the sky. Their sharp eyes swept over. Boom! 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 Those people's eyes turned into 10,000 layers of illusions. A huge kill word flew out. It contained a terrifying slaughter sword intent and stopped in the sky. This was a show of strength. A show of strength to those who tried to enter. Normally, after receiving a warning from the 4 great clans, everyone would tactfully leave and not enter this place. There was once a reckless person who tried to break through the outer layer. However, he encountered the experts inside and was killed inside. As time passed, no one dared to do this anymore. The 4 great clans' influence in Sword Continent was too great. Chapter 1355. The 4 great clans controlled everything on the sacred mountain. Because they were backed by the 4 great experts, the strongest expert of each clan qualified to share everything on the sacred mountain. All of this was built on strength. Every time the divine mountain appeared, the 4 great clans would guard it. At the same time, they would arrange for their top experts to stand guard along the way, ensuring that no outsiders would enter during this period of time. When they saw a first-step immortal sovereign trying to break in, they issued a warning. Such incidents happened a few times a month. After all, there would always be some young experts who were not afraid of the tiger and tried to challenge the authority of the 4 great clans. The consequences were obvious. Most of them would be killed by them. Unfortunately, this time, they were facing Lin Fei. Hee, 4 great clans, what arrogance. Lin Fei searched through his memories. There was not much information about the sacred mountain. Immortal Emperor Luo Sen was only a first-step immortal emperor, a city lord with limited knowledge. As for the 4 great clans, Lin Fei did not put them in his eyes. He just flew forward, ignoring their words. The 8 black-armored men all laughed coldly. Old 8, go kill that brat. Old 8 was a first-step sword immortal. Other than the 4 great clans, no one else in the Sword Continent could use 8 first-step sword immortals to guard the outer perimeter. Every immortal emperor sword immortal was extremely precious. Spatial cleaving linear sword. The armored man waved his hand and a thin willow leaf sword appeared. He gleefully executed his best sword art, preparing to end his opponent in one move. Die. Lin Fei activated his world projection. The 10,000 layers of sword mountains enveloped their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 armored men fell from the sky. All of them were dead. Using world projection to deal with them was too easy. Not good, someone intruded. There were experts guarding the sacred mountain both inside and outside. When the 8 black-armored people died, the experts inside were the first to know, and expressions of anger appeared on their faces. Daring to act against people from the 4 great clans was simply courting death. Kill the intruder. The 4 great clans of the sacred mountain moved. Intruders were challenging their authority. In such a situation, they must be killed to let everyone know. Here. Kill. Lin Fei strolled forward leisurely. The world projection opened up a path. Everywhere it passed, no one was able to last for a breath of time. All of them were instantly killed. Not good, this fellow has cultivated a world projection. We aren't a match for him. Retreat. The members of the 4 great clans, who usually swaggered around, all revealed expressions of fear today. A black-clothed young man with a sword sheath on his back. He didn't look old. However, with the heart world projection in his hands, he was able to kill them as easily as killing chickens or dogs. In just a short period of time, it was unknown how many people had died. Quick, go and find an expert. Some people had already rushed to the Divine Mountains to invite experts. Lin Fei did as he pleased, pushing his heart world projection forward. He didn't mind killing anyone who dared to barge in. On Divine Mountain. Some of the experts from the 4 clans were studying the secret arts and techniques on it. Sirs, it's not good. There's a powerful expert outside. He's only at the first step immortal sovereign realm, but he can already cast world projection. Many of our clansmen have died in his hands. Hua hua hua. The sword immortal experts who were observing turned back and revealed expressions of anger. Who is so daring to kill people from our 4 great clans? A tall and sturdy man stood up. He was from the stone race, and his name was Sword Immortal Splitter. The moment this person opened his mouth, his killing intent soared to the sky. He cultivated the massacre sword intent. Brother Splitter, he's just an outsider. There's no need to get angry. Why don't you and I go meet him and let him know the power of the 4 great clans? Another handsome young man stood up. This person was from the sword race, and his name was Sword 33. All right. Sword Immortal Splitter said, if we don't kill a few people, everyone will forget the power of our 4 great clans. It was as if Lin Fei had entered an uninhabited realm. With his heart world projection, no one was willing to block him. The people from the 4 great clans weren't fools. Even if they knew that they were going to die, no one would be so stupid. Moreover, they could tell that as long as they didn't attack him, he wouldn't expand his heart world projection. This was perfect. They were now waiting for the experts above to come down. The sacred mountain was getting closer and closer to Lin Fei. Arrays started to appear around the sacred mountain. The people from the 4 great clans were very thoughtful. Not only did they arrange for experts to stand guard, but they also set up a huge array. No one could barge in under the 2 arrays. Sword Immortal Splitter is here. Sword 33 is here. When the 2 appeared, the people from the 4 great clans heaved a sigh of relief. The 2 of them were second-step sword immortals who cultivated powerful secret arts. Their combat power was unfathomable, and their Dao hearts were firm. They could block the attacks of the heart world projection. With the 2 of them, the other party was just a puny first-step immortal emperor. They could deal with him however they wanted. Sir, you're quite daring. You even dare to come to the forbidden grounds of the 4 great clans. Sword Immortal Splitter said sternly. Lin Fei didn't say a word and kept his heart world projection. Scram, and you can live. Sword Immortal Splitter and Sword 33 laughed loudly. Such arrogance. You want to kill us? Who knows who will be the one to kill you? The 2 of them felt that the other party was too arrogant. The experts of the 4 great clans were here, and he still dared to act so lawlessly. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. These days, no one would believe the truth. Hua! Lin Fei shot out at 20 times the speed of the Heaven Dao. He pointed 2 fingers at the foreheads of the 2, and a terrifying ancient divine power crushed over. So strong. The 2 of them widened their eyes and fell from the sky. The 2 of them were strong, but in Lin Fei's eyes, they were nothing. Their speed was inferior to his, and their attack was inferior to his. Weren't they dead? Run! When the 2 experts died, the people from the 4 great clans were scared out of their wits. This person was too terrifying. He killed 2 experts with a light tap. This person was too sick. Sword Immortal Splitter and Sword 33 are both dead. When the news spread, the second-step sword immortals who were still observing jumped up. They were all shocked. How could they be dead in such a short time? That guy's speed is too fast. He seems to have broken through the speed limit of the Heaven Dao. We can't even see his movements clearly. The expressions of these sword immortals changed. When one's speed reached the limit, it was also an advantage. Everyone, let's go. We can't let him get to the God Mountain. One of the gray-robed elders stood up. He was from the Lan clan, one of the 4 great clans. Among this group of sword immortals, he had the most authority. The 2 sword immortals were killed in the blink of an eye. The people from the Lan clan also realized that an expert had come. Hua, hua, hua. A total of 20 sword immortals appeared. All of them were brimming with killing intent. They wanted to see who was so bold to kill people from their 4 great clans. Didn't they know that a word from the 4 great clans could kill them? They saw a young man. A young man in black. He didn't have a strong aura, and they couldn't associate him with what had happened earlier. Who are you? Why are you here? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. He had already come to fight, and he still didn't know what he wanted? As expected, he was stupid enough. I am Di Tian. I am very interested in your God Mountain and want to go up and observe. If you don't want people to die, it's best that you don't attack. This is my advice to you. Lin Fei said calmly. Di Tian? Why haven't we heard of this name before? He dares to put Tion behind him? This Tion is so arrogant. Everyone was talking at the same time. The last sentence had provoked them greatly. Such arrogance. In the Sword Continent, no one except our 4 great clans dares to say such words. It seems like you are going to challenge our authority. The grey-robed elder with the surname Lon said coldly. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him quickly. Kill. A strange sword intent slashed out from the void. A second step immortal sovereign entered the void and stabbed at Lin Fei's chest with extreme speed. Can't stab in. Lin Fei blinked. The second step sword immortal sensed that something was amiss and immediately entered the void. A fist came smashing at his chest. Power surged, and he exploded into a mist of blood. Too weak. After fusing with a large number of divine bodies, Lin Fei's body was terrifyingly strong. Come at me. Lin Fei's arm expanded and he charged towards the 2 sword immortals. He slapped each of them, and 2 clouds of blood mist appeared in the sky. The sword intent blasted over, and Lin Fei smashed them into pieces with a single slap. The immortal sword stabbed into his body, but it did not move at all. With a backhand slap, his opponent's body exploded. Aren't you guys going to kill me? Come and die. After being chased by Sword Immortal by D for so long, Lin Fei was already filled with anger. Now that the 4 great clans had appeared and acted so superior, Lin Fei did not mind teaching them a lesson. The Sword Immortals of the 4 great clans had never thought that this would be the result. Dignified second-step Sword Immortals were slapped to death with a single slap, and exploded with a single punch. Their scalps went numb. His methods were so cruel that it made their hair stand on end. They were Sword Immortals. In the blink of an eye, half of the 20+ Sword Immortals had died in Lin Fei's hands. The rest were saved from death because of their faster reactions. When did such an expert appear in the Sword Mainland? They all sucked in a breath of cold air. When Lin Fei took a step forward, they would take a step back. None of them dared to attack again. Why are you guys not fighting anymore? Lin Fei instantly felt bored. The remaining Sword Immortals all rolled their eyes. You are already so awesome, why are we still fighting? They didn't want to do something like throwing their lives away. They did not stop him. At this moment, no one could stop this guy. They had never seen such a ferocious guy who could reach such a level of strength with his bare hands. Their attacks were so weak in front of him that they could not even withstand a single blow. In such a situation, they could only let Tion and the Sacred Mountain do as they wished. At the same time, they transmitted their voices to the top Sword Immortals. Other than them, it would be very difficult to take down Lin Fei. Lin Fei ascended the Sacred Mountain. Chapter 1356. P.S. Today is National Day. I wish everyone a happy National Day and have fun. I'm begging for a few monthly votes. The members of the 4 great clans watched helplessly as the other party ascended the Sacred Mountain. This was the first time they felt so helpless. Every single one of the 4 great clans was extremely powerful, not to mention that even if they worked together, they still couldn't stop an outsider. If they knew him, it would be fine. However, they didn't know the person who ascended the Sacred Mountain. They only knew that his name was Tion. To those who had always viewed the 4 great clans as authoritative figures, Tion's intrusion was undoubtedly a slap to their faces. Each clan suffered heavy losses and lost many experts. The only fortunate thing was that this was the forbidden ground of the 4 great clans. Outsiders wouldn't know that they had lost subordinates, and they wouldn't spread the news either. Otherwise, the 4 great clans would definitely become a joke. Let's let him be proud for now. We are only at the 3rd level of the 4 great clans. There are still 2 levels above us. The 4 clan heads are also on the Sacred Mountain. As long as they make a move, no matter how strong Tion is, he will still fall at the hands of the 4 great clans. The 4 clan heads have all reached a very deep level. With them making a move, we don't have to worry so much. Immediately arrange for people to guard the outside again. As for what happened today, don't spread it out. Violators will be killed. Soon, the 4 great clans guarded the sacred mountain again. If it wasn't for the lingering smell of blood in the air, no one would suspect that a battle had occurred here. The area below the sacred mountain was already cleared. With such a perverse existence like Dtion, the 4 great clans wisely chose to temporarily retreat. They didn't want to lose more people here. If they didn't lose a single person, they couldn't bear such a loss. They left quickly. Lin Fei wasn't someone who would start a massacre. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to make a move against the 4 great clans. After all, his goal was to observe the things left behind by the sovereign. The sacred mountain was about the same as the other sword god mountains. The only difference was that the things on the sacred mountain were much more profound. It was far from what the other sword god mountains could compare to. The things left behind here on the sword continent should be the essence of the sovereign. The 4 great clans are quite scheming. They know how to join forces and make this the forbidden ground of the 4 great clans. Lin Fei observed it unhurriedly. Once he started to observe, he was completely engrossed. This was something left behind by the closest person to the sovereign. At the bottom of the divine mountain, there was no secret technique. Instead, it was a detailed explanation of cultivation knowledge. It was a kind of accumulation of knowledge. 10 levels of power division. Lin Fei took a look and recorded it down. Not long after, Lin Fei discovered something that he had always wanted to know. The division of power. Lin Fei didn't know much about the 10 stages of strength. Ever since he came to the Sword Mainland, he didn't know much about them. One of the reasons he studied the Sword God Mountains was because of this. At this moment, Lin Fei finally got what he wanted. The division of the 10 realms recorded on the stone wall was not very long, but it was easy to tell at a glance. This was a power that every immortal needed to comprehend. It was a completely new definition of power. One could only comprehend it after reaching the peak of the 4th step Immortal Emperor realm. It was very easy for peak powerhouses to enter the 2nd stage. The 3rd and 4th stages required a long period of time. Generally, those with talent could enter this stage, but from the 5th stage onwards, it was not so easy. Lin Fei read with great interest. It was not long, but after reading it, Lin Fei felt like he understood something. It turned out that strength could go so far. According to what is written, when one's strength reaches the 5th stage, one will have the battle strength of a half-step sovereign. At the 7th stage, one will have the battle strength of a sovereign. Lin Fei fell into deep thought. He was still too far away from the sovereign level, far beyond his reach. After recording it down, Lin Fei walked to the next stone wall. This time, there was another passage on the stone wall. It was about the unification of strength. In this world, strength could take many forms, and the power of the Great Tao was one of them. It was also divided into 10 stages. Any sovereign strength that reached the 7th stage could become a sovereign. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen this kind of understanding. In the past, this was too far away. If he hadn't coincidentally entered the Aeon Sea, Lin Fei wouldn't have known about its mysteries in such a short time. My strength is currently at the 2nd stage. If I want to enter the next stage, it won't be so easy. It seems that I really need to combine strength, Lin Fei said as he read. The sovereign had left behind a detailed explanation of how to combine strength. And combining strength was not an easy task. The more strength one had, the more difficult it would be to combine. I cultivate primordial divine power, immortal power, and great Tao energy. Immortal power is fine, at most, it can be used as a support. But primordial divine power and great Tao energy are not ordinary energies. Combining them will be even more difficult. Primordial divine power was extremely frightening. It was the most direct type of energy. Great Tao energy was also not ordinary energy. It was the power of true self, the meaning of supremacy. Lin Fei was confident that this energy would not be willing to be combined. Once these 3 energies were combined, Lin Fei was confident that a major battle would erupt. In the end, the unlucky one would be Lin Fei. He understood this better than anyone else. Lin Fei had never considered this matter properly. Now that he had read the sovereign's words, he knew how important it was to combine strength. He couldn't afford the slightest bit of carelessness. Although Lin Fei hadn't thought it through, with the supreme grade exchange system, perhaps there would be tools to help. He was confident that his chances of success would be high. At the top of the Divine Mountain. This was a platform, no more than 3,000 meters wide. A dense fog covered the top. This fog was very unusual, and could block divine sense. Unless one was on the platform, no one could see what was going on. The most eye-catching things on the platform were the 9 stone steels. Each time the Divine Mountain descended, it would leave behind 9 stone steels. Each steel recorded secret arts and divine abilities, which had always been in the control of the 4 great clans. For a long time, the 4 great clans' strength had been unsurpassable. They had mastered powerful secret arts and divine abilities. At this time, 4 people sat cross-legged on the platform. These 4 were the current patriarchs of the 4 great clans. Aside from the strongest experts in their clans, they were the strongest. The secret arts and divine abilities this time are even more powerful than last time. It's a pity that cultivating them is too difficult. The Stone King sighed, staring at the stone steel in front of him. For example, this secret art is a protective technique for sword immortals. It's called the 3000 Indestructible Divine Art. One needs to cultivate 3000 clones, then fuse them into one. Only then can one cultivate this protective technique. Each clone needs to be at the 4th step of the Immortal Emperor realm, and it'll take dozens of chaos years to cultivate. The Stone King was the patriarch of the Stone Clan. He coveted this protective technique greatly, but it was too difficult to cultivate. Using dozens of chaos years to cultivate it was truly too time-consuming. The Stone King is right. The secret arts and divine abilities this time are indeed different from last time. Each secret art takes a very long time to cultivate. There's no shortcut. A nearby middle-aged man spoke up. This was the Sword King of the Sword Clan. In the eyes of outsiders, the 4 patriarchs were the 4 minor kings. Each generation's patriarch had the surname King, in addition to their surname. This was unique. The 4 patriarchs had been here for a long time. The secret arts and divine abilities this time were more difficult than expected. The power would increase by more than 100 times. Anyone who cultivated one of them would become a top-notch expert after dozens of chaos years. They hadn't thought about it yet, but it didn't mean that their clansmen couldn't cultivate it. Suddenly, the Stone King's expression changed. Then, the Sword King's expression also changed. The 4 patriarchs' expressions all changed. Someone charged into the Divine Mountain. His strength is tyrannical, and his body is even more tyrannical. A second-step sword immortal was killed with his bare hands. The Stone King took advantage of the situation. This person is called Di Tian. Does anyone know him? No, it's a very unfamiliar name. Could it be an expert in seclusion? The Sword King said, according to the news from below, this person's strength is extremely tyrannical. He doesn't put our 4 great clans in his eyes at all. I believe that he will come here soon. No matter what this Di Tian's background is, since he killed our 4 great clans' people, he is our enemy. Now that he actually went to the Divine Mountain, we have to kill him. We can't let him leave. The Blue King said coldly. The last patriarch was the mysterious king. He nodded and said, after so many years, our 4 great clans have guarded the Divine Mountain. No one can go up. Although this Di Tian's origin is unknown, as long as he goes up the Divine Mountain, he is our enemy. The 9 great secret arts on the platform can't be spread out. Let's go and experience it together. The 4 patriarchs weren't wishy-washy people. After killing their people, he still dared to go up the Divine Mountain. That was slapping their faces, slapping their 4 great clans' faces. If news of this spread out, they would probably become a huge joke. This kind of enemy had to be dealt with. They couldn't let him leave. If they didn't deal with this Tion today, who knew if there would be people who didn't treat their 4 great clans seriously and continued to charge into the Divine Mountain. As time passed, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Everyone, there's no need to look for me. I'll come myself. Without waiting for them to take the initiative to look for Tion, he came knocking on their door. Peng peng. 2 figures fell in from outside. Lin Fei walked out unhurriedly. Lin Fei quickly recorded down the things on the Divine Mountain. He also knew that on the Divine Mountain's platform, the 9 great secret arts would appear every time. Any one of them was extremely powerful. Lin Fei was very interested. He directly went to the highest level of the Divine Mountain. You killed our 4 great clans, Tion? The Stone King's gaze was sharp as he swept a glance at this black-robed young man. He was simply too young. That's right. Your people were killed by me. Lin Fei said indifferently, the Divine Mountain isn't yours. I can come and go as I please. It's just that some stupid people are stubborn, so I had to use some motivational methods. The 4 patriarchs had never seen anyone who dared to speak like this in front of them. Tion was the first one. At this moment, Lin Fei's gaze landed on the 9 stone tablets. He was secretly shocked. The secret arts left behind by the sovereign were indeed powerful. Those who saw them had never seen them, and those who heard them had never heard of them. Such a boastful person. The 4 patriarchs secretly sized this fellow up. However, no matter how they looked at him, they couldn't see anything special about him. He seemed very ordinary. Tion, no matter where you came from, you dared to kill our 4 great clans' people and even dared to barge in here. You must pay the price. The Sword King took a step forward, and a terrifying sword intent locked onto the other party. You just want to teach me a lesson. Then, come at me. Don't just stand there and talk nonsense. After I'm done, I still need to study the secret arts on the stone tablets. I don't have time to waste with you guys here. Lin Fei said indifferently. When these words landed in the ears of the 4 patriarchs, they were especially ear-piercing. Good fellow, do you really think you're invincible? How dare you look down on us 4 patriarchs? What a boastful tone. Try my power. The Sword King was the first to make a move. A terrifying sword appeared in the void. It split into thousands of parts and shot towards Lin Fei. This move wasn't a real move, but a mental attack. Lin Fei had a world projection. The moment he opened it, the sword mountain smashed down, and the illusory sword was shattered. He easily neutralized the other party's attack. This is useless against me. The 4 patriarchs didn't dare to underestimate Tion, who could easily use a world projection. This person did have the qualifications to be arrogant. You do have some ability. The Sword King took it seriously. A pair of gloves appeared in his hands. After putting it on, 10 small black swords appeared. They emitted a luster, and he burst out with the speed of the heavenly Tao. Hua 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 hua. The Sword King grabbed forward. Together with the power of the sword sheath, threads of sword intent flooded towards Lin Fei like an ocean. This was the close-range attack that the Sword King was best at. Every single one of these sword threads contained a terrifying amount of power. Good. Let me see how powerful the 4 patriarchs are. Lin Fei rushed forward, and threads of sword intent swept across. Hua hua hua. The sword threads slashed across Lin Fei's body, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. He blocked it. How is this possible? What kind of protective divine art did he cultivate? Could it be the protective divine art left behind by the sword ancestor? Lin Fei easily blocked the sword threads. The 3 patriarchs' expressions changed. Even their protective divine art might not be able to block the Sword King's sword threads. Let's wait and see. They calmed themselves down. Doppelganger escaping shadow. The Sword King shouted and used a secret technique. Over 100 doppelgangers appeared, and they were almost real. They held the same sword sheath and attacked Lin Fei from all directions. Peng peng peng. Lin Fei's body was still attacked by the small black swords. The Sword King's attacks still left sounds of metal clashing on Lin Fei's body. The power had increased by a lot, but it didn't affect Lin Fei much. How is this possible? The Sword King's doppelganger was also a powerful secret technique. During battle, he could create over 100 doppelgangers, and each of them had 50% of the original strength. It was already terrifying enough. But the guy in front of him was like a freak, not affected at all. The Sword King couldn't think of what kind of protective divine art the other party had cultivated to be so powerful. You can't do it. Now it's this emperor's turn. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He opened his mouth and formed a terrifying whirlpool, which instantly enveloped over 100 doppelgangers. They were all energy bodies, and they were good stuff. This mouth could swallow heaven and earth. Chapter 1357. My doppelgangers. The Sword King's body went limp. The Sword King was badly injured after Di Tian devoured all his doppelgangers, which meant that his secret art was completely destroyed. This was something that no one could accept. Lin Fei devoured all his doppelgangers, and a huge amount of energy poured into his body, increasing his strength once again. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the Sword King, then slammed his palm down like a mountain. Boom! The Sword King tried to block with his hands. The ancient divine power struck, and with two cracking sounds, the Sword King's arms were broken, and he was sent flying, smashing into the stone steel. You can't do it. Lin Fei shook his head. The remaining three patriarchs' faces darkened. Stone King, Blue King, Mysterious King, hurry up. Di Tian has a powerful defensive divine art, and we are no match for him in a one-on-one fight. The Sword King was sent flying, but he stood up again, looking dispirited. He was badly injured. In fact, they didn't need the Sword King's reminder to realize that Di Tian was extraordinary. They were the strongest in the Sword Mainland, second only to the four old ancestors. Now that someone had defeated the Sword King so easily, it meant that he had the same strength as them. They couldn't help but take him seriously. Kill! The Stone King shouted, and was the first to attack. Ancient runes appeared on his body, and every time the runes linked together, an immortal mark would flash. More than 100 immortal marks lit up, and the Stone King's body was instantly covered with a layer of strange power. This was the Stone King's secret art. The Stone King grabbed, and the immortal marks flew up, turning into a long sword, and a sword light slashed at Lin Fei. The sword light was too fast. Along with the mist, it tore through the void and headed straight for Lin Fei. The Blue King didn't stay idle either. Two gray puppets appeared beside him, and they emitted faint sword might. Two streaks of light shot toward Lin Fei, one on each side, and the other on the left. Mountain opening seal. The Blue King flipped his hand and unleashed a secret technique. A massive black axe gave off a heaven-splitting might as it chopped down from the sky like a giant, sending out a long saber light. The last Xian monarch also made his move. With a wave of his left and right hands, a saber in one hand and a sword in the other. One side was a saber technique, while the other was a sword technique. The two attacks perfectly fused, turning into a strange attack. The combined might of the three patriarchs was extraordinary. As expected of the four major families of the Sword Mainland. Their strength is at least at the pinnacle level. Their battle prowess is much stronger than the pinnacle experts of the myriad worlds. Lin Fei did not take it seriously. After studying the things left behind by the sovereign, Lin Fei had imperceptibly risen in power. His 3 heads and 6 arms spread out, and the 6 arms slapped towards them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a strong gale swept over, and any attack that came in contact with the gale was swept away. The word roll. It was Lin Fei's latest comprehension. He easily blocked the attacks of the 3 patriarchs. After sweeping away all the attacks, Lin Fei's 6 arms swatted at them, one palm strike after another. His attacks were like a strong gust of wind, surging forward. Caw 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 caw, how can he be so strong? Impossible. How can he block the attacks of the 3 of us? The gale howled, blowing against their bodies. It was as if they were being attacked by tens of thousands of people. They could not withstand it, and their expressions changed drastically. The immortal armor on their bodies shone with immortal light, and a large amount of their strength was consumed. "You guys can't do it." Lin Fei walked up and slapped the Stone King with both hands. The immortal patterns on the Stone King's body shattered, and he was sent flying, crashing into the stone steel. Peng peng. Another 2 palm strikes. His enlarged arms lashed at the Blue King and the Xian King, and they were sent flying as well. They were all defeated in an instant. Their opponent's strength was so great that they could not withstand it. Scram! If your shadow appears within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, this emperor will kill all of you. Lin Fei snorted coldly. The 4 patriarchs were enraged, and fear flashed in their eyes. Di Tian, you have occupied this place. Just wait for the wrath of our patriarch. The Sword King was the first to leave. Once our patriarch appears, you will lose for sure. The 4 patriarchs left unwillingly. They could not deal with the person in front of them, and there was no point in staying. It was better to go back and inform the patriarch that the 9 secret skills could not be occupied by an unknown person like Di Tian. Once the 4 patriarchs left, they moved all the people in their family's forbidden land, and stationed them 1,000,000 miles away. Lin Fei did not care much about this. When they go back, they will definitely find their patriarch. I have to think of a way to snatch the 4 divine swords from their patriarch. Lin Fei said to himself. In fact, Lin Fei did not kill them on purpose. If he really wanted to kill them, it would be very easy. However, if Lin Fei wanted to lure their patriarch out, it would be very difficult. Lin Fei's eyes quickly fell on the 9 stone steels. What an exquisite 9 secret skills. Lin Fei's eyes fell on the secret skills on the stone steels, and he could not take his eyes off them. All of the exquisite secret skills were recorded on them, and they were very powerful. When used, the power surpassed that of a peak expert. So this is the secret skill of a ruler. It is indeed extraordinary. This defensive divine skill requires one to cultivate 3,000 clones, each of which cultivates a divine body. Then, all 3,000 divine bodies will be fused together to form a perfect divine body. It is indeed domineering. Lin Fei had not fused many divine bodies at the moment, far less than the number of 3,000 divine bodies. However, a ruler could already create such a defensive divine skill, so Lin Fei could not help but admire it. If he could cultivate such a defensive divine skill, no one except a ruler would be able to break it. It seems that I have to continue working hard and fuse more divine bodies. Lin Fei walked a similar path to this defensive divine skill. In terms of speed, he was much faster than this defensive divine skill. He did not need dozens of chaos years. Of course, there was a prerequisite, and that was that he needed enough supreme grade points. Last time, Lin Fei had exchanged all of the starstones from the Tianyun Pavilion for supreme grade, fused with divine bodies, bought infinite Arctic ice, and so on. He did not have many supreme grade points left. Lin Fei recorded this secret skill. He could not cultivate it, but others could in the future. It was not as if no one would cultivate such a powerful defensive divine skill for dozens of chaos years. I wonder what this stone steel is made of. Lin Fei couldn't help but be curious about the stone steel's material. The 4 clan heads had been slammed into the stone steel, but it had not changed at all. It was clearly not an ordinary item. Lin Fei was well aware of the level of power that had sent them flying. If an ordinary immortal mountain had been sent flying, it would have been smashed into smithereens. This stone steel was left behind by a ruler. It should be some sort of treasure, right? Lin Fei couldn't help but wonder. He punched the stone steel, but the stone steel did not move at all. How is this possible? Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air and punched again. The sky was filled with fist images, and each punch landed on the stone steel. However, the stone steel did not move at all. It did not even break a shred of stone. What a tough stone steel. Lin Fei stopped and did not attack again. He knew that the stone steel's origin was extraordinary. Not even primordial divine power could break it. Get up. Lin Fei placed his hands on the stone steel and tried to pull it up. Boom boom boom, the stone steel began to shake. Lin Fei used all his strength to try to pull it out. At the same time, he released his divine sense to check the steel. There are actually threads connecting the stone steel. No wonder I can't pull it out. Lin Fei let out a long sigh. This stone steel was really not easy to obtain. Not really. The things left behind by a ruler are not that easy to obtain. Lin Fei sighed. He turned his gaze to the other stone steels. World Storm. Lin Fei's gaze quickly landed on one of the stone steels. This stone steel recorded another type of secret art, World Storm. World Projection is only the first level of transformation. The second level is World Storm. Lin Fei's mouth was wide open. Lin Fei was not too clear about the deeper changes of World Projection. This was a technique that Lin Fei had obtained after becoming a world lord. Lin Fei's World Projection had always been weak when he used it. Against a fourth-step immortal emperor with a strong heart, the power of World Projection would be useless. However, the power of the World Storm that he discovered now was extraordinary. This was a level higher than World Projection. Even an expert with a strong heart would be affected by the World Storm. A flaw would appear in their heart, causing them to be distracted in battle. This would greatly affect their combat strength. If I can successfully cultivate this World Storm, even a fourth-step immortal emperor would be easily killed. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. No matter what, he had to cultivate this powerful World Storm. On the Sword Continent, Lin Fei had never found a secret art that he fancied. But now, the World Storm finally made Lin Fei's eyes light up. 9 great stone steels, 9 great secret arts. Just 2 of the 9 secret arts were extraordinary. This trip to the God Mountain was worth it. Lin Fei took out the array flags and set them up on the platform of the God Mountain. This was the primal ominous array that he had refined in the past. With this ominous array, even if the 4 great experts appeared, they would not be able to break the array in a short period of time. Lin Fei would have enough time to cultivate the World Storm. The cultivation of the World Storm had to be built on World Projection. Without World Projection, it would be impossible for him to cultivate the World Storm. As a World Lord, Lin Fei knew the World Projection like the back of his hand. Cultivating it wasn't as difficult as he imagined. Layer after layer of World Projection was cast down. Now, Lin Fei was cultivating the World Storm. In order to cultivate the World Storm as soon as possible, Lin Fei used his remaining points to purchase large amounts of experience stones to aid his cultivation. As long as he could cultivate the World Storm, his strength would increase greatly. At that time, even a fourth-step immortal emperor or a pinnacle expert would not dare to underestimate the power of the World Storm. No matter what, Lin Fei had to cultivate his World Projection to the level of the World Storm. This was a qualitative change. Hua hua hua. Large amounts of experience stones were refined. Chapter 1358. The Divine Mountain was occupied? This news could not be kept a secret. The entire Sword Mainland was in an uproar. From the appearance of the 4 experts, to the 4 clans, to the occupation of the 9 stone steels, until now, this place had always been under someone's control. During this period of time, a few clans tried to force the 4 clans to allow them to enter and obtain the secret arts left behind by the Sword Ancestor. Their idea was directly destroyed by the 4 clans. These clans were either killed or injured. Their strength plummeted, and in the end, they became inferior clans. Since then, the Divine Mountain had always been under the control of the 4 clans. The 4 clans grew stronger and stronger. Rumor had it that many of their experts cultivated the secret arts on the stone steels and disappeared for a long time, never to be seen again. They knew better than anyone else that these missing experts were all cultivating the secret arts. As long as they succeeded, each of them would become a top-tier expert. Everyone gritted their teeth in anger at the 4 clans' tyrannical behavior, but they did not dare to say anything. Now, they suddenly heard that someone had occupied the Divine Mountain and chased the 4 clans out. Everyone was in disbelief. Hence, there were people who went to the Divine Mountain to investigate. They were shocked after seeing what they saw. The people of the 4 great clans all retreated from the Divine Mountain and stationed themselves within 1,000,000 miles. They didn't even dare to take a single step closer. Only now did they truly believe that someone had occupied the Divine Mountain, forcing the 4 great clans to leave. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that someone could be so powerful. Rumor had it that even the 4 clan leaders were no match for that person. The Sword Mainland was in a state of shock. Someone is going to fight against the 4 clans. They knew very well that the 4 clans were very powerful. Their greatest fear was the 4 great cultivators. They were existences that could not be defeated. Without their existence, the 4 clans would not have dared to occupy the 9 stone tablets on the Divine Mountain. Many people realized that the 4 experts would soon show up and kill the guy on the Divine Mountain. 5 years. The Sword Mainland was in complete silence. All the forces had their eyes on the Divine Mountain. The tranquility of the Sword Mainland was the calm before the storm. It wouldn't be long before the 4 great experts came out of seclusion, and at that time, a great war would break out. 5,000 years ago, after the 4 powerhouses killed their enemies, they never appeared again. It was as if they had disappeared. However, everyone knew that the 4 powerhouses were cultivating the secret techniques on the 9 stone steels. In 5,000 years, their strength could definitely rise to another level and become even more terrifying. At the end of the 10th year. Boom! On this day, in the sky above the Sky Sword King's territory, a sword intent as thick as a mountain soared up into the sky. The terrifying sword intent swept across the entire sword continent. When the sword intent swept across, everyone felt fear in the depths of their souls. It was a boundless fear. In the face of this sword intent, they felt that they were so weak that they could not withstand a single blow. Those geniuses knew that the gap between them wasn't that great, and that they could challenge the 4 great experts. But in front of this sword intent, they lost all confidence. It was as if there was a huge chasm between them, and they would never be able to catch up to the 4 great experts in their lifetime. Everyone knew that Sword King Patriarch had come out of seclusion. In the next few days, the other 3 patriarchs came out of seclusion one after another. Every time they came out, their sword intent soared into the sky, as if they were showing off to each other. All the forces in the Sword Continent knew that the 4 great experts were much stronger than before. They were already a mountain that they couldn't cross. The 4 great experts' actions were nothing more than a form of deterrence. They wanted to tell the people of the Sword Continent that as long as the 4 great experts were present, they would never be able to ascend the Celestial Mountain and cultivate the secret techniques on the stone steels. Hua! 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 4 silhouettes turned into streams of light and flew towards the Celestial Mountain. The sword intent on these 4 people was powerful. Wherever they passed, the sword intent would tear apart the void. The sword intent didn't dissipate for a long time, telling everyone that they were heading towards the Celestial Mountain. Tell everyone to retreat. As soon as they arrived, they waved their hands to disperse the people in the periphery. At their level, not to mention 1,000,000 li, even a 10,000,000 li area would be threatened. It was a piece of cake for them to cause the sky to fall and the earth to crack. The people of the 4 great clans retreated without a trace. The 4 great experts flew up into the sky and appeared on the Celestial Mountain. They could vaguely see a white mist below them that blocked their divine sense. Open. The terrifying sword intent of the 4 experts turned into a huge sword and slashed at the white mist. This white mist was not ordinary. On the Sword Continent, no one could break it apart except for them. Boom! 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 They broke the white mist as soon as they attacked, shattering it piece by piece. The remnant sword intent didn't dissipate, so the white mist couldn't reform. Is that Tion? As the white mist dissipated, they saw a young man sitting cross-legged on a rock from above. As soon as they came out of seclusion, they had a rough idea of the situation. An expert that even the 4 patriarchs couldn't deal with was indeed worthy of their attention. We have been in seclusion for 5,000 years. Someone dares to ignore our 4 great clans. It seems that we haven't fought for a long time. Everyone has almost forgotten how powerful we are. Sword King's eyes were sharp as if he wanted to pierce through the young man below. Sword King was his son. Someone had broken one of his secret techniques, causing his strength to plummet. After coming out of seclusion, Sword King was the first to know. Sword King Patriarch had a lot of resentment towards the young people below him. The other 3 old ancestors nodded. This old man will deal with this kid, Sword King said. Good. They had all heard about the Sword King Patriarch. It was normal for Sword King to fight now. They also wanted to see how much his strength had improved in the past 5,000 years. Although the 4 of them had joined forces, they had always been fighting among themselves. Everyone wanted to become the strongest sword celestial on the Sword Continent. If any one of them became the strongest sword celestial, their clan would also become the strongest. Over time, the 3 great clans would be left behind, and they might even lose the qualification to enter the Divine Mountain. The 4 experts were fighting fiercely. Fortunately, their strength was about the same. To become the strongest sword celestial, one had to defeat the 3 of them. For the time being, no one could do it. The 4 of them appeared together to deter the restless clans and warn them not to act recklessly. Otherwise, they wouldn't mind beheading them. Sword King used his finger as a sword and swept it at the young man. The sword broke through the limit of the heavenly law by 30 times. As the sword was unleashed, the temperature in the sky dropped instantly. The sword intent was surrounded by a vast white mist. Everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was cold. The cold not only cooled the surroundings, but also the Yuan Shen, which could freeze it in an instant. Sword King's ice sword is getting stronger and stronger, Blue King Patriarch said. It's stronger than 5,000 years ago. Even Yuan Shen can feel the chill of the ice sword, Xian King Patriarch said. The 3 old ancestors' expressions changed slightly. Sword King Patriarch had made great progress, and they could see that his strength had increased by a great deal from this sword strike. Hua 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 hua, the sky seemed to be frozen. When the sword was about to hit the young man's back, the sword intent suddenly disappeared, as if it had been devoured. Sword King Patriarch's expression changed slightly. He slashed out 2 more sword intents, which disappeared near the young man. It's a formation, Blue King Patriarch said. It's a powerful formation, Stone King Patriarch said. They could tell that there was a formation set up below that could block the sword. It seemed powerful enough to block Sword King Patriarch's sword. Sword King Patriarch snorted coldly, no matter what formation it is, it's useless in front of me. No one can survive if I want to kill them. Boom. 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 The sword intents turned into sword dragons and blasted at the formation below. Sword King Patriarch's sword speed became faster and faster. One strike was more than 100 strikes. The formation below kept devouring the sword intents and was far slower than Sword King Patriarch. Soon, ripples appeared in the formation. The formation couldn't absorb them in time. Sword King Patriarch's eyes flashed with pride. He finally forced the other party's formation to appear. As long as the formation appeared, the rest would be simple. Boom. 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 Rays of sword light bombarded the formation. The bombardment lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. In Sword King Patriarch's opinion, if he attacked continuously for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he would be able to kill a person countless times, let alone a formation. It didn't break. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, what Sword King Patriarch imagined didn't happen. The young man below was still sitting quietly. The formation was also intact. What kind of formation is this? It can actually block my sword intent attack. Sword King Patriarch stared at it but couldn't see the grade of the formation. If one incense stick can't burn, I don't believe I can't break this formation in an hour. Sword King Patriarch felt ashamed and attacked again. No matter what, he had to break the formation. He was one of the 4 great experts. If he couldn't break the formation, everyone would laugh at him. Sword, come. With a swish, a white immortal sword fell into his hand. This white immortal sword emitted a white cold light. It was Sword King Patriarch's Ice Soul Celestial Sword. Swish. Swish. Ice Soul Celestial Sword was one of the 4 great divine swords. With the Ice Soul Celestial Sword, Sword King Patriarch's speed instantly increased. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply and layers of frost appeared on the formation's ripples. This Tion is really capable. I don't know where he got this formation from. It's really rare that Sword King can't break it. Logically speaking, Sword King Patriarch should be able to break the formation with his divine sword. After an hour, Sword King Patriarch's pupils shrank slightly and he stopped attacking. He stared at the formation below with an incredulous expression. It still didn't break. I underestimated this Tion. Sword King Patriarch was expressionless. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Chapter 1359. Sword King Patriarch wanted to be the first to deal with Tion so that the other 3 patriarchs would be wary of him. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But who would have thought that this would be the result? Sword King Old Ancestor actually couldn't move an unknown formation. He even used a supreme divine sword, but he couldn't do anything about it. Sword King Old Ancestor had the thought of vomiting blood when he encountered such a thing. Where did this guy come from? Sword King Patriarch had no choice but to agree with Xian King Patriarch. The 4 patriarchs attacked together. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 4 patriarchs attacked together, each with a divine sword in hand. Every slash was earth-shattering. The people who were far away could still feel the power from the divine swords. They couldn't help but look at each other. How powerful was Tion that forced the 4 pinnacle sword immortals to use their divine swords? If it weren't for the fact that the 4 great experts were terrifyingly strong, they really wanted to go and check out what was going on. Unfortunately, with the 4 great experts keeping watch, they didn't dare to extend their divine senses inside. They were afraid that once they reached in, the sword would shatter their divine senses, causing them to be injured. They couldn't go in. The movement inside was like an itch in their hearts. They couldn't wait to find out what was going on inside. Unfortunately, they couldn't find out now. They couldn't accept the fact that the 4 experts had joined forces to attack. It was indeed incredible that even their people couldn't deal with an ordinary array formation. The sword lights bombarded the formation. Layers of ripples flashed, but it didn't shatter. This was very rare. Soon. We're about to break the formation. Half a day passed. The 4 top experts kept attacking the formation. After half a day, the formation gradually slowed down and couldn't resist their sword-intent attacks. The 4 experts heaved a sigh of relief. They finally saw hope. It took so long to deal with a formation. They really couldn't imagine that there was such a terrifying formation on this continent. For a moment, they suspected that this formation was left behind by Sword Ancestor. They had traveled the Sword Continent for so long and encountered many formations. In their eyes, the formation was like a piece of paper to them. They could shatter it with a thought. But this time, their horizons were broadened. A spirit array could be so tyrannical. If they were to face such a spirit array alone, they might not be able to break it even after a month. They could not help but wonder if this formation was left behind by the Sword Ancestor. This Sword Ancestor was naturally the son of Sword. All the sword techniques in the Sword mainland originated from the Sword Ancestor. The 4 of them had always thought that they were the Sword Ancestor's disciples. They naturally thought that such a powerful formation had been left behind by the Sword Ancestor, but for some reason, it had been obtained by Tion. They also had their own thoughts. If they could capture Tion later, they really wanted to find the array formation. With such a powerful formation, if they could set it up in their family, they would feel more at ease. They believed that for a very, very long time, no one would be able to break their formation. With this thought in mind, the four powerhouses seemed to share the same thought. With such a spirit array, as long as they set it up properly, even if they weren't on the Sword mainland, no one would be able to break the spirit array and deal with them. Their attacks became even faster. They couldn't wait to break the formation and search the relevant memories from the other party's mind. Boom! Boom! The spirit array was clearly on the verge of breaking, but it still persisted. What the hell? A day and a half later, the four experts widened their eyes in disbelief. They originally thought that they would be able to break the spirit array after half a day, but a day and a half had passed. The spirit array below started to shake, but it persisted tenaciously under their attacks. It was like grass in a world of ice and snow, unable to freeze to death. This made the four experts so angry that they blew their beards and glared at Tion. Continue. We don't believe that a mere spirit array can stop us. The four experts were furious, and their attacks did not stop at all. They wanted to break the spirit array. The spirit array is about to be broken. It was 2 days later. The spirit array was about to stop operating, and it was covered with dense cracks. It was as if the spirit array would shatter into pieces if they used a little more strength. The four experts' eyes were bloodshot. After a long period of attacks, their eyes were bloodshot, and they carried a vicious aura. This guy should be proud of himself for forcing them to attack continuously. Fortunately, the spirit array below was about to be broken by them, which made them heave a sigh of relief. In front of the four experts, there was really nothing that could stop them. Even the spirit array below. Clatter clatter at this moment, there was a cracking sound, and a huge crack snaked up from below, splitting the spirit array in half. Boom! Another sword intent came down, breaking the spirit array. The spirit array was finally broken by them. The grand formation that Lin Fei had set up here was not an offensive formation. Instead, it was a defensive formation. It was famous for its extremely powerful defense. Brat, let's see how you can escape this time. Sword King Patriarch's eyes were bloodshot, and he slashed down with his sword. Clatter, a ripple flashed and devoured the sword intent, leaving the people below unharmed. There seems to be another spirit array below. Xian King Patriarch was stunned. There was a ripple flashing. I'm not seeing things, am I? Blue King Patriarch said. It seems like I'm not seeing things. Stone King Patriarch said. The three of them saw the changes below, and for some reason, a bad feeling emerged in their hearts. A thought kept flashing in their minds. Impossible. It's already very rare to have such a spirit array. There can't be a second one. Sword King Patriarch roared, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Boom. Boom. Sword King Patriarch roared, and he kept bombarding the young man below. The ripple appeared again, proving that there was another spirit array below. The four experts trembled, and they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They had worked so hard to break the spirit array, and in the end, they thought that they had succeeded. Now, there was another spirit array. Who could accept this? The four of them were shocked. Damn spirit array. Sword King Patriarch cursed. At this moment, everyone wanted to curse. They were here to deal with people, not to break the spirit array. You four, why aren't you breaking the spirit array? Continue. Just as they were feeling dejected, the young man below suddenly stood up and winked at them with a look of schadenfreude. Brat, come out. Sword King Patriarch roared, and he slashed out with his sword. Lin Fei laughed, why do I have to go out? Why don't you come in? From the moment they arrived, Lin Fei knew, but he was still cultivating. Cultivating the world storm was more difficult than he had imagined. Even with the help of experienced stones, it was exceptionally difficult. The secret arts left behind by the ruler weren't easy to cultivate. Each of the secret arts on the 9 stone steels required 10 odd chaos years, and the fastest one required 7 or 8 chaos years. This was a long time. For example, the world storm that Lin Fei was cultivating in would take 6 chaos years to complete. 6 chaos years was the cultivation time of the ruler. Their cultivation usually required 2 or 3 chaos years. After all, everyone's talent was different, and their cultivation time varied. During these 10 years, Lin Fei didn't stop cultivating. He even used time acceleration. Opening God was in his hands. Inside, time doubled. Although there were targets, Lin Fei could choose to ignore them and focus on cultivating the world storm. Sword King Patriarch was infuriated. They wanted to break the formation, but they felt like coughing up blood. Naturally, they were furious. Break the formation. The 4 experts couldn't accept being ignored like this. An outsider dared to challenge them? He was asking to die. Without saying a word, they broke the formation once more. Another 2 days passed. The formation was at its final stage, and it was about to be broken. Cold light flashed in the eyes of the 4 experts. This was the first time they were working so hard. To deal with a brat, they kept breaking the formation. They had already decided that once they broke the formation, they wouldn't let this fellow have an easy time. Hong. The formation was broken once more. Sword King Patriarch stabbed forwards with his Ice Soul Celestial Sword. This time, he didn't believe that there really was a formation. But this time, there was wind. A hurricane swept over. Sword King's expression changed on the spot. He once again slashed out with his sword, splitting the hurricane in 2. However, Sword King's body trembled and his face turned pale. Not good, this is a world projection. Sword King Patriarch warned. One after another, hurricanes swept out and crushed their bodies. Their attacks couldn't affect the hurricanes at all. They could only watch helplessly as the hurricanes crushed them. Their bodies shook, their faces turned pale, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. In just one move, they were injured. You're wrong. This isn't a world projection, it's a world storm. Lin Fei's voice sounded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the world storm swept across. This was the first time Lin Fei used it. Only now did he know that it was even more terrifying than a world projection. It swept across, and the 4 experts couldn't bear it. Their faces turned paler and paler, and they retreated. World storm, how can you cultivate it so quickly? Sword King Patriarch shouted. When they saw the world storm on the stone tablet, their faces turned pale. They never thought that someone could cultivate it so quickly. Even if Lin Fan was at the beginner level, he was still a threat to them. Lin Fei activated the world storm and pounced towards the Sword King Patriarch. With 6 divine swords in hand, he slashed forward. Clang clang clang, the attacks landed on the Sword King Patriarch. Puff puff. Chapter 1360. The World Storm, how can it be so strong? We are all 4 experts, but we can't even block the world storm. The 4 experts were enveloped by the world storm, their bodies constantly trembling. With their strength, they couldn't block the might of the world storm, and they kept vomiting blood. They thought that it would be easy to deal with a little guy. The other party's world storm caused them to vomit blood non-stop. Their combat strength was reduced to 80% to 90%, and they could only block the world storm. Lin Fei grinned. The world storm is too strong. I have only just learned it, and I can already suppress them. If the world storm reaches the great success stage, won't I be able to severely injure them with a single use? Lin Fei underestimated the power of the world storm. When he first used it, he actually wanted to suppress them so that Lin Fei could find time to deal with them. The only thing he didn't expect was that the power of the world storm was beyond imagination. The formless power of the hurricane was even stronger than the projection, thousands of times stronger. If they weren't the 4 experts, Lin Fei definitely believed that they would die without a doubt. They wouldn't be struggling like now, constantly vomiting blood. The 4 experts had a pained look on their faces. They couldn't imagine that the secret technique on the stone steel could actually be cultivated to the entry level. Moreover, it was in such a short period of time. From start to finish, it was only 10 years. To cultivate to the entry level in 10 years was simply unimaginable. They had cultivated the secret technique on the stone steel for a few chaos cycles. At this moment, they were suppressed by the world storm, and it wasn't easy to break it. They couldn't use their strength, and it was indescribable how depressed they were. Go. After a short exchange, they knew that they weren't a match for the other party. The world storm was too strong. They couldn't deal with it for the time being. If they didn't leave, they might die here. They were very fast, and it was very easy to leave. They all shot out, wanting to escape the range of the world storm. As long as they left this range, they would have a chance to attack. There was no way they could leave. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't let them leave. A black stream of wind appeared beneath his feet, and he instantly erupted with a speed that was 50 times the limit of the heavenly Tao. He surpassed them in one go, and the world storm swept towards them once again. The 4 experts were miserable. When they saw the black stream treasure beneath Di Tian's feet, their eyes widened, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Everyone, you won't be able to escape. This was said by Lin Fei. The hearts of the 4 experts sank. They couldn't break free from this speed, it was a nightmare they couldn't escape from. Di Tian, what do you want to do? They all stopped and focused on defending against the attacks of the world storm. Since they couldn't leave, they could only negotiate with the other party. Don't think that we won't be able to do anything just because you're suppressing us. After so many years, we've all collected top-grade treasures. At most, we'll take you down with us. Xian King Old Ancestor said coldly. You are indeed very powerful, but if you want to kill us, you definitely won't be able to. Stone King's Old Ancestor said. They knew this very well, which was why they dared to stop and negotiate with the other party. World storms were too difficult to deal with. They weren't easy to deal with, let alone that young man. Didn't you see how the Sword King Patriarch was injured in just one exchange with Di Tian? Lin Fei wasn't confident that he could kill them. Lin Fei couldn't help but pay attention to the counterattack of the 4 experts. It was already not bad for him to make them lower their heads. Moreover, all of them had cultivated protective mystic arts, so their bodies were very strong. You're right, this emperor can't kill you, but you can't afford to waste time like this. Lin Fei said with a smile, as long as you fulfill this emperor's 3 requests, this emperor will let you leave. The 4 experts never thought that they would have to negotiate with someone one day. This was a humiliation. But they had no other choice, the world storm was constantly crushing them, and if this dragged on, they wouldn't be able to bear it. They were already relieved that the other party could negotiate, but they were afraid that the other party wouldn't let them go. They could fulfill the 3 requests. The 4 clans had huge influence on the Sword Continent, and there was no request that they couldn't fulfill. As long as they could return today, they would be able to find a way to suppress the world storm sooner or later. The first request, this emperor wants you to collect star stones, the more the better. They knew about star stones, it was a kind of forging material, and the Sword Continent happened to have it. Although it was precious, they still had it. We can promise you this. They agreed to the first request without hesitation. They had exchanged star stones for supreme-grade items, and they didn't have any points now, so Lin Fei naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. The second request, this emperor wants you to swear that you won't make a move against this emperor for 100 years. Lin Fei raised the second request. The expressions of the 4 experts changed. They were indeed prepared to get back at him, but it would be 100 years later, which made them very unhappy. Who knew how strong this guy would be after 100 years? You don't want to agree? Lin Fei said coldly. We promise you. Not making a move for 100 years, they could still endure it. After all, they needed 5,000 years to enter seclusion, so 100 years was really nothing. Moreover, they were injured this time, and they needed to go back to recuperate, so a few decades was necessary. The last request, this emperor wants to borrow the 4 great swords in your hands, and return them to you 10 years later. Lin Fei threw out the third request. No. Absolutely not. They could agree to the first 2 requests, and it wouldn't be too much of a loss for them. But the 4 great swords were the ultimate treasures in their hands, and they were incomparably powerful, which could increase their combat strength. Apart from that, the 4 great swords had a secret. Thinking of this, they realized that this young man also knew that secret, and their expressions turned even uglier. "We won't hand over the swords, change to another one." The 4 great swords were too important, and they couldn't hand them over. Once they got the 4 swords, they would be able to obtain the things left behind by the sword ancestor, and then they really wouldn't be able to deal with this Tion. Lin Fei already knew that this would be the result, and it was just to pave the way for the next request. "No," Lin Fei said, "who knows if this emperor's request will be agreed to?" The Xian King ancestor's face darkened. Tion, as long as you don't mention this request, we will agree to it no matter what it is. Of course, if you want us to kill each other and serve you, you don't have to think about it, we can agree to anything else. That's right, other than these, we can agree to anything. The Stone King ancestor said while coughing blood. Right now, the thing they wanted to do the most was to expand the scope of the world storm. Unbearable, too unbearable. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. "All right, this emperor will believe you this once. Make a request. This emperor wants you to hand over a copy of the secret arts and divine abilities of the past generations on the sacred mountain to this emperor. This request shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Who were the 4 great ancestors? They were the top experts of the Sword Continent. They immediately knew that they had been tricked. Compared to the secret arts on the 9 stone steels, it was more acceptable than handing over the 4 divine swords. After discussing for a while, the 4 of them agreed to Tion's request. They could master the world storm, but they didn't believe that they could easily master the other secret arts and divine abilities. Just like that, the 3 requests were settled. Lin Fei didn't stop releasing the world storm. Instead, he made them swear the heavenly Tao oath before stopping. The 4 experts were very sullen, but they had no choice but to return to their clans and collect the starstones and secret arts and divine abilities. In the next few days, they would send them up one by one, especially since the number of starstones exceeded the harvest in the myriad worlds. Sacred Mountain. This place had always been occupied by the 4 great clans, and this was the first time it had a new owner. As the 4 great clans retreated from the million-li radius, everyone in the Sword Continent knew that there was a powerful expert living here, one that was no weaker than the 4 great ancestors. This matter caused a huge commotion in the Sword Continent. The insufferably arrogant 4 great clans finally suffered a huge loss. It was as if they had vented their anger. Although they didn't personally take action, they were very happy to see the 4 great clans suffer. The various forces thought that the experts on the Sacred Mountain had made a move, but after the 4 great clans left, the Sacred Mountain returned to normal. They guessed that the movements against the 4 great clans didn't happen, as if nothing had happened. Everyone was confused. On the Sacred Mountain, Lin Fei rearranged the array formation. A large number of starstones made Lin Fei smile. Just when he was about to doze off, someone immediately sent him a pillow. What could be better than this? Lin Fei didn't rush to look at the secret arts sent by the 4 great ancestors. Instead, he exchanged the starstones for supreme grade points. With so many starstones, my divine body should be able to improve to a very deep level. It was definitely possible to improve his divine body. The Sacred Mountain was quiet. The 4 great clans were also quiet. The 4 great ancestors didn't move, as if they had admitted defeat. Everyone knew that the 4 great clans were collecting starstones. Some people suspected that the starstones were sent to the mysterious expert on the Sacred Mountain. No one dared to verify it. Just like that, another 10 years passed in a flash. Nothing happened on the Sword Continent. On the Sacred Mountain, Lin Fei improved his divine body every day. A large number of starstones was equivalent to a large number of points. Lin Fei finally got his wish of fusing divine bodies wantonly, perfectly fusing them one by one. Finally fusing 100 divine bodies. After fusing a large number of divine bodies, Lin Fei had fused 100 divine bodies. His physical defense was much stronger than before. Sword immortal by D's sword attack wouldn't leave a mark. After seeing the secret art of fusing 3,000 divine bodies with 3,000 clones, Lin Fei didn't feel much of a sense of accomplishment after fusing 100 divine bodies. He needed to continue working hard. Supreme Grade Experience Stones. With the Starstones, Lin Fei stopped temporarily after fusing 100 divine bodies. He started cultivating World Storm. It was already amazing to reach the entry level in 10 years. Chapter 1361. P.S. 5 chapters, 15,000 words. Vote for me if you have a monthly ticket. Another 5 years passed. On God Mountain. Lin Fei opened his eyes again and a huge hurricane swept out. The void space exploded, forming many bottomless black holes that connected together. With the help of a large number of top-grade experience stones, it took me 5 years to go from the beginner level to the middle level. My power has increased by at least 100 times. It really wasn't easy. Lin Fei sighed with emotion as he sensed the power of the World Storm. If it wasn't for the large number of top-grade experience stones, Lin Fei believed that he would need at least a few thousand years to go from the beginner level to the middle level. I've fused with 100 divine bodies, and the 4 expert sword intense can't break through my defenses. Now that I've reached the middle level, it's time to deal with them. Lin Fei stood up. He had been in this world for almost 30 years. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with such a huge improvement. Lin Fei cared a lot about the extreme sword left behind by the ruler. Perhaps it could even tell him how to leave the sword continent and return to the infinite worlds. Right now, Lin Fei really wanted to go back. After resting for a while, Lin Fei took out the black stream of wind and left the divine mountain in a streak of light. Sword King family. One of the 4 great families. Ever since he'd suffered at Di Tian's hands 15 years ago, the Sword King family head hadn't been able to catch his breath. His vitality had been greatly damaged, and it wouldn't be easy to recover. He'd thought that with the ancestors' help, Di Tian would be easily taken care of. The result was completely unexpected. The ancestor went into seclusion after returning, and the family sent the starstones they collected to God Mountain. The Sword King family head immediately realized that something had happened. Later, he asked around and came to a shocking conclusion. The ancestor and the others had failed. He couldn't digest this news for a while. The ancestor was one of the 4 experts. How could Di Tian have survived against the 4 of them? The Sword King family head couldn't accept this result. Whoosh! Suddenly, the expressions of everyone in the Sword King family changed. A powerful divine sense swept over, suppressing them and making them unable to move. Everyone looked up and saw a person standing in the sky. It's him. The Sword King family head sucked in a breath of cold air. It was this young man who had injured his vitality, and he had not recovered even now. Now that he was being suppressed by this divine sense, he did not dare to make a move. Di Tian, what are you doing here? Lin Fei had come for the Sword King Patriarch and was not interested in anything else. Great Ancestor Sword King, hurry up and come out, or I'll destroy your Sword King clan. Lin Fei's divine sense rumbled. He didn't believe that Great Ancestor Sword King wouldn't come out. Puff. Puff. The experts of the Sword King family coughed up blood, and their bodies swayed. Boom. In the forbidden grounds behind the Sword King clan, a beam of sword intent soared through the air. The Sword King ancestor flew out and stared at Di Tian, who was not far away. What are you doing here? It had only been 15 years since Di Tian had come to visit them personally, and the Sword King Patriarch was completely puzzled. Lin Fei said with a smile, actually, it's nothing. I just want you to hand over the divine sword in your hand. I'm very interested in it. The Sword King ancestor was furious. How dare you? Don't think that I won't dare to make a move just because I swore an oath. As long as you make a move, I can fight back. You want me to hand over the divine sword? Dream on. I'm not someone you can deal with. Lin Fei shook his head. Since that's the case, I'll do it myself. Boom. Within 1,000,000 miles, the wind howled, one after another, as it howled. Lin Fei's target was the Sword King ancestor. The world storm descended. The Sword King ancestor was prepared, but when the world storm rushed over, his expression changed. He was blown into the storm, and his face was as pale as a piece of white paper. Cough. 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 The Sword King ancestor kept coughing up blood, and his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? It's only been 15 years, and you actually pushed the world storm from the beginner stage to the middle stage. The Sword King ancestor had a hard time resisting the previous world storm. After all, he could resist it, but this time, he couldn't resist it at all. The power of the world storm was too strong to resist. Nothing is impossible. Lin Fei stepped into the storm. The Sword King ancestor didn't think that he would be at a disadvantage. It had only been 15 years, and the progress was too terrifying. If another 100 years passed, he would be killed on the spot. I must kill this Tion. The Sword King ancestor took out a golden talisman, and a hint of pain flashed in his eyes. This was a top-notch treasure prepared for the other 3 experts. In order to deal with Tion, he had to use it. Hua! The golden talisman tore open, and a jingguang shot out. The jingguang contained an unparalleled saber intent. Die, Tion. The saber intent turned into a 300-meter-long golden saber, and it slashed at the Sword King ancestor at a speed that surpassed the limits of the heavenly Tao. The Sword King ancestor found this saber in a dangerous place in the Sword Continent, and it contained a terrifying attack. He suspected that it was a treasure left behind by the Sword ancestor. The Sword King ancestor believed that this saber strike would definitely injure Tion. It would be best if he could kill Tion. A one-time consumable treasure, just in time. Lin Fei's heart stirred, and he directly faced the jingguang, letting the saber strike him. Boom! Boom! The terrifying saber intent that could split mountains and split rocks struck Lin Fei, and the void behind him was split open, leaving behind an abyss. Lin Fei was forced back 3 steps. Not bad, not bad. The attack of a top-notch treasure only left a white mark on my body. It seems that its power hasn't reached the level of a ruler. Lin Fei had expected this. The fusion of 100 divine bodies had improved his defense to a whole new level. You actually blocked it. The Sword King ancestor was dumbfounded. He couldn't accept this result. After all, this was a treasure left behind by the Sword ancestor. Lin Fei rushed forward, and his 6 arms attacked. The Sword King ancestor barely blocked it, but its power couldn't break through Lin Fei's defense. Instead, he suffered countless attacks, and the blood he coughed up became more serious. Don't fight anymore, I admit defeat. Lin Fei's physical body could ignore the attacks, so the one at a disadvantage was Sword King Old Ancestor. It could be said that he had suffered a great loss. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. The Sword King ancestor seemed to have aged a few decades in an instant. He obviously couldn't accept that he had been defeated by a young man, and so thoroughly. Not even a top-notch treasure could harm Tion. In order to survive, he had to hand over the divine sword. Once the divine sword was in his hand, Lin Fei withdrew the world storm. The Sword King ancestor was forced to swear not to inform the other 3 ancestors, and then he left the Sword King family. The Sword King family patriarch and the others were already dumbfounded. Their ancestor wasn't a match for him, and he was defeated in just a few rounds. With the divine sword in hand, Lin Fei was in a good mood. This battle showed him how powerful the 100 Gates divine body was, and the world storm was enough to make the Sword King ancestor struggle. Combined with his own strength, he could completely suppress the Sword King ancestor. Stone King ancestor, come out. Lin Fei appeared in the sky above the 4 families. This time, he swept out with his sword intent, forcing the Stone King ancestor out. Lin Fei didn't waste any words. He attacked as soon as he saw the Stone King ancestor. The world storm crushed over, and the Stone King ancestor vomited blood on the spot. He was forced to retreat, and his 6 arms attacked. Under the attack of the storm, no one could withstand Lin Fei's attack. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the Stone King ancestor admitted defeat and handed over the divine sword. It wasn't that he didn't try to use top-notch treasures, but he returned empty-handed. The Sword King ancestor, the Stone King ancestor, and the Immortal Empress were all defeated. Such a huge commotion attracted the attention of the other 2 ancestors. When Lin Fei went over, the 2 of them were actually together. Lin Fei didn't care. He directly unleashed the world storm, crushing them until they vomited blood. They had no choice but to block the world storm and attack personally. They vomited blood and staggered, but they stopped attacking. Only now did they realize that they had lost. In 15 years, they had defeated so many people, which was beyond their imagination. The Sword Continent actually had such a genius. It was beyond their imagination. They reluctantly took out the divine sword and handed it over to Di Tian. Now that Di Tian was in a strong position, they couldn't do anything to him, and they might even lose their lives. Once the 4 divine swords were in his hands, Lin Fei returned to the divine mountain. The ancestors of the 4 great clans were all defeated by Di Tian one after another. Such a commotion couldn't be concealed and caused a huge commotion. No one could have imagined that this mysterious expert would be able to defeat 4 powerful experts in just 15 years. In other words, this mysterious Di Tian was already the #1 expert of the Sword Continent. The 4 divine swords are finally in my hands. Without wasting any time, Lin Fei obtained the 4 divine swords as he wished. With the 4 divine swords in his hands, Lin Fei couldn't wait to open the secret and check the ultimate sword art left behind by the ruler. This was the real good stuff. Swish! Swish! The 4 divine swords flew out and moved even though there was no wind. The 4 divine swords gave off a resplendent light and gradually flew together, fusing together. When the light disappeared, the 4 divine swords disappeared, and a black pearl appeared before Lin Fei, giving off a mysterious aura. Lin Fei tried to observe the black pearl. His divine sense immediately broke through the black pearl's outer layer and entered the black pearl, arriving in a strange space. Lucky kid, welcome in. The space fluctuated, and a face appeared in the sky, speaking calmly. You are the ruler. Lin Fei blurted out. That's right, I am the Son of Swords, or in other words, the ruler. The huge face opened and closed, its voice calm, not at all as overbearing as Lin Fei had imagined. This is the divine sense I left behind. Since you've entered, it means you've collected the 4 divine swords. According to our agreement, you can obtain the sword art I left behind, Extreme Sword, the ruler said. The sky fluctuated, and a young man in white walked out. His face was blurry, almost indiscernible. Watch carefully. I'll demonstrate it once. How much you remember is up to you. The young man in white held an ordinary longsword in his hand, his expression calm. Chapter 1362. A sword technique left behind by a ruler. Lin Fei was more excited than anyone else. A ruler-level expert, especially one who cultivated sword techniques, was very precious to sword practitioners. Moreover, it was a set of sword techniques left behind. Extreme Sword, there are a total of 9 forms. Lucky kid, watch carefully. Lin Fei was completely focused. The first sword, one sword from the west, requires 3 steps to cultivate. The white-clothed youth waved his sword. It was an ordinary sword, but it was untraceable. The huge space was split into 2, so fast that one couldn't even see a trace of it. What a fast sword. The speed of this sword seems to be the limit of the heavenly Tao. Instead, it seems to be one with everything around it. Even I can't see the traces of this sword. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. A ruler-level sword technique was indeed not ordinary. This should be a set of sword techniques left behind casually. Just the first form needed 3 steps to cultivate, and the speed had to be great. The limit of the heavenly Tao was extremely strict. Ordinary people might not be able to learn it. From this sword, Lin Fei saw the meaning of extreme. The speed displayed by the limit of the heavenly Tao was far faster than breaking through the limit of the heavenly Tao. This sword technique had reached perfection. Even Lin Fei had to admit it himself. The second sword, sword goes like the wind, can only be cultivated by 4 steps. The white-clothed youth used the second sword. This sword was completely different from the previous one. It was extremely strange. It was a straight sword, but the target's waist was cut in half. It was a full-range attack. Lin Fei could vaguely see that the wind contained in this sword was ever-changing. The starting stance was clearly to lure people into taking the bait. Ordinary people would pay attention to the starting stance and never think that it was just a fake. The real attack had already surrounded the opponent. The third sword, sword like the sky, can only be cultivated by 2 steps of strength. Rumble. The huge space moved along with this sword. The white-clothed youth used this sword, but it wasn't an ordinary sword. It was an attack from heaven's might. You were facing heaven's might, not a person. This sword was even more terrifying than treasured swords that contained heaven's might. Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw this. This move had reached its limit, and almost no one could resist it. The fourth move, water drop. The fifth sword, scar. The sixth move, sly thrust. The seventh move, sword separation. The eighth sword move, heaven shattering. The ninth sword move, sword death. The white-robed young man's speed grew faster and faster, and each sword strike was more dazzling than the last. Lin Fei couldn't come back to his senses, and he was completely immersed in the Overlord's sword technique. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen a sword technique at the level of a ruler. This is the extreme sword. How much you can comprehend will depend on your talent. When you reach the ninth sword, you will also break through to the juggernaut level, the white-robed youth said calmly. Lin Fei's mind shook, and he came out of the sword technique. Thank you, Hegemon. You don't have to thank me. This is your opportunity. Lin Fei continued, I want to know how to leave the sword continent and return to the myriad worlds. This matter made Lin Fei very anxious. The sword continent was not bad, but it wasn't Lin Fei's place. It was equivalent to a foreign land. The juggernaut had left behind a strand of his divine sense, so he might know how to leave the sword continent. The white-robed youth reached out, and a Jingguang entered Lin Fei's sea of consciousness. It transformed into a jade slip, and he said calmly, when you have mastered the first and second sword moves, you will know how to leave. I hope we will have the chance to meet again. Whoosh! The white-robed youth dissipated like mist. Lin Fei's body shook, and he discovered that he was out. On the platform, the black pearl from before had turned into dust, and the 4 divine swords had disappeared. I wasn't dreaming just now. I really did enter a space, and I saw the juggernaut. It seems like the juggernaut isn't dead. Lin Fei was very excited. He had actually obtained the sword technique left behind by the juggernaut. The juggernaut's sword technique would probably cause a huge commotion in the myriad worlds. Even the peak experts would appear to fight for it. I have to cultivate it. Only after mastering the first and second sword moves can I know how to leave. Lin Fei sensed that there was a seal in his sea of consciousness that was similar to the jade slip. After trying a few times, he was unable to break the seal. Although there was nothing he could do, he still had hope of leaving. Lin Fei was just trying his luck. The juggernaut had said that the seal wasn't that easy to break. For the sake of leaving the sword continent, Lin Fei decided to cultivate the extreme sword, and he succeeded in mastering the first 2 swords. The level of the sword technique left behind by the juggernaut was too high. Under normal circumstances, it would take a long time to cultivate it. Just comprehending it would take a long time. It was normal for each sword to take a few hundred years. Lin Fei wasn't willing to cultivate for that long. During this time, Lin Fei went to the 4 clans' territories and told them to collect starstones and send them up the God Mountain. After that, they could buy top-grade experience stones to aid their cultivation. No matter what, the juggernaut wouldn't have thought that someone could use such a method to take shortcuts. Lin Fei had defeated the 4 great experts in one fell swoop. The 4 great experts didn't dare to disobey his words. Thus, they started collecting heavenly star stones from all over the Sword Mainland and sent them to the Celestial Mountain, wave after wave. Another 10 years passed. Lin Fei originally thought that with the help of the peak grade experience stones, he would be able to improve his sword technique. Who would have thought that it would take him 10 years to improve his sword technique bit by bit? I finally succeeded. During these 10 years, Lin Fei successfully grasped the first 2 swords. He didn't have time to learn the 3rd sword move. During this time, Lin Fei passed the lightning tribulation and stepped into the 4th step of the Immortal Emperor realm. With a powerful physical body, Lin Fei's 100 god physiques rose to 300 god physiques. He easily passed the lightning tribulation, and his strength underwent a heaven-defying transformation. Originally, the 4 experts weren't convinced. But after witnessing the lightning tribulation, they were convinced. This number 1 expert lived up to his name. Their defensive techniques couldn't block the terrifying immortal lightning. They couldn't be like Tian, bathing in the immortal lightning without feeling any pain. It's down here. Lin Fei barged into a danger zone of the Sword Mainland. This was the most dangerous place in the entire Sword Mainland. Even the 4 great experts had to tread carefully. Now that Lin Fei had fused 300 divine physiques, this place wasn't that dangerous anymore. Barging his way through, he finally arrived at the lowest point of the danger zone, where he saw a stone door. Rumble. Not long after, the stone door was broken and Lin Fei walked through it. Inside the stone door was a long-distance teleportation array that could send him back to the myriad worlds. However, he didn't know where exactly it was. Lin Fei didn't care. He would return to the myriad worlds first. Who knew what would happen after a few decades? Lin Fei was in a hurry to return. The Sword Mainland was meaningless to Lin Fei. Inside the stone door, an ancient teleportation array appeared. Lin Fei took out his true spirit and placed it inside. It was a peak-grade true spirit. Time to go back. Chapter 1363. The Eternal Sea. This was a place that even the rulers of all realms feared. Usually, few people came here. Even if someone did, it would be a 4th step expert who came here to try their luck. Whoosh, on this day, a few figures flew over. These people seemed to be in a very sorry state, and their bodies were more or less injured. Apart from that, they kept looking back with panic in their eyes, as if something terrible was chasing them. They flew over. A wave of blue caught up with them, accompanied by cold air that froze large swaths of the void. Oh no, they're catching up. Damn, what kind of fierce beasts are these? They're too terrifying. Our attacks can't break their defense. When they saw the ice blue beasts, their scalps went numb with fear. They were originally a team, and now there were only 5 people left. They were all 4th step experts, but in front of these ice blue beasts, they were so weak that they could not withstand a single blow. 2/3 of the original group had been killed, and now there were only a few of them left. If not for their life-saving treasures, they would have died in the first wave of attacks. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 4th step expert could not hold on and was frozen into a statue, falling from above. They were so frightened that they did not dare to attack again and hurriedly fled forward. We're dead. One of them said in a trembling voice. They're too powerful. The cold air they released almost froze us to death. The remaining 4 people cried out in despair. They had never thought that they, as 4th step experts, would encounter such big trouble. The Eternal Sea had been rumored to be so terrifying, so they did not pay much attention at first. Now, they regretted it. If there was medicine for regret, they would definitely come back. This was simply a nightmare. Hundreds of ice blue beasts caught up. The ones at the front were especially powerful, and they could not withstand the cold air they released. They had to rely on the immortal armor on their bodies. Even so, the cold was bone-chilling, and the great Tao power in their bodies was about to be frozen. Half an hour later, they were almost overtaken. Their secret techniques and divine powers could not stop the ice blue beasts from catching up. They used treasures to deal with a few of them, but they could only injure them but not kill them. This time, they were truly in despair. At their realm, they did not want to die at all. However, they were powerless to deal with these ice blue beasts. The eternal sea was indeed more terrifying than they had imagined. Whoosh! At this time, a ripple came from the void. A white light flashed, and a black-clothed young man appeared not far away from them. "I'm finally back." The black-clothed young man stretched himself, and his voice fell into their ears without missing a single word. Where did this person come from? A strange look flashed across the four people's faces. Suddenly, they discovered that the ice-blue demonic beasts that were charging towards them were all charging towards the black-clothed young man, letting out angry roars. "What's going on? These demonic beasts aren't coming for us. Why would they attack others?" They could not think of a reason. Suddenly, one of them stared at the black-robed man, and a flash of understanding flashed through his eyes. "Look, doesn't that person look familiar? He seems to be a celebrity." "Is that so? It looks really familiar. I remember now. Isn't this person Tion, the one who issued the test for the two palaces? Didn't he disappear for 40 to 50 years? Wasn't he already dead?" These people's eyes widened. Tion's matter had caused a lot of commotion, and many experts on the ranking list were involved. In the end, they heard that Tion had entered the Eternal Sea and disappeared without a trace. It was rumored that he had died in the Eternal Sea, which shocked all the realms. Now that he suddenly appeared, it was impossible not to be shocked. "Oh no, Tion is going to be besieged!" Someone cried out. At this time, they came to their senses. Those ice-blue demonic beasts had almost killed them. Wouldn't Tion be besieged and killed by hundreds of them? "Damn, it's you guys again." Lin Fei was still worried about where he would return to. He did not expect to appear in the Eternal Sea. He let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was feeling emotional that he was back, a sudden chill came over him. Looking up, he saw a group of ice-blue demonic beasts attacking him. Lin Fei recognized them at a glance. They were ice soul beasts. The ones flying in front were the ones that had chased after him previously. Obviously, they recognized him. Whoosh! Large swathes of cold air blew over, and the void was frozen. "Damn, do you still think I'm as easy to deal with as last time?" The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. He took a step forward and walked into the cold air. Just as the cold air was about to get close to him, it was shaken off, and large swathes of cold air shattered. The leader of the ice soul beasts was furious. Its huge body crashed towards Lin Fei, and its wings moved like a pair of scissors. It broke through the limit of the heavenly Tao and cut towards Lin Fei's body. Clang, clang, clang! The ice soul beast's scissors did not move an inch. Lin Fei punched the ice soul beast, and the leader was sent flying. He moved and pounced on it again. "You had a good time chasing after me last time, didn't you?" Lin Fei punched the ice soul beast again. "You still dare to chase after me now? You're courting death." Lin Fei punched more than 10 times in a row. Each punch hit the ice soul beast, and large swathes of ice were smashed. "Let's see if you still dare to chase after me in the future." Lin Fei held a grudge against this guy. After such a long time, this guy had caught up with him again. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't feel good. The ice soul beast wanted to take revenge at first, but it didn't expect that Yifutian's strength had greatly increased. It was in great pain, and after a few rounds, it was already seeing stars. This guy was domineering in the Eternal Sea, but this time, it was at a disadvantage. After beating it up, Lin Fei finally vented his anger. He kicked the leader of the ice soul beasts away. "If you dare to attack me again, I'll barbecue you next time." Once the leader of the ice soul beasts was free, it shouted and commanded hundreds of ice soul beasts to attack Yifutian. It was still planning to take revenge. Lin Fei didn't plan to kill these beasts. Since they attacked again, he didn't plan to show any mercy. Whoosh, using his finger as a sword essence swept across the sky and swept across the ice soul beasts. Bang, 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 hundreds of ice blue demonic beasts exploded, leaving behind numerous ice blue pearls that emitted an icy chill. In just a few decades, Yi Futian had killed all these ice blue beasts with one strike. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. The sword skill of a ruler was indeed extraordinary. That strike just now was the first form of the extreme sword skill left by the ruler, one sword from the west. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei put away all the beads. These beads were easy to deal with against ordinary level 4 cultivators. They were all good stuff. Whoosh! Lin Fei took another step and disappeared into thin air. Are we seeing things? The leader of the ice blue beasts was caught and beaten up by Di Tian. It seems like he killed hundreds of ice blue beasts with one strike. Even I couldn't see what was going on with that strike. The remaining 4 people were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a crazy guy. The ice blue beasts that almost wiped out their team were killed by Di Tian as if they were vegetables. If they saw it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it was real. Let's go. With Di Tian in front, he must be preparing to go out. We can leave Eternal Sea if we follow him. I heard that Sword Immortal Bai and the others are still outside. They don't seem to believe that Di Tian is dead. There will probably be a huge battle soon. The few of them quickly chased after him. Eternal Sea was shrouded by a mysterious power. Lin Fei couldn't sense Great Metropolis Heaven, so he couldn't use his Realm Lord power to return to Great Metropolis Heaven. He had to leave Eternal Sea. With the flow of black wind, Lin Fei's speed was very fast. Everywhere he passed, the ice blue beasts couldn't stop Lin Fei and were easily sent flying. Lin Fei really wanted to know what was going on outside. Although he was anxious, he had no other choice. He could only rush at full speed and try to leave Eternal Sea as soon as possible. Eternal Sea. There was a person sitting cross-legged on an uninhabited star. It had been 20 to 30 years. Ever since he sat cross-legged on the star, he hadn't left. His powerful consciousness covered the exit of Eternal Sea. There used to be some experts who were disgusted with consciousness, but after they were killed by this person, no one dared to say anything. Fortunately, no one entered Eternal Sea. It was a place that even rulers feared. Unless they were near the end of their lifespan, no one would be willing to go in. They might even die in there. This overbearing person was none other than Sword Immortal Bai, who chased after Lin Fei back then. Back then, Sword Immortal Bai was blocked by the ice blue beasts. He spent a long time breaking out, only to find that they had disappeared without a trace. He also found the palace on the corpse. There were many palaces. Sword Immortal Bai didn't know which one Di Tian went to and didn't dare to enter. Sword Immortal Bai had no choice but to leave Eternal Sea. He moved a star and sat on it, waiting for Di Tian to come out. He believed that Di Tian wouldn't die so easily. They waited, and just like that, they waited for several decades. On this day, Sword Immortal Bai suddenly opened his eyes. He left the star and looked towards Eternal Sea. Ha ha ha, you're finally willing to come out. Just now, Sword Immortal Bai felt Di Tian's aura appear again. Sword Immortal Bai laughed. It's good that you're out. As long as you're out of Eternal Sea, before the people from the 2 palaces arrive, I can kill you. They can't say anything. The position on the leaderboard will belong to me. Sword Immortal Bai laughed happily. The decades of waiting were not in vain. The most exciting moment was coming. This time, Sword Immortal Bai definitely wouldn't let Di Tian leave under his nose again. I sense Great Metropolis World. Lin Fei sped all the way and finally left Eternal Sea. He sensed Great Metropolis World immediately. He could go back with just a thought. Di Tian, you're finally willing to come out. Rumble. Chapter 1364. Pillars of light shot into the sky, forming a space-locking array. This was a very high-grade array, and the one who set it up was no ordinary person. It was the number one sword immortal, Emperor Bai. Surprised, right? Sword immortal Bai D walked out, his sharp eyes staring at Di Tian. You never thought that I would be waiting for you outside the eternal sea, right? A smug look flashed across his face. At this moment, Emperor Bai was indeed very pleased. In order to deal with Di Tian, he had spent a lot of time. Today, he could finally get what he wanted. Lin Fei was indeed surprised. This was not because he was shocked, but because he could finally vent his anger on someone. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Emperor Bai did not like this laugh, because he imagined Di Tian not to be afraid. This was different from what he imagined. What are you laughing at? Sword Immortal Bai D said, I have already set up a space ceiling formation here. With your strength, don't even think about breaking it. You won't be able to escape today. You managed to escape last time, but don't even think about it this time. Lin Fei clapped his hands and cheered, space locking array, I love it. Emperor Bai frowned at this strange action. He felt like he had missed out on something. For some reason, a bad feeling arose in his heart. Di Tian's behavior was different from last time. No matter what, he had to take down Di Tian first. Emperor Bai was afraid that a long delay would be detrimental to him. Glib tongue, I will suppress you first. Emperor Bai snorted coldly. He grabbed with his 5 fingers, and 5 sword mountains came crashing down, cutting open a large piece of the void. 5 sword mountains came slashing down. This was one of Emperor Bai's secret techniques. 5 elements sword mountain. A very domineering secret technique attack. With the previous lesson, Emperor Bai used his full strength and set up a space-locking array to prevent Di Tian from escaping. In such a territory, he had the advantage. Lin Fei activated his 3 heads and 6 arms technique. His 6 arms stretched out and punched at the 5 sword mountains. His punches landed on the 5 sword mountains, and sword chi slashed out. Clang clang clang, the sword chi slashed at Lin Fei's arms, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Not a single mark was left on the 6 fair arms. Old thing, you're old. Your secret skills are useless. Lin Fei laughed. His 6 arms shattered the 5 sword mountains and smashed them towards Sword Celestial Bai D. It's actually useless. A blood-colored sword flew out from Sword Immortal White Emperor's back. This was Sword Immortal White Emperor's Heaven's Might treasure sword. With one strike, Heaven's Might descended and stabbed towards the 6 arms. Clang clang clang, Sword Immortal White Emperor stabbed his arm with Heaven's Might. When the sword pierced forward, it was as if it had pierced a hard slab of stone. It did not budge at all, and its power could not penetrate through. Instead, it was shaken by the other party's sturdy arm, causing his arm to go numb. Old thing, you're really old. Lin Fei's 6 arms kept slapping down. Front, back, left, all directions. I'm not old, I'm the number 1 Sword Immortal. Sword Immortal Bai D was infuriated. He was the number 1 Sword Immortal, and yet he was being called an old thing by a junior. How could he take it? His sword stance suddenly changed. Hua hua hua, the strange sword will landed on Lin Fei's arm, and its power increased by more than 10 times. Sword Immortal Bai D used his rank 2 strength, and his sword stance became even sharper. Within the range of the space lock, remnants of sword will interweave densely. It's useless. Lin Fei used his 6 arms to attack Sword Immortal Bai D. His attacks became faster and faster, suppressing the rank 2 attack. Very quickly, Sword Immortal Bai D was injured. Sword Immortal Bai D's injuries were not heavy, and he had a protective mystique. He was not easy to kill. His heart was in turmoil, and he could not imagine how much Di Tian had improved. How is this possible? It's only been 40 years, and Di Tian's body has become so strong. Even my rank 2 strength cannot break through. I don't believe it. Sword Immortal Bai D could not accept this outcome. Di Tian, who had been chased all those years ago, had become so strong that even his sword will could not break through. Wind and Rain Sword Technique. Sword Immortal by D's sword stance changed again, and his sword will turned into drops of rain, each as thick as a finger. They came crashing down densely, and in an instant, Lin Fei was within the attack range. Peng peng peng. Lin Fei let the rainwater sword will hit him, and his body only shook slightly. Old thing, I killed 2 of your disciples, and you chased me all the way. Today, I'm right in front of you. If you miss this chance, you won't have it again. Lin Fei mocked. After merging 300 divine bodies, Lin Fei's body was unbelievably strong. Sword Immortal by D's sword will could not cause any actual damage. Lin Fei looked at Sword Immortal by D's changing expression, and he was in a good mood. Even you have a day where you have to suffer. Sword Immortal by D was furious. The sword skills that he rarely used did not even cause any damage to D Tian, and he felt a sense of helplessness. In 40 years, D Tian had become stronger than him. What a joke. Do I really have to use the top-grade mysterious item? After Sword Immortal by D used all of his sword skills, the 6 arms continued to attack him, and he was not injured at all. D Tian's mocking laughter rang in his ears. This made Sword Immortal by D unable to take it anymore, and he finally understood why D Tian was so calm at the start. It turned out that the other party no longer cared about him. I don't believe that you can block the attack of the top-grade mysterious item. After Sword Immortal by D used all of his techniques, he knew that he could not do anything to D Tian. D Tian's defense was too strong, so strong that even his sword will could not break it. At this time, Sword Immortal by D finally prepared to use the top-grade mysterious item. It was a treasure that he had obtained from a dangerous place, and it was rumored that it was a treasure that the ruler had casually refined. It contained terrifying power, enough to kill D Tian. In order to kill D Tian, Sword Immortal by D could not care less. If he allowed this to continue, the one who would lose would definitely be him. Sword Immortal by D had no choice. Old thing, it's my turn now. Lin Fei suddenly retracted his 3 heads and 6 arms, and a divine sword landed in his hand. It was the true self-world destroyer sword from back then. He stabbed upwards, and it was light and did not look powerful. But this sword was filled with danger in front of Sword Immortal by D, and his eyes changed color. Sword Immortal by D was the #1 Sword Immortal. The power of this sword far exceeded the sword skills that he had used. D Tian must have had a great opportunity in the Eternal Sea. Sword Immortal by D suddenly understood. Otherwise, there would not be such a domineering sword skill. With his knowledge, he could not see the path of this move. With a wave of his hand, Sword Immortal by D took out a green leaf and crushed it. A green light blocked in front of him, and he retreated. He could not win. This was the first time Sword Immortal by D felt so helpless. Chapter 1365. This sword was coming from the west. The sword technique left behind by the ruler was not just for show. In order to learn the first 2 moves, Lin Fei had spent large amounts of time and top-grade experience stones to learn them. Aren't you good with the sword? I'm going to use sword techniques to kill you. Lin Fei was just that simple. The bright sword landed on Sword Immortal White Emperor's body and was quickly blocked by the green light. Sword Immortal White Emperor retreated and reached the end of the space lock. His expression changed. Damn it. Sword Immortal White Emperor remembered that he had set up the space lock formation to prevent D Tian from leaving. He didn't expect it to become a hindrance to him. Old thing, you are the top Sword Immortal. Everyone knows your name. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You have waited for me for decades. We should get to know each other. A lazy voice rang out behind Sword Immortal White Emperor. I don't want to be close to you. The green light on Sword Immortal White Emperor dissipated. His uncle had used up a defensive treasure just like that. His heart ached. If they got to know each other, he wouldn't have to leave. Keep. The space lock formation was very strong. Sword Immortal White Emperor couldn't break it. He could only keep the flags and leave. Lin Fei wouldn't let Sword Immortal White Emperor leave. Voila! The second sword came. Coming from the west. Lin Fei wanted to experience what he had experienced before. Seeing Di Tian attack again, Sword Immortal White Emperor felt the terrifying sword technique attack again. He took out another defensive treasure. It was also a one-time use item. Sword Immortal White Emperor had two. He would only use it when he was in danger. He had no choice now. The treasure shattered, blocking a wave of attacks. You really have many defensive treasures. I wonder how many times you can block. Lin Fei smiled and attacked again. The more Sword Immortal White Emperor felt the pain, the happier he was. Sword Immortal White Emperor's protective technique was strong, but it couldn't block the sword technique attack. Other than using defensive treasures. These things weren't cabbages that could be bought on the streets. Di Tian, don't push me too far. Sword Immortal by Di used another defensive treasure. He was out of defensive treasures and stared coldly at Lin Fan. Ha ha ha, you're going too far. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Why didn't you tell me to stop back then? Today, I'm just giving it back to you. Lin Fei said. You're forcing me to take you down with me. Sword Immortal by Di was furious. Lin Fei did not fall for Sword Immortal by Di's trick at all. I like it. If you have the ability, go ahead and blow yourself up. I really want to know if you can break my body after you blow yourself up. Other than the mystical items that Sword Immortal by Di had, there was nothing else that he could use against Di Tian. Apart from self-destruction. Sword Immortal by Di would never use such a suicidal attack unless he was forced into a corner. Lin Fei's words infuriated him. Sword Immortal by Di almost choked on his own saliva. When everyone heard about self-destruction, their first thought was to stop it. How could Lin Fei say that? Self-destruction was powerful, and Lin Fei was confident in himself. You better blow yourself up so that I can go back earlier. Lin Fei smiled at Sword Immortal by Di. Why don't you blow yourself up? I'll think you're a coward who doesn't even dare to blow yourself up. Sword Immortal by Di cursed in his heart. Damn it, why don't you blow yourself up? I only have one life. If I blow myself up, I'll be gone. This was the first time Sword Immortal by Di had heard of such a shameless person. Can't you give me a way out? Di Tian's strength had risen too quickly. This strongest body was a headache for everyone. Sword Immortal by Di did not dare to blow himself up. If he did, he would lose his life even if he did not kill Di Tian. Sword Immortal by Di valued his life very much. Di Tian, I admit that I was wrong to chase you down. At most, I'll just apologize and compensate you. Sword Immortal by Di regretted setting up the space lock formation. He had screwed himself over. Wrong? You're really thick-skinned. If not for my good luck, I would be like this for the rest of my life. Do you think you can solve this with just one sentence? Lin Fei shook his head. That was just the first form. Now try the second. Lin Fei had no intention of letting Sword Immortal by Di off. He had to kill Sword Immortal by Di today. The second form, Sword Like Wind. This sword was even stranger than the previous one. It was even stranger than Sword Immortal by Di's sword techniques. It was impossible to defend against. Hua hua hua. Sword Immortal by Di only felt the wind blowing. Rip, his unbreakable protective technique was torn apart. A wound was left on his chest, with remnant sword intent. I can't block it. Sword Immortal by Di was already defending. Rip, rip, facing this sword, Sword Immortal by Di could not block the attacks from all directions. Only when they reached his body did the attacks show. He had no killing intent at all. In less than a moment, Sword Immortal by Di was covered in wounds. Every wound was so deep that bones could be seen. The sword intent lingered for a long time, unable to heal. His body was bleeding profusely, as though he had just crawled out from a pile of corpses. The scary thing was that the attacks did not stop. Sword Immortal by Di was helpless. He could not block this sword technique. Even his protective technique could not block this attack. It was many times stronger than the sword techniques he had spent so much time studying. I won't lose to a junior. Sword Immortal by D shouted in his heart. He struggled with all his might and took out a mystical item. It contained a terrifying attack and was one of his trump cards. World Storm. The wind howled and blew past Sword Immortal by D. Sword Immortal by D's face turned pale. He could not use the mystical item in his hand and his body trembled. World Storm, your world projection has actually reached the level of World Storm. This is all thanks to you. Boom, a huge storm swept over. Lin Fei would not let Sword Immortal by D have the chance to use his mystical item. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Sword Immortal by D. You are not the first to die. There will be people chasing after you. Don't kill me, Sword Immortal by D let out a cry of despair. Lin Fei pierced Sword Immortal by D's forehead with his sword. The power of the World Storm heavily injured Sword Immortal by D. Even if he was a peak Sword Immortal, it was the same. World Storm was a terrifying killer move that required 7 to 8 chaos cycles of cultivation. Ordinary people would not be able to cultivate it and might even die along the way. Lin Fei was an exception. Once Sword Immortal by D died, Lin Fei took the storage ring and let out Hairball to swallow Sword Immortal by D. He scanned the storage ring and there was a mystical item inside. It contained an attack mystical item. Including the one in his hand, there were 2 mystical items. This space ceiling formation is not bad. It's mine too. Lin Fei took it without hesitation. After killing Sword Immortal by D, Lin Fei's thoughts were clear. This guy had to die. Once Sword Immortal by D died, he believed that those who dared to attack would have to think twice. As for the 2 palaces, Lin Fei was also very unhappy. He did not like the rankings, yet they wanted him to go up and even wanted to test him. Who would be willing? He was quite angry at the 2 palaces. Now that Sword Immortal by D was dead, he was in a much better mood. Back then, Gentleman Green Snake also chased after me. No matter what, I have to kill Gentleman Green Snake. Who knows, Sky Demon Realm Lord might even owe me a favor. Lin Fei pondered. Now, Lin Fei decided to return to Great Metropolis World to check out the situation. Hua Great Metropolis World. Lin Fei communicated with Great Metropolis World with a thought and returned to the highest level of the Sector Lord's Stone Tower. This was one of the rights of a Sector Lord. Ordinary Sector Lords were not easy to kill. This was one of the important reasons. Back in Great Metropolis World, Lin Fei used his rights to check on the situation of Holy Heaven Academy. He did not want the situation to happen as he imagined. Lin Fei instantly had a clear view of the entire Divine Heaven Academy. The entire academy was the same as when he left. The outside was not sealed, the Great Array was not activated, and everything looked calm. Lin Fei saw many students training in the Stone Tower. Lin Fei even saw his daughter, Lin Yu, fighting with demonic beasts in one of the levels. In a short period of 40 years, Lin Yu's strength had already reached the early stage of Immortal King. There was time acceleration here. Lin Fei was not too surprised about this realm. Other than that, Lin Fei saw his wives cultivating too. They were working very hard. Seeing this, Lin Fei felt a tinge of guilt. These few decades, his wives must have been worried about him. Their strength had increased very quickly. Every one of them had reached the Immortal Monarch level. When he left, Lin Fei left behind a large amount of resources, enough for them to cultivate. There are experts guarding the academy. Lin Fei was a realm lord, he could see any movement. He saw the experts in the sky. Every one of them was a pinnacle expert. There were a total of 5 of them. Seeing this situation, Lin Fei could not help but feel surprised. He did not recognize these pinnacle experts. He did not sense any hostility from them. He realized that they were sent by someone to guard this place. To be able to command 5 pinnacle experts was not something an ordinary person could do. Go back and tell your master that Di Tian owes him a favor. Lin Fei's voice rang out in their hearts. The expressions of the 5 pinnacle experts changed. They realized who was speaking. Shock appeared on their faces. They stood up and left Great Metropolis World. If I'm not wrong, it should be the people from Tianyun Tower. The only cooperation was with Tianyun Tower. It was not hard for Lin Fei to deduce that. He believed that they had obtained great benefits from the experience stone. Otherwise, they would not arrange for experts to guard the academy. This favor, Lin Fei still had to return. Arranging for 5 pinnacle experts, Lin Fei could imagine how terrifying Tianyun Tower's power was. This was just the tip of the iceberg. Only they could command pinnacle experts. Seeing that Great Metropolis World was fine, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Ding, system reminder, the power struggle mission has not been completed. Ding, the player has appeared. The mission time has been extended by 1 year. Within 1 year, the player must devour the neighboring Kai Yuan world. Chapter 1366. How could I forget about this? Lin Fei had indeed forgotten about this. On Swordland, Lin Fei was studying the swordplay left behind by the ruler every day. He didn't think about anything else. He only remembered it when the system reminded him. Originally, he didn't have 10 years to complete it since he went to Swordland. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that it would be extended by a year. Kai Yuan World. Lin Fei repeated the words Kai Yuan World. Kai Yuan World was the world next door. Time was very tight to annex Kai Yuan World within a year. I was born to work hard. Lin Fei sighed. Somewhere deep in the void, the astral wind whistled past without stopping. A person was sitting cross-legged in the void. When the astral wind reached a certain range, it split apart as if it had met a rock. At this moment, this person suddenly opened his eyes, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. They finally left. This person stood up and instantly disappeared from the void. He appeared on the star and looked at the figures that were getting further away. Under the joy, a strange expression appeared on his face. Strange, why did they leave? Logically speaking, they shouldn't have left now. Kai Yuan Realm Lord found it strange. Ever since he failed to ambush Di Tian, Kai Yuan Realm Lord returned to Kai Yuan World and secretly paid attention to Di Tian's whereabouts until Di Tian entered Eternal Sea and disappeared without a trace. Kai Yuan Realm Lord didn't have much hope that Di Tian would come back alive after entering Eternal Sea. Iron Blood Alliance young Master Lang Yi secretly ordered him to take control of Great Metropolis World and turn it into another sphere of influence. Without Di Tian, Kai Yuan Realm Lord was confident that he could use his influence to secretly control Great Metropolis World and isolate Holy Heaven Academy. But when Kai Yuan Realm Lord was about to take action, 5 pinnacle experts appeared in Great Metropolis World. Their origins were very mysterious, and they weren't any weaker than him. As a result, Kai Yuan Realm Lord frowned. After some investigation, he came to a shocking conclusion. They were from Tianyun Tower. This result made the Kai Yuan Realm Lord very uncomfortable. He couldn't understand why the Tianyun Tower would arrange for a peak expert to oversee the Great Metropolis World. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't make sense. Because of the appearance of the people from the Tianyun Pavilion, the Kai Yuan Realm Lord didn't dare to make a move. Over the past few decades, his movements were very small, and there was almost no development. He secretly hated the people from the Tianyun Pavilion to death. Because of this, Kai Yuan Realm Lord was reprimanded by Lang Yi young master several times. Today, their people had finally left. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord immediately sensed it. A rock had been moved away. As long as the peak experts of the Tianyun Tower were here, the Kai Yuan Realm Lord wouldn't dare to act recklessly. He was extremely wary of the Tianyun Tower. What's more, in the past few decades, the influence of the Tianyun Tower had expanded by quite a bit. The reason was very simple: the other party had grasped something called the experience pill, which could assist in the cultivation of secret arts and divine abilities, allowing one to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Any secret art that was difficult to cultivate could be cultivated in a faster time. As soon as this pill appeared, the entire universe went crazy. Now that they have left, this emperor can head to the great metropolis world and force them to hand over their management rights. Kai Yuan Realm Master had held it in for a long time. He didn't plan to come secretly anymore and was prepared to kill his way to their doorstep. When Di Tian was around, the Kai Yuan Realm Master might be wary, but it was different now. Walla, a man in black, stood side by side with the Kai Yuan Realm Master. Yuan-san, later on, you will attack the Holy Heaven Academy and give others the illusion that you are taking revenge. It's best if you make the matter as big as possible. At that time, this emperor will come personally, said the Kai Yuan Realm Master calmly. Understood. The man in black took a step forward and entered the great metropolis world. The Kai Yuan Realm Master had a faint smile on his face. Yuan-san is a peak expert. As long as he makes the Holy Heaven Academy restless and suffers great losses, this emperor will pretend to be passing by and help them chase away the man in black. At that time, this emperor will naturally be able to control the great metropolis world. This emperor really has to thank Di Tian for chasing away the people from the Heavenly Sect and the Wind Palace. There are many fewer restrictions now, ha ha ha. This was the idea that the Kai Yuan Realm Master thought of. It was simple, but the effect was very good. It was very easy to control the great metropolis world. The Kai Yuan Realm Master mainly wanted this excuse. With this excuse, it would be convenient for him to do the following things. Yuan-san charged into the great metropolis world. Boom! The aura of a peak expert spread out and enveloped the entire great metropolis world. The expressions of the people in the great metropolis world changed. Many of the weaker people vomited blood on the spot. How could ordinary people withstand the aura of a peak fourth-step immortal emperor? Yuan-san sneered. Without the realm master presiding over the great metropolis world, no one was a match for him. Everyone was as weak as an ant and could be killed by him. Di Tian, you destroyed my clan back then. Today, I will destroy your great metropolis world. Yuan-san pretended to say. His voice reverberated throughout the great metropolis world. He came for revenge. Everyone was shocked. Yuan-san turned into a beam of light and flew towards the Holy Heaven Academy. He came for revenge? In the Realm Master's stone pagoda, Lin Fei was delighted. A peak expert came for revenge. Why didn't he come earlier or later? Why did he only leave after the 5 peak experts arrived? Lin Fei's divine sense merged with the heavenly Tao. The entire great metropolis world appeared in his eyes. It's him. With one look, Lin Fei recognized the Kai Yuan Realm Lord standing in the void. What a great Kai Yuan Realm Lord. I haven't even made a move against you and you came first. From the looks of it, this person was clearly arranged by you. I'm afraid you have endured for a long time. A cold light flashed across Lin Fei's eyes. A peak expert that appeared out of nowhere and the Kai Yuan Realm Lord hiding in the void. Lin Fei wouldn't believe that there was nothing wrong with these two. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord must be trying to control the great metropolis world secretly. Lin Fei immediately understood. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord was much stronger than the peak experts. If it wasn't for Mo Wuji, he wouldn't have known that the Kai Yuan Realm Lord was hiding in the void. When the time comes, no one would doubt his reason. Lin Fei was very angry. Yuan-san released his aura along the way. He was very fond of such massacres. In addition, the Kai Yuan Realm Lord had promised that as long as he did well, the great metropolis world would be handed over to him to manage. Yuan-san would truly be under a single person and above tens of thousands. Yuan-san felt excited just thinking about it and wanted nothing more than to attack the Holy Heavens Academy. People of the Holy Sky Academy, come out and accept your death. Boom boom boom. A thunderous voice resounded. When Yuan-san saw the Holy Sky Academy appearing in front of him, he waved his hand and punched out. A long river that was tens of thousands of feet long was formed. The sky was instantly covered and darkness was cast. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort resounded throughout the great metropolis world. The 30,000 feet long stream of light shattered and disappeared without a trace. A huge palm appeared in the sky above Yuan San's head and slapped down. Yuan San's expression changed drastically. The huge palm slapped his body with terrifying aura. Whoosh. Chapter 1367. Great Metropolis World's immortals were feeling uneasy. The extremely arrogant fourth-step immortal emperor that enveloped Great Metropolis World was slapped to death by a huge palm that appeared out of nowhere. All the immortals had their mouths wide open in shock. Realm Lord actually left behind a trump card. No wonder no one dared to make a move. This fourth-step immortal emperor deserved to die. It's good that he died. Personally witnessing a fourth-step immortal emperor, and a peak-stage immortal emperor at that, vomiting a few mouthfuls of blood was something that they would never encounter in their lives. Worth it. The pitiful Yuan San was slapped to death. This was something that even he didn't expect. Everyone in Holy Heaven Academy had a face full of shock. No one knew who was the one who instantly killed a peak-stage immortal emperor with a single slap. All of their mouths were agape with shock. In a palace, Demon Emperor Silence Earth stood up and smiled. I sense Master's aura. I didn't expect Master to instantly kill a peak-stage immortal emperor. Ha ha ha. As a follower, Demon Emperor Silence Earth easily sensed that Lin Fei had returned. From the start, Demon Emperor Silence Earth didn't think that Master would die. Although Eternal Sea was dangerous, Master had great fortuitous encounters and would definitely return alive. He actually died. Realm Lord Kaiyuan, who was hiding in the void, had an ugly expression. According to the development of the plot, this shouldn't have happened. Just now, he scanned with his spiritual sense. There were no peak-stage immortal emperors in Great Metropolis World. This shouldn't have happened. Not good. Realm Lord Kaiyuan cursed in his heart. To be able to instantly kill a peak-stage immortal emperor like Yuan San and so quickly that he couldn't stop it, there was no one else besides that person. Realm Lord Kaiyuan retreated. Realm Lord Kaiyuan, long time no see. A black-robed young man walked out and blocked in front of Realm Lord Kaiyuan. He was smiling at Realm Lord Kaiyuan. Why isn't this fellow dead? Realm Lord Kaiyuan cursed in his heart. He didn't expect Di Tian to appear and kill his right-hand man. Di Tian, it's great that you didn't die. Realm Lord Kaiyuan said in surprise, just now, I sensed that someone was trying to cause trouble, so I rushed over. Fortunately, you helped. Now that Di Tian appeared, Realm Lord Kaiyuan's plan was ruined. Now that Realm Lord Kaiyuan was prepared to cast him aside so that Di Tian wouldn't suspect him. Thank you very much. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. The Kaiyuan Realm Lord relied on the fact that he was acquainted with the Langya young lord. He wasn't afraid that Di Tian would dare to do anything. In front of the Iron Blood Alliance, Di Tian alone was nothing. It's good that you're back. I still have something to do, so I'll head back first. Kaiyuan Realm Master said as he prepared to leave. Lin Fei stood in front of him again. Kaiyuan Realm Master, it's not easy for you to come here. At least come to my palace and I will properly entertain you. Lin Fei laughed. The Kaiyuan Realm Master had a guilty conscience. There's no need. Next time. This will do. How could Lin Fei let the Realm Master of the Elemental Opening Realm leave? Boom! A world storm had descended. Kaiyuan Realm Master was instantly enveloped by the world storm. Lin Fei didn't expand the distance and restricted it to a very small area. Puff Realm Lord Kaiyuan's body shook, his face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You! How did you manage to cultivate the world storm? Lin Fei laughed, now you can go and be my guest. Kaiyuan Realm Master was much stronger than a peak celestial emperor. If he was in his own world, he would be even stronger. However, in Great Metropolis World, he had no advantage at all. Damn, how did Di Tian become so strong in just a few decades? Kaiyuan Realm Master was filled with fear. Just the world storm alone was enough to heavily injure him. Di Tian, I am Langya Young Master's man. If Langya Young Master finds out about what you do to me, he won't let you off. Kayuan Realm Master put on a brave front. Now, he hoped to use Langya Young Master to suppress D. Tian. That means that you don't want to be a guest. As for Langya Young Master, I don't know him. A long sword suddenly appeared in Lin Fei's hand. It was the true self-world destroyer sword. With a wave of his hand, 3 beams of sword light slashed towards the Kayuan Realm Lord, tearing apart his defense and slashing onto his body, causing him so much pain that he wanted to die. I will go, I will go. The 3 swords slashed his body and Kayuan Realm Master broke out in cold sweat. He was actually unable to block the attacks of these 3 swords. Di Tian instantly became extremely terrifying in his eyes. With just a wave of his hand, he gave off an extremely dangerous aura. You are really despicable. I invited you but you didn't go. I will slash you a few times before you are willing to go. Lin Fei said. Kayuan Realm Master had a bitter expression on his face. Highest level of the World Lord Stone Tower. The Kayuan Realm Overlord stood in his palace and stared at Di Tian who was seated above. There was no need to mention how sullen he felt. He was a world overlord yet he actually suffered such a huge disadvantage in the hands of Di Tian. If he knew that Di Tian was back, Kayuan Realm Master wouldn't have come even if he died. This fellow was just too overpowered. Kayuan Realm Master, you are really bold. While I am not at home, you are prepared to swallow my great metropolis world? Lin Fei chided Kayuan Realm Master. After inviting Kayuan Realm Master over, Lin Fei wasn't worried that he would escape. This place was isolated from everything. If Kayuan Realm Master couldn't sense Kayuan World, he wouldn't be able to return instantly. Slander, you are slandering me. Kayuan Realm Master didn't dare to admit this. At this moment, in his eyes, Di Tian was someone who could threaten his life. What if Di Tian killed him? Is that so? Lin Fei slapped the stone chair and appeared beside Kayuan Realm Master. He punched out and Kayuan Realm Master subconsciously blocked. His arm went numb and he flew backwards. This Di Tian is too savage. I can't continue like this. If not, I really won't be able to leave this place. As a world lord, Kayuan Realm Master controlled an entire world. When had he ever been looked down on like this? My strength isn't comparable to his, but I have a special item that contains a blade intent. It is enough to injure him. As long as he is injured, I can leave this place. At that time, he won't be able to do anything to me. Kayuan Realm Master immediately had an idea. A golden talisman appeared in his hand. He tore it open and tossed it towards Di Tian. A terrifying blade intent shot through the air and locked onto Di Tian. Di Tian, let's see how you block this. Kayuan Realm Master laughed. It was like he would see Di Tian being heavily injured by this blade intent. Lin Fei shook his head, as expected, you aren't honest. The domineering blade intent slashed onto Lin Fei's body. The entire palace was filled with blade intent. Ha ha ha, Di Tian, even if you don't die, you will be heavily injured. Let's see how you can stop me. Kayuan Realm Master laughed viciously. He took out a black whip that gave off heavenly might. With a whip, it turned into a giant black dragon that roared and bit towards Di Tian. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill him. Kayuan Realm Master feared Di Tian's strength, but now that he had the confidence, he wanted to take the chance to deal with Di Tian. Before the black whip arrived, an arm flew out and grabbed it. The blade intent dissipated and Lin Fei walked out. Kayuan, I knew that you wouldn't be honest. As expected, I was right. Voila, with a slash, the black whip was instantly sliced into 2. Kayuan Realm Master was really confident in that celestial talisman. He spent a huge price to buy it and used it at crucial moments. To him, using it to deal with Di Tian was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. When he saw Di Tian walk out without any injuries on his body, his eyes opened wide. How was that possible? The domineering blade intent actually couldn't injure Di Tian. The black whip was sliced into 2 and Kayuan Realm Master's heart was dripping blood. Xiao xiao xiao, Lin Fei slashed with his sword. The sword light swept and Kaiyuan Realm Master turned into an ocean. He used his undying body and was filled with fear towards this sword technique. Voila! Lin Fei sliced the ocean apart with a single sword. Kaiyuan Realm Master felt pain and turned back into a human. His pupils constricted. How was his sword so strong? He felt pain from it. This was something that had never happened before. It hurts, right? This is just the beginning. Grade 2 strength along with the ruler sword technique was really terrifying. Undying body? He couldn't take it. Lin Fei raised his sword and slashed at Kaiyuan Realm Master. Kaiyuan Realm Master blocked a few at the start, but he cried out in pain. The celestial armor on his body was sliced apart after a few strikes. He turned into an undying body and the pain was unbearable. All his methods were useless against D. Tian. Kaiyuan Realm Master's tragic cries rang out in the palace. Voila! His undying body was sliced apart once more. Kaiyuan Realm Master's face was ashen white and his body kept on trembling. One could say that his essence energy was greatly damaged. He begged, "Don't hit me, I admit defeat. I will say everything, please don't slash me." Lin Fei felt great. For a world overlord to be fiercely slashed by him, that feeling wasn't just a little good. At this moment, when he looked at Kaiyuan Realm Master, there wasn't a single part of his body that was unharmed. He was covered in sword wounds and the remnant sword intent didn't dissipate. Lin Fei slashed again. "Now you know your mistake. Didn't you want to take my life just now?" Kaiyuan Realm Master said, "If I knew that you were so terrifying, I wouldn't have dared to attack even if I had 100 guts. Who has heard that the blade intent of a special item can't break your body? That was my mistake." Kaiyuan Realm Master tried his best to lower himself. At this moment, in the eyes of the Kaiyuan Realm Lord, Lin Fei was simply a devil king. He was the lord of a realm, but he was tortured so badly that he hovered between life and death. Even now, he could still feel the pain from his undying body. "Who asked you to have designs on my great metropolis world?" Lin Fei sat back on the stone throne and said arrogantly. "It was Langya, young master. I wouldn't dare to have designs on you even if I had 100 guts." Kaiyuan Realm Master quickly said. He was afraid that if he answered slowly, he would be hit again. "Who is Langya, young master?" "Langya, young master is the young master of our Iron Blood Alliance." Kaiyuan Realm Master hated Langya, young master to death. If it wasn't for Langya, young master's instructions, he wouldn't have to suffer and almost be killed. Previously in Heaven Fey World, Langya, young master used a special item to sneak attack you. He always wanted to kill you. For the sake of his life, Kaiyuan Realm Master couldn't care less. So it was him. Chapter 1368. Sector Lord Stone Tower. The Kaiyuan Realm Lord could be said to have said everything he knew without holding anything back. He had said everything he needed to say and didn't dare to hide anything at all. Every time Kaiyuan Realm Lord's eyes flashed, Lin Fei would slash with his sword. Who cared if you were a sector lord, he would just slash you. When the power of the second stage slashed down, even the Kaiyuan Realm Lord, who had an undying body, couldn't block it. Very quickly, Lin Fei knew everything. Among them, the Kaiyuan Realm Lord even revealed how the previous Great Heaven Realm Lord died. The person behind him was that Langya young master. That means that Langya young master will definitely eat me up? Lin Fei said. If it was before, Kaiyuan Realm Lord would definitely say that this was inevitable. But now, Kaiyuan Realm Lord didn't dare to think so. He, as a sector lord, couldn't even gain an advantage against D. Tian. Langya young master was here, wasn't it the same? He would be completely crushed. Cultivating world projection to the level of world storm, Kaiyuan Realm Lord couldn't do it. This was a great ability that required a few chaos years. How is that possible? Even if Langya young master is here, it would be a waste of time. Kaiyuan Realm Lord quickly said. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of that Langya young master. Just based on the sneak attack last time, Lin Fei wanted to slash him a few more times to vent his anger. Lang Ye young master, Iron Blood Alliance, he he he. Lin Fei laughed coldly in his heart. Now, how to deal with Kai Yuan Realm Lord has become a problem. The safest method was to kill Kai Yuan Realm Lord. But once he was killed, merging with Kai Yuan World would be a huge problem. Iron Blood Alliance wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. If that happened, the entire world would be in chaos. Put him back? Lin Fei wasn't very willing. This fellow was obviously dishonest. Now that he was obedient, that was because he was afraid of him. If he left him, who knew what would happen? Thinking about it, Lin Fei couldn't think of a safe method. Finally, Lin Fei decided to let Kai Yuan Realm Lord stay in Great Heaven World. As long as he was in his territory, he wasn't afraid of anything happening. Kai Yuan, it's not easy for you to come here. Stay here for a while longer and cultivate your character. Lin Fei said with a smile. In order to prevent others from disturbing you, I hope you can hand over all your belongings first. I'll keep them for you. Kai Yuan Realm Lord's first thought was that he was unwilling. Is Di Tian trying to put me under house arrest? Just when the Kai Yuan Realm Lord was about to speak, he saw Di Tian moving the sword in his hand. A sword light flashed and his heart sank. His back was drenched in cold sweat. If he were to reject Di Tian, that bastard would definitely stab him with his sword. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord was extremely fearful. A single sword strike was enough to make the undying body feel pain. No one could endure it. Shameless, too shameless. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord cursed unceasingly. He couldn't muster any courage to fight against Di Tian. Even his most tyrannical saber intent was useless. If he just relied on himself, wouldn't he be completely suppressed? I'm a person who likes peace and quiet. I'm most afraid of being disturbed by others. Kai Yuan Realm Master revealed an ugly smile. He could only obediently hand over the storage ring. Take off your celestial armor and change into a normal celestial armor. Lin Fei said impolitely. He didn't care if the Kai Yuan Realm Lord agreed or not. He took off his celestial armor and didn't leave anything for the Kai Yuan Realm Lord. You can just stay here for the next few days. Lin Fei brought the Kai Yuan Realm Lord, who was wearing a white robe, to a courtyard on a mountain peak. I like this place a lot. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord felt really sullen and helplessly moved in. Lin Fei busied himself for a while before leaving the mountain peak. He is finally gone. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord heaved a sigh of relief. His face instantly turned dark. Shameless fellow, do you think that I will listen to you obediently? Dream on. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord kept thinking about escaping. The moment Lin Fei left, the Kai Yuan Realm Lord flew out. In mid-air, a power blocked in front of him. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord scoffed coldly and punched out. He didn't have any treasures, but his strength was still there. This punch didn't feel anything at all. The power in front of him was still blocking him. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord still couldn't get out. What the hell, I don't believe it. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord punched out again and again. The attacks of over 100 punches were still there, trapping him within the courtyard. After tossing and turning for an hour, the Kai Yuan Realm Lord helplessly sat on the stone table. Di Tian, you are a bastard. Scold all you want, anyways you can't get out. On the highest floor of the stone pagoda, Lin Fei retracted his spiritual sense. At the start, he predicted that the Kai Yuan Realm Lord would want to escape. He laid down a chaos formation outside the courtyard. Without the support of true spirit pills, the Kai Yuan Realm Lord could forget about breaking the formation. After the formation was laid down, it blocked all auras. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord couldn't send out any news and could only stay in the courtyard. He was controlled. Lin Fei wanted to let Great Metropolis World swallow the Kai Yuan World in the shortest time possible to expand the world. Now wasn't the time to rest. Lin Fei transmitted his spiritual sense to his wives, telling them that he had returned safely and that they didn't need to worry about him. He didn't let them out but let them continue to cultivate inside. Hua. Lin Fei walked out and appeared outside Great Metropolis World. He saw the world bridge and turned to enter the Kai Yuan World. This wasn't the first time Lin Fei came to the Kaiyuan world. This time, Lin Fei scanned the entire Kaiyuan world with his spiritual sense. After all, the Kaiyuan world wasn't a great world. With Lin Fei's fourth step Immortal Emperor Cultivation, his spiritual sense was incomparably strong. The Kaiyuan world is indeed stronger than the great metropolis world. There are a total of 20 peak stage Immortal Emperors and 100 ordinary fourth step Immortal Emperors. The overall strength is several times stronger. Lin Fei scanned with his spiritual sense and knew the strength of the Kaiyuan world. He had to admit that a world with a realm lord would have more experts. Apart from that, the Kaiyuan realm lord had also curried favor with the Langye young master. He could obtain many benefits and nurture many experts. This was something the great metropolis world couldn't compare to. But now, all of this was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. As long as he moved, he could kill all of them. But now, Lin Fei didn't intend to do that. Killing them was easy and wouldn't be of much use. Lin Fei landed on a mountain peak. Number 1 Battle General, Bao Mie, come and see me quickly. A formless voice spread out. Kaiyuan Palace. This was the biggest city in the Kaiyuan world. At this moment, in a palace, a fiendish bald-headed man was wiping the black long rod in his hand. The entire palace was filled with dense killing intent. Master is here. Suddenly, the bald-headed man lifted his head, lifted the black long rod and flew away. The other people in the palace didn't know what was going on. Why did their commander go out? He looked like he was in a hurry. The bald-headed man was very fast and appeared on the mountain peak in the blink of an eye. He knelt on the ground. Bao Mie greets Master. Chapter 1369. When the system released the World Overlord mission, Lin Fei released the 12 generals. The 12 generals needed to constantly devour to improve their strength. The stronger the better. Great metropolis world couldn't satisfy them, but other worlds were different. The first general, Explosion, was arranged by Lin Fei in Kaiyuan world. Lin Fei arranged for each general to be in a different world. They could quickly improve their strength without any restrictions. Get up. In just a few decades, in less than 50 years, Explosion's strength had greatly improved. Back then, Explosion was the first general, the strongest. In addition to his tyrannical body, his strength was extraordinarily terrifying. This time, Explosion was already at the peak of third step Immortal Emperor. This speed was extraordinarily fast. Explosion stood up. Master, are you preparing to attack Kaiyuan world? Explosion revealed his battle intent. Lin Fei knew that extermination was a fighter, a very fanatical kind. The 12 generals were born to fight. Only by constantly fighting could their strength improve the fastest. Kill, 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 kill. This was what Explosion needed to do. Hee, looks like you've been holding it in for too long. Lin Fei laughed. I've been holding it in for a long time. I've long wanted to kill those Kaiyuan world fellows and devour them. Explosion said fiercely. Tell me about your situation. Explosion actually wanted to say it long ago, but he didn't dare to. Master, ever since I came to Kaiyuan world, I first became a bandit and joined a bandit lair, Explosion explained in great detail. Lin Fei could actually use his divine sense to look, but he didn't do so. The 12 generals were like his sons, no different from humans. Lin Fei didn't want to do so. So when Explosion came to Kaiyuan world, he didn't want to join a big sect. He wanted to become a bandit. Bandits existed in every world. They robbed and committed all sorts of crimes. This just happened to meet Explosion's requirements. After joining the bandit lair, Explosion relied on his courage to fight and charge at the front. He quickly gained a foothold and his strength improved exceptionally quickly. In 2 years, he broke through the bottleneck and reached a new realm. After his strength increased tremendously, he killed the leader of the bandit lair and became the leader himself. Then, he started conquering everywhere. Others might not be able to do this, but it was not a problem for them to be annihilated. Within 10 years, they had become a powerful bandit faction. Kaiyuan world's great sects didn't allow this kind of existence. They began to encircle and annihilate them. The more they fought, the more valiant they became. They established a great reputation that lasted for 10 years. After that, the people of the Kaiyuan Palace appeared and recruited Bao Mie to surrender, becoming a member of the Kaiyuan Palace. In other words, Bao Mie was now a follower of the Realm Lord. Those major sects were helpless against him. Bao Mie became a member of Kaiyuan Palace and often went on expeditions to accumulate experience. In the end, he became one of the 6 great commanders of Kaiyuan Palace and led an army. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fei laughed after hearing that. It was most suitable to arrange for burst annihilation to come in. Receiving his master's praise, Explosive Destruction was very excited. This is what I should do. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm afraid of a tall tree attracting the wind, I would have killed the other commanders long ago. Extermination's status was not low. Lin Fei was indeed surprised. You should be advancing to the 4th step Demon Sovereign soon. I'm still a distance away. I need to devour a 4th step expert before I can cross this threshold. Answered Bao Mie. Bao Mie's body was extraordinary and he had become a warrior. The last step was not a small difficulty, especially when he became a commander. There were many things that he couldn't do openly as it would affect his strength. However, my current combat strength can also reach the 4th step realm. The stronger Bao Mie was, the more satisfied Lin Fei was. This is a supreme grade experience pill. It is specially used to assist in the cultivation of secret arts and divine abilities. You should cultivate the powerful secret art to the great success stage and break through to the 4th step Demon Sovereign. By then, you can fight to your heart's content. Lin Fei took out the supreme grade experience pill and gave it to Bao Mie. Master, you are so awesome. I heard that the experience pill auctioned by the Tianyun Tower is very popular. Those commanders of the Kaiyuan world are envious every time they talk about the experience pill. Bao Mie's eyes were even more fervent. I can't believe that I can actually use the supreme grade experience pill to cultivate secret arts. Master could even get such a thing. Those ordinary experience pills don't have much effect. You should focus on cultivating secret arts these days. Lin Fei smiled. As long as I successfully cultivate a few secret arts, I can kill a peak immortal emperor easily. Bao Mie patted his chest and guaranteed. Lin Fei set up an array on the mountain peak and left enough supreme grade experience pills for Bao Mie to cultivate the secret arts to the great success stage. At the same time, he took out the Tian Qi Divine Gate and accelerated the flow of time. Bao Mie didn't disappoint Lin Fei. A month later, Bao Mie came out of the Tian Qi Divine Gate. His strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. Coupled with the Chaos Divine Armor and Chaos Divine Staff, even a peak immortal emperor couldn't block his attack. Master, I have cultivated a few powerful secret arts to the great success stage. Bao Mie said excitedly as soon as he came out. Without the supreme grade experience pills, it would take at least a few thousand years or even hundreds of millions of years to cultivate to the great success stage. Now, the time was completely shortened. How many peak immortal emperors can you fight in one go now? I can use the secret arts to fight 6 peak immortal emperors at the same time. Bao Mie said. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that Bao Mie could fight 6 peak immortal emperors. Bao Mie could do it. As long as I fight and devour 4th step experts at the same time, my strength will become stronger and stronger. At that time, 10 peak immortal emperors won't be able to do anything to me. Bao Mie said. Lin Fei was getting more and more shocked. The 12 generals truly lived up to their reputation. No wonder the insect queen valued them so much. She did not nurture them in the lower realm. She probably wanted to nurture the 12 generals after she ascended, and in the end, this technique was given to Lin Fei. There were a total of 20 peak immortal emperors and 100 4th step experts in the Kaiyuan world. Bao Mie could deal with 6 peak immortal emperors. As for the other 4th step immortal emperors, Bao Mie could kill them all. If you go back now, you can bring your people out to kill the 4th step experts. I want you to control the Kai Yuan world. What Lin Fei wanted to do now was remove the Kai Yuan realm lord's power. Master, don't worry. Besides those peak immortal emperors, no one in the Kai Yuan world can threaten me. Bao Mia's fighting intent surged. Go. Bao Mia turned into a stream of light. When Bao Mia controls the Kai Yuan world, I can collect star stones without restraint and collect everything that can be exchanged. Lin Fei thought. Lin Fei didn't decide to leave. 20 peak immortal emperors wasn't a small force. Lin Fei had to watch over them in case something happened. Bao Mia returned to his palace. Summon all the generals. Bao Mia was in charge of an army in the Kai Yuan palace. There were a total of 500,000 immortal soldiers. There were 10 generals in the army, and each general controlled 50,000 people. Yes. Bao Mia turned and sat on the throne, expressionless. Very soon, the 10 generals hurried over. They didn't know what happened for the commander to summon them so urgently. Among the 10 generals, 2 of them were walking leisurely, looking like they didn't fit in with the people around them. Commander, why did you summon us? Asked General Shi Jun. This person was one of the 2 and had the support of a commander. They were usually disrespectful to Bao Mia and weren't afraid that Bao Mia would do anything to them. In their eyes, Bao Mia was the leader of the bandits. What right did he have to sit in this position? The other 8 generals looked at him coldly with anger flashing in their eyes. Bao Mia laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Shi Jun, Su Wu, you 2 brats, you actually dare to look down on this commander just because you have the support of a commander. Today, I will make an example of you. You dare. The 2 were enraged. They had the support of a commander, yet Bao Mia dared to act recklessly. Bao Mia flicked his finger, shooting out 2 black streams of light. They were extremely tyrannical and landed on the 2. The 2 were also third-step immortal emperors. Their bodies were blasted into pieces and their primordial spirits escaped. Bao Mia opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 miserable primordial spirits. The 8 generals inhaled a breath of cold air. The commander was much stronger than they imagined. He killed 2 generals with a flick of his finger and even swallowed their primordial spirits. Hua hua hua, the 8 generals knelt down. Commander is mighty. Commander is mighty. Bao Mia waved his hand and sat back down. Today, I'm going to do something big. All of you, go and get rid of all the people planted by the 5 commanders. Also, get Shi Jun and Su Wu's army of 100,000 under control. Those left behind were Bao Mia's trusted subordinates. He imparted them the cultivation technique of devouring to raise their cultivation. All of them became fanatical. Go, invite the 5 commanders over. Tell them that this commander has obtained a batch of experience pills and is prepared to share it with them. Bao Mia gave another order and arranged for people to inform the 5 commanders. Bao Mia might be a murderous person, but he wasn't a reckless person. As long as he controlled an army of 3 million immortals, he would have the capital. Now, what Bao Mia wanted to do was to get rid of the 5 commanders. Lin Fei didn't leave the void. Bao Mia isn't all brawn and no brains. He knows what to do. At the start, Lin Fei felt that Bao Mia would directly kill his way over. Now that he was doing things in an orderly manner, he knew that Bao Mia was a qualified commander. Just as Bao Mia predicted, when the 5 commanders heard about this, they were tempted. They suspected that Bao Mia had done something evil and offended a strong opponent. They wanted their help. If it was anything else, they wouldn't be interested. However, experience pills could assist in cultivating sacred arts and secret techniques. It was the most popular thing now. The 5 commanders didn't suspect anything and went to the meeting together. In their opinion, even if the 5 of them went together, Bao Mia wouldn't dare to do anything. He wouldn't be able to fight the 5 of them alone. But in reality, they were wrong. When they entered the palace, Bao Mia activated the formation and directly attacked. He fought against the 5 commanders alone, suppressing them to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. With a powerful secret technique, he killed all 5 of them and devoured them. Bao Mia's subordinates outside took the opportunity to attack. Chapter 1370. After killing the 5 commanders, he completely controlled the 3 million immortal army. It could be said that this was the strongest army under Kai Yuan Realm Lord. With Kai Yuan Realm Lord presiding over it, it was enough to control Kai Yuan world. It turned out that a long time ago, Kai Yuan Realm Lord had nurtured many disciples in the army under the 6 commanders. Especially the devouring cultivation technique. It was a unique cultivation technique. No matter who cultivated this technique, a seed of loyalty would be planted in their heart. They cultivated the devouring cultivation technique of Kai Yuan Realm. It was equivalent to handing themselves over to Kai Yuan Realm, and they didn't feel anything. Kai Yuan Palace easily controlled the 3 million army. Kai Yuan Palace had a total of 8 pinnacle experts. They immediately acted to eliminate Kai Yuan Palace. After devouring the 5 commanders, Kai Yuan Palace's strength increased significantly. The 8 pinnacle experts couldn't kill Kai Yuan Realm and could at most injure him. During the siege, Kai Yuan Realm even killed one of the pinnacle experts and devoured his flesh and primordial spirit. During this period, Lin Fei attacked once and killed 2 pinnacle experts. Kai Yuan Palace was no longer pressured by Kai Yuan Palace. He killed and devoured the remaining 5 pinnacle experts and attracted the lightning tribulation. He passed the terrifying lightning tribulation and became a 4-step beast emperor. After his cultivation increased, Kai Yuan Palace was controlled by the immortal army. All the opposing forces died in front of the immortal army. Lin Fei left after Kai Yuan world became a 4-step beast emperor. There were 12 pinnacle immortal emperors and 100 4-step immortal emperors left in Kai Yuan world. They weren't a threat to Kai Yuan world. As long as they attacked separately, they could be wiped out. Moreover, the 100 immortal emperors of the 4 divisions allowed Kai Yuan world to increase his strength again. Lin Fei left with a peace of mind. He believed that Kai Yuan world would be handled well by Kai Yuan world. It wouldn't take long to completely control Kai Yuan world. Lin Fei ordered Kai Yuan world to collect some star stones and other materials to exchange for supreme grade points. After leaving Kai Yuan world, Lin Fei didn't return to Great Metropolis world. Instead, he prepared to go to Sky Beast world to kill that green snake gentleman. Other than that, he would attract attention. As long as Lin Fei was in Great Metropolis world, people would know about Kai Yuan world situation. Moreover, Kai Yuan Realm Lord didn't appear. This was not what Lin Fei wanted to see. Lin Fei was prepared to attract hatred. As long as he appeared in the Heaven Fei world, everyone would focus their attention on the Heaven Fei world and ignore the Kai Yuan world. A message from the Langyi Young Lord? On the way to the Sky Fei world, Lin Fei stood on the black stream of wind and sensed a movement in a jade talisman in his storage ring. He took it out and saw that it was the communication jade talisman he had received from the opening origin realm lord. Kai Yuan Realm Lord is right, Langyi Young Master is indeed concerned about the great metropolis world. Lin Fei used his divine sense to activate the jade talisman, and a sky screen appeared in front of him. The handsome face of the Langyi Young Lord appeared on the sky screen. Kaiyuan, so much time has passed. Have you taken control of the great metropolis heaven yet? How many times have you told this young master? This young master is very disappointed in you, the Langyi Young Lord on the sky screen roared furiously. He was obviously dissatisfied with the speed of the opening origin realm lord. After roaring for a while, the Langyi Young Lord continued, "Come to the ghost city immediately." Something unexpected happened. Sword Immortal Baidi's jade talisman shattered, and he was suspected to have been killed by an expert. Rumor has it that Di Tian came out of the Eternal Sea alive, the sky screen dispersed, and the Langyi Young Lord disappeared. The Iron Blood Alliance's intelligence network is quite impressive. They found out so quickly. Lin Fei thought, the ghost city seems to be an uninhabited star. The Langyi Young Lord must be thinking of ways to deal with me again. I might as well go all out and kill the Langyi Young Lord. Lin Fei naturally resented the Langyi Young Lord for sneak attacking him. Now that he was thinking of ways to deal with him, he naturally could not let him go. The Langya young lord was the most doted on in the Iron Blood Alliance. He was a trump card that could be used at crucial moments. If the Langya young lord was in the Iron Blood Alliance headquarters, Lin Fei might not be able to do anything. But now, on the uninhabited star of the Ghost City, he could do whatever he wanted. Lin Fei changed his direction and moved the black wind towards the Ghost City. Ghost City. There was a huge city on an uninhabited star. A large-scale battle once broke out on this star. Most of the things on the star were destroyed. The star was filled with deathly aura, and there was no sign of life. If an immortal with low strength barged in, he would be surrounded by the deathly aura immediately. He would be corroded alive and turned into a skeleton. The Langya young lord was standing on a wide platform. On both sides of the platform, there were 8 men in black armor. They were all 4th step immortal emperors. This showed that the Langya young lord's status was not low. Kai Yuan, that useless thing. It's been so long and he still hasn't come. Anger flashed in the Langya young lord's eyes. He actually wants me to wait for him. How dare he? The Langya young lord was quite angry at the opening Origin Realm Lord. In close to 50 years, he couldn't control a great metropolis world. He was simply trash. The Langya young lord hated the Tianyun Tower. Why did they arrange for 5 peak immortal emperors to stand guard outside the Holy Heaven Academy and not leave? The moment they appeared, the Langya young lord went to investigate and came to a shocking conclusion. They were related to the Tianyun Tower. That night, they smashed a large amount of things. The Langya young lord originally planned to slowly drag it out. He didn't expect that Di Tian would come back. Sword Immortal by Di, who was originally guarding outside the Eternal Sea, disappeared. Then, it was spread that Sword Immortal by Di's life token had shattered. This news was only known to the higher-ups. When the Langya young lord found out, his expression changed. When Di Tian barged into the Eternal Sea, the Langya young lord was happy for a while. Once he entered that place, he could forget about coming out alive. In just over 40 years, Di Tian came out with a huge increase in strength. Sword Immortal by Di was killed. The Langya young lord felt a certain amount of pressure. This was why he sent a message to the opening Origin Realm Lord to ask him to come to the Ghost City. The usually well-behaved opening Origin Realm Lord put on airs this time and didn't show up. The Langya young lord was already planning to give opening Origin Realm Lord a good beating. If it wasn't for his support, opening Origin World would probably be as backward as the Great Metropolis World. They would be at the bottom of the world. Someone seems to have entered. The deathly energy in the Ghost City fluctuated and the Langya young lord sensed it. It should be the opening Origin Realm Lord. The Langya young lord had such a thought. He didn't use his divine sense to check. After all, no one usually came here. The person who could come here was definitely the opening Origin Realm Lord. Huge waves of deathly energy appeared in front. A young man in black walked in. The drifting deathly energy was shattered and couldn't get close to him. Chapter 1371. Kaiyuan Realm Lord, you're so big. Langya young master subconsciously thought it was Kaiyuan Realm Lord and was prepared to give him a warning. But when he saw the man in black, his eyes nearly popped out and his words were stuck. Di Tian, why are you here? Langya young master was stunned. Guessing was just guessing. He didn't wish for Di Tian to come out of Eternal Sea in case it affected his plan. When Di Tian stood in front of him, Langya young master was still in a daze. He couldn't imagine why Di Tian was here. How did he know that he was in the Ghost City? This place is so beautiful. If you can come, why can't I? Lin Fei looked at Langya young master and said calmly. The Langya young master was indeed frightened by Di Tian's appearance. He quickly recovered. This place had verdant hills and limpid waters. It was clearly a dangerous place. Even immortals wouldn't come to this place. To think that he dared to say that. Di Tian, what did you do to the opening Realm Lord? Outsiders didn't know about this place. Langya young master immediately realized that something happened to Kaiyuan Realm Lord. Tian must have found out about his whereabouts from Kayuan Realm Lord. Kayuan Realm Lord said he was too tired recently, so he came to Holy Heaven College to rest for a period of time. Hence, he asked me to come over. Are you surprised? Right from the start, the Langya young lord didn't really treat Tian as a threat. It was just that Tian's luck was good and he managed to obtain the position of the world overlord, which was why he had such achievements today. Tian, you're really bold. You actually dare to imprison Kayuan Realm Lord. Langya young master had a cold expression. He didn't think that Kayuan Realm Lord would take the initiative to rest for a period of time. Did Tian think that he was a 3-year-old kid? I advise you to release Kayuan Realm Lord immediately. Otherwise, you will be going against the entire Iron Blood Alliance. Langya young master didn't think about how Kayuan Realm Lord was imprisoned. Now, he realized that a great opportunity had come. It was a good chance to take care of Tian. Daring to imprison a realm lord was the same as breaking the rules. Even if Langya young master didn't do anything, as long as he spread the news, Tian wouldn't have a good ending. Lin Fei thought that Langya young master was strong. So, he was just using his connections. He was disappointed. This is not something you can handle. Lin Fei said, now this emperor wants to invite young master Langya over as a guest, so that I can host a banquet to entertain you. The Langya young master had already used his spiritual sense to inform the 8 fourth-step immortal emperors to suppress Tian. Tian, you're really brave. You want to invite me to be your guest? Let's see if you have the ability. Langya young master gave them a look. Go, suppress Tian and bring him back to the Iron Blood Alliance. Whoosh! The 8 black-armored men turned into 8 streams of light and shot out resplendent rays of light. Divine abilities and secret techniques blasted towards Tian. They were all 4th-step immortal emperors that had been carefully nurtured. They were very strong and were not far from becoming peak immortals. If there were no accidents, they would all become peak immortal emperors in the future. World Storm. Lin Fei immediately unleashed his World Storm. A huge hurricane swept over and crashed into them. It was even faster than their mystic arts and secret arts. Boom boom boom, the 8 black-armored men's bodies shook. The true self-world destroyer sword appeared in Lin Fei's hand. A resplendent sword light swept across their bodies. Instantly, they were torn into pieces and fell from the sky. They were surrounded by deathly chi and turned into white bones. Langya young master, do you want to leave with this emperor, or do you want this emperor to do it personally? Before the Langya young master could make a move, all the men he brought were annihilated. Especially that horrifying world storm, it caused the Langya young master's face to turn pale. Go! The Langya young master was only a peak immortal emperor. He wouldn't be able to kill his 8 subordinates so easily. Yet, Tian did it. Tian, you killed my men. The Iron Blood Alliance won't let you off. The retreating Langya young master didn't forget to leave behind a threat. He was filled with fear towards Tian. Even his father couldn't cultivate the world storm. How did he succeed? Wasn't the time too short? Can you leave? The hurricane swept over again. The area grew bigger and bigger. It enveloped the Langya young master. His face turned pale. Even the immortal armor on him couldn't block the hurricane. Come down. 2 arms expanded and grabbed at the Langya young master. The heavily injured Langya young master took out a Heaven's Might treasured saber and slashed at Lin Fei's arm. The Heaven's Might treasured saber was repelled, but it actually didn't leave a mark. One of Lin Fei's arms punched the Heaven's Might treasured saber while the other slapped the Langya young master's face. The Heaven's Might treasured saber was sent flying for tens of millions of miles. He smashed into a ghost city and razed it to the ground. Impossible. How can Tian's strength reach such a level in just over 40 years? In the ghost city's heaven crater, the Langya young master vomited a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. He crawled up and prepared to escape. Boom! The entire ground started to tremble. Previously, you ambushed this emperor. It must have felt great, right? Lin Fei appeared in the sky above the heaven crater and slapped the heaven crater with his 2 arms. Huge cracks extended in all directions, and it was a ghastly sight. In the heaven crater, the Langya young master's body was trembling. More than 50% of his undying body had been destroyed, and the remaining 50% wouldn't be able to last for long. Lin Fei's arm grabbed out once more, grabbing onto the body of the Langya young master. He dragged him into the heaven and earth smelt and imprisoned him within. He wasn't afraid of causing any trouble at all. Lin Fei stripped off all the belongings of the Langya young master and locked him within. Let this young master out. Inside the heaven and earth smelt, the divine fire turned into a cage. The Langya young master shouted. Pa, pa, pa. In the cage, the Langya young master's body was in the form of a divine flame giant. It held a long whip and lashed at the Langya young master. The Langya young master felt a pain that came from the depths of his soul. After hundreds of times, he was on the verge of death. After capturing the Langya young master, Lin Fei was imprisoned in the heaven and earth smelt. Other than himself, no one in the world knew about this place, and no one could enter, let alone come out or spread the news. Fortunately, I imprisoned the Kai Yuan realm lord, so I could capture the Langya young master. In a place like the Ghost City, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. He turned and left the Ghost City, heading towards the Heaven Fei world again. In the heaven and earth smelt, as long as the Langya young master scolded someone, the divine flame giant left behind by Lin Fei would whip him. The divine flame didn't just affect the physical body, it could also affect the primordial spirit. It was double the pain. When Lin Fei arrived at the Heaven Fei world, the Langya young master became completely obedient and didn't dare to speak again. He didn't want to suffer from another whip. When he arrived at the Heaven Fei world again, Lin Fei sighed. When he left previously, he was very strong, but compared to a peak stage immortal emperor, there was still a gap. At least, his physical body wasn't that strong. Now that Lin Fei's physical body was standing still, no one could break his defense. Green Snake Langjun, I hope you are in the Qing residence. That will save me the trouble of searching for you. Lin Fei flew towards the Heaven Fei city. News of Sword Immortal White Thearka's death spread, and Lin Fei knew that he would be suspected. He was worried that he would release his aura and scare Green Snake Langjun away. If that happened, it wouldn't be easy to find him again. Since he was prepared to deal with him, Lin Fei was prepared to kill him in one strike. He didn't want Green Snake Langjun to have a chance to escape. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. He arrived at the Heaven Fei city in the blink of an eye and appeared in the sky above the Qing residence. Qing residence. It was originally a very strong faction. But tens of years ago, 9 of their elders died in Di Tian's hands. The loss of 9 experts had a great impact on the Azure residents. If it wasn't for the Sky Demon Realm Lord acting to stop them, it was unknown how many experts of the Azure residents would have died. After that, there were rumors that Sire Green Snake personally chased after Di Tian all the way into the Eternal Sea. In the end, he lost track of Di Tian. Sire Green Snake was enraged and displayed his terrifying strength, killing many experts to vent his anger. After that, Sire Green Snake personally stood guard in the Qing Manor, stopping all the restless powers outside. With Green Snake Langjun around, they didn't dare to do anything. After losing 9 elders, Qing residents had Green Snake Langjun presiding over it. It expanded rapidly, and its territory expanded by a lot. Unknowingly, its strength increased significantly. The Heaven Fei Realm Lord didn't say anything and seemed to tacitly approve of Qing residents' actions. In just a few decades, Qing residents' strength recovered again. The 9 elders were also re-elected. Although they were lacking in strength, they weren't too far off. Qing residents' foundation was still very deep. Lin Fei scanned the entire Qing residence with his divine senses. There weren't many peak-stage demonic beast thearchs in the entire Qing residence, but there were still over 10 peak-stage demonic beast thearchs. There were 70 to 84th step demonic beast thearchs and quite a number of 3rd step demonic beast thearchs. Qing residents' strength was tyrannical and was comparable to a small world. Who dares to act rashly in Qing residence? A fourth-step demonic beast, the arch flew out with surging killing intent. He waved his hand and punched over. Great sword Qi. Lin Fei grabbed with his hand. 5 sword mountains that were over 100,000 zhang tall slashed towards Qing residence. Domineering sword intent spread out in the sky above Qing residence. This was one of the secret arts learned from the 9 stone steels. Swish, that arrogant fourth-step demonic beast, the arch was sliced into 2 and stopped breathing. Boom boom boom, the 5 great sword Qi were like mountains. The massive Qing residence was sliced into 5 sections on the spot. A large number of palaces and buildings collapsed. When the experts flew out, they were immediately sliced into 2. Blood flowed like a river, leaving behind 5 unfathomably deep ravines and lingering sword intent. Green Snake Langjun, your old friend is here. Aren't you going to come out and welcome me? Lin Fei's voice instantly echoed in the sky above Heaven Fei City. The entire Heaven Fei City noticed the sword intent emitted by the 5 great sword Qi. The expressions of the peak experts changed. These 5 great sword Qi were truly terrifying. A single sword could kill a fourth-step demonic beast arch. Who was it? That was the Qing residents. But when their divine senses swept over, their expressions changed again. It's him. Di Tian. That Di Tian who underwent the tribulation in the Tianyun Inn. Why did he appear here? Chapter 1372. Di Tian actually came back, and he even came back from the Eternal Sea. This is unbelievable. Another big battle is about to begin. Di Tian's actions are unwise. Back then, Gentleman Green Snake was unrivaled, and he still dares to come back. This time, he's in trouble. That's not necessarily true. Back then, Di Tian made a name for himself, and Qing Mansion suffered a great loss. The 9 elders died one after another. Mansion Master Qing Yoming's face was extremely ugly. Qing Mansion has been overbearing for the past few decades. Di Tian is back just in time. We can just sit and watch the show. Everyone in the Celestial Demon City was discussing. They couldn't forget that scene until now. This was especially so for those powers that had been suppressed recently. They wanted nothing more than for Di Tian to start a massacre, not allowing the Qing manor to continue being so arrogant. When they saw a fourth-step demon emperor being killed so easily, there was no need to mention how excited they were. It was as though they were the ones who acted. Sister, he's back. Bai Xiaofeng hadn't had a good time in the past few decades. Bai Xiaofeng knew immediately when he heard the commotion outside. He quickly ran to a quiet courtyard where 2 fourth-step beast thearchs stood. The courtyard was filled with formations. Bai Shangyu was under house arrest. Ever since Di Tian killed the 9 elders of Qing Mansion, Gentleman Green Snake chased after him. Di Tian entered the Eternal Sea and no one knew if he was dead or alive. The people of Bai Mansion were afraid that Gentleman Green Snake would come and find them, so they put Bai Shangyu under house arrest. This house arrest lasted for almost 50 years. If it wasn't for his father, Bai Luoshan, who was one of the 9 elders, it wouldn't be as simple as house arrest. This was also a show for Gentleman Green Snake. The old ancestor of Bai Mansion wasn't weak either. This was also to prevent Gentleman Green Snake from venting his anger on others. Almost everyone knew that Di Tian helped Bai Xiaofeng to expel the poison and had a good relationship with Bai Shangyu. Bai Mansion had to be careful about this. Bai Shangyu was no different from usual except that he couldn't leave the courtyard. Over the years, Bai Shangyu's strength had accumulated more and more, and he could break through to fourth-step beast arch now. When Bai Xiaofeng came in, she was watering the immortal grass in the courtyard. Who's back? Bai Shangyu was getting quieter. Bai Xiaofeng hated his family for doing this. Every time he saw his sister's appearance, his heart would always feel uncomfortable. If it wasn't for him, his sister wouldn't be locked up here. Di Tian, the sovereign emperor, is back and has killed his way to the Qing Mansion. Moreover, he killed one of their fourth-step demon sovereigns with a single move. Sister, you don't know, but Big Brother D Tion's strength is getting more and more terrifying. He instantly killed his opponent with a single sword chi. Bai Xiaofeng said excitedly. D Tian. He's back. Bai Shangyu, who had been watering the flowers, trembled slightly. Why is he so stupid? Gentleman Green Snake is in charge of the Green Mansion, so why did he come back? Bai Shangyu said worriedly. He put down the watering things. No, I must inform D Tian. Bai Shangyu turned around and walked out. Young lady Bai, you can't take half a step out of this courtyard. A four-step demon emperor said. Get lost. Bai Shangyu sent out 2 palm strikes in a row. The 2 fourth-step demon sovereigns' expressions changed drastically. Each of them took a palm strike head-on and retreated 7 or 8 steps before stopping. On the Sky Monster Sacred Mountain. The Sky Monster Realm Lord stood on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He looked at the Sky Monster City and smiled. D Tian is indeed a person with great fortuitous encounters. He can come out even after entering the Eternal Sea. Rumor has it that Sword Immortal White Emperor was killed by D Tian. It seems like it's true. In just a few decades, not even 50 years, his strength has improved to such an extent. It's really unimaginable. No wonder he dares to attack the Green Mansion. The Sky Monster Realm Lord didn't want to stop D Tian. Now, the Sky Monster Realm Lord was very curious about D Tian. He had heard about the previous incident. Gentleman Green Snake even personally attacked D Tian, but he didn't gain any advantage in the end. This time, D Tian attacked again and targeted the Green Mansion. The Sky Monster Realm Lord really hoped to cause some commotion. The Green Mansion kept expanding and was about to break the balance. The Sky Monster Realm Lord didn't want to see such a situation. The Sky Monster Realm Lord was looking forward to it. Swish. 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 9 elders came together. They were reselected by the Green Mansion, and each of them was extremely powerful. It's D Tian. Why is it him? Didn't they say that he was already dead? The 9 elders rushed out and were prepared to kill D Tian. They wanted to establish their might and let others know how powerful the 9 elders were. But when they saw D Tian, who was standing in black, their expressions turned extremely ugly. Why did this ferocious fellow come? They were proud of their tyrannical strength, but they couldn't be compared to the 9 elders back then. Not to mention fighting D Tian. If it was any other time, they would definitely leave. But now, with the old ancestor here, they were full of confidence. No matter how ferocious D Tian was, in front of their old ancestor, wouldn't he be so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow? D Tian, you still dare to come to the Green Mansion? Do you really think that the Green Mansion can't do anything to you? Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything to them. These fellows were even weaker than the 9 elders back then. Swish. 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 Lin Fei flicked his finger and shot out beams of great sword chi. They crisscrossed and formed an inescapable net. The 9 elders were furious. D Tian actually dared to ignore them. Boom. 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 When the great sword chi slashed over, their expressions changed. They took out their immortal armor treasures, but they couldn't stop the great sword chi. Pieces of corpses fell from the sky. The 9 elders were killed in an instant. The secret technique of great sword chi came from the hands of a ruler. Lin Fei cultivated it to the realm of great accomplishment. The 9 elders of the Green Mansion couldn't stop it at all. The people of the Green Mansion opened their mouths wide. The 9 elders died again. D Tian was getting more and more ferocious. He was even more terrifying than back then. Those were the 9 elders, but they were killed by the great sword chi directly. Gentleman Green Snake, if you come out again, this emperor will start a massacre. Lin Fei flicked his finger and the sword chi clashed. D Tian, you demon. Qin Yuming flew out and stared at Di Tian like a morning bird. Once the old ancestor comes out, today will be the day of your death. The Green Mansion had recuperated for dozens of years. When Qin Yuming almost forgot about Di Tian appeared again. This time, he easily killed the 9 elders. Qin Yuming was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In order to cultivate the 9 elders, a lot of resources were spent, and they were killed in the blink of an eye. No one would not be angry. Qin Yuming was almost in a towering rage. He suppressed his thoughts and did not make a move. Killing 9 elders with one move, the secret technique of the great sword Qi, made even him feel fearful. You have no right to say this to this emperor. Hua hua hua, the great sword Qi slashed across the sky, not giving Qin Yuming any chance to speak. Just as Lin Fei said, Qin Yuming had no right to talk to him. In the whole Green Mansion, except for Gentleman Green Snake, no one else had the right. Green Hell Palm. Qin Yuming's body expanded. His body was covered with green scales, reaching a height of 3,000 meters. His green palm slapped toward the great sword Qi. After 100 palm strikes, he retreated more than 10 steps. The building behind him turned into a piece of powder, barely blocking the attack of the great sword Qi. Chapter 1373. The great sword Qi was too strong. The sharp sword Qi could actually cut through his attack, and then cut his palm, and even his body. If it wasn't for the fact that the Green Snake clan had a demon body, they wouldn't be able to block the sharp great sword Qi and would have been cut into several pieces. Qin Yuming, the palace master, was completely shocked. In less than 50 years, Di Tian's strength had reached this level. We can't let him attack again. His great sword Qi is very overbearing and terrifying. Our Green Snake clan isn't so easy to deal with. Qin Yuming's murderous intent soared to the sky. Green Snake Ghost Step. Qin Yuming shouted, and his huge body shook. He took a step out and disappeared in the sky. Everyone's divine senses couldn't catch the trace of Qin Yuming. Green Snake Ghost Step. Qin Yuming used the secret skill of the Green Snake clan. What a terrifying secret skill, my divine sense can't even find a trace. Di Tian is probably in trouble. The onlookers were shocked by Di Tian's terrifying strength. With a secret skill, he suppressed the palace master Qin Yuming, forcing him to use the Green Snake Ghost Step and merge himself with heaven and earth. Hua Qin Yuming appeared behind Di Tian, and his cyan palm that was suffused with a dark green color slapped towards Di Tian's back. This palm was too fast. Hua la. As if the great sword Qi had eyes, it slashed out from behind Lin Fei and slashed on Qin Yuming's palm. Qin Yuming disappeared in front of them again in pain. Hua hua hua. Qin Yuming attacked Di Tian from all directions, from any angle, from any position, as if he had become a spokesperson walking between heaven and earth. This palace master is much stronger than the 9 elders. Lin Fei thought to himself. Being able to become one of the palaces in the sky demon world, Qing Palace indeed had some skills and had their own foundation. This movement skill that merged heaven and earth was indeed frightening. Lin Fei's powerful divine sense couldn't find the trace of the opponent. Di Tian, your secret skill is very powerful, I have to admit this, but in front of the secret skill of our Green Snake clan, your secret skill is useless. Qin Yuming's proud voice came from between heaven and earth. 1,000 transformations with one thought. The body of the green netherworld seemed to have split into many green netherworlds with the same aura. Once it appeared, it escaped into the world. Xiao xiao xiao. The first wave of attacks was over 1,000 attacks. Thousands of incarnations attacked at the same time. Interesting. Lin Fei laughed. Di Tian, you won't be able to laugh later. Qin Yuming was afraid of the great sword Qi, but after using the secret technique, there was nothing to worry about. He was the spokesperson between heaven and earth. You're just a clown, it's easy for me to kill you. Lin Fei shook his head, and the great sword Qi slashed towards the green netherworld. The great sword Qi naturally missed. You've been tricked. That's my incarnation. The real body of the green netherworld could be switched with the incarnations. Unless all the incarnations were killed in one go, the green netherworld was temporarily invincible and unkillable. Lin Fei wielded the true self-world destroyer sword and casually struck out. Although it did not seem to have any power, it was the first sword of the extreme sword. A sword from the west. The power of this sword had the same effect as the green netherworld's movement technique. The green netherworld who was hiding between heaven and earth had not finished being complacent. After a wave of fluctuation, he fell out from inside, and his face was full of horror. How did you do it? This is the secret technique of our green snake clan. Qing Yuming couldn't believe it. He was blasted out by a sword, and a sword mark was left on his chest. It was so deep that bones could be seen. Lin Fei did not answer, and casually struck out with his sword. The sword intent that was like a ray of sunlight swept towards the green netherworld. It was the sword from before again. The green netherworld felt a great danger shrouding him, and escaped into the world again. This was the only chance to save his life. The sword that was originally slow burst out with an unprecedented speed. The sword swept on the green netherworld's body. The green netherworld maintained the posture of escaping. Cracks spread out from his body, covering his entire body. A gust of wind blew over, and it broke into pieces, smashing onto the buildings of the Qing mansion. The mansion master is dead. Impossible, how could the mansion master die? We still have the old ancestor will definitely kill Di Tian. The powerhouses of the Qing mansion could not accept this fact. Their powerful mansion master was killed just like that. The onlookers also did not expect that the green netherworld that they could not deal with, would be killed so easily by Di Tian. Especially the sword technique that was displayed, it was too terrifying. Di Tian, this person, cannot be offended in the future. Many people from the major forces had this thought. The power of that sword, they could not block it. Obviously, the green netherworld wanted to escape into the world, but that sword exploded with a bright light, breaking through the limit. Few of them thought that they could block such a sword, and only the Sky Demon Realm Master could. The impact of the green netherworld's death was unimaginable. The young man in black in the sky became bigger and bigger in their eyes. Those who thought that they were not worse than Di Tian had to admit that they could not compare to him. The power of that sword was enough to kill them hundreds of times. Green netherworld's strength was strong, and he also had the secret skill of the Green Snake clan. Among the mansion masters, his strength was not the strongest, but he was also the strangest. They had been unable to crack this secret skill. Among all the mansion masters, no one was willing to fight with Green Netherworld. It was already not bad to be able to remain undefeated. Now, this troublesome opponent was dead just like that. Boom! At this moment, the Qing mansion shook, and a thick sword intent rushed out from the ground, forming a huge sword whirlpool. Everything within the Qing mansion's perimeter was twisted into pieces. The surroundings became empty. In the sword whirlpool, Gentleman Green Snake walked out, opened his mouth, and sucked the thick sword whirlpool into his stomach. He laughed evilly. Not bad, not bad, your strength has increased very quickly. Just nice to die under this Emperor's newly mastered great secret skill. Gentleman Green Snake played with a green snake in his hand. That green snake was abnormally cold, especially its eyes that were sinister. It stared at Lin Fei without letting him go, and its scarlet tongue flicked out. Gentleman Green Snake, even Sword Immortal White Emperor died in this Emperor's hands. Do you think you are stronger than him? Lin Fei said lightly. Gentleman Green Snake knew that his strength was not as good as Sword Immortal White Emperor, but that was in the past. Now that he had mastered a great secret skill, his strength had increased, and he had complete confidence to fight against Sword Immortal White Emperor. Ha ha ha, Sword Immortal White Emperor was very strong, but that was in the past. Now that this Emperor has mastered the top secret skill of the Green Snake clan, I am 100 times stronger than Sword Immortal White Emperor. As long as this Emperor is in charge, Qing Mansion can still cultivate experts. Gentleman Green Snake laughed loudly. Now I will let you see this Emperor's new top secret skill. The spectators were all shocked. They heard such shocking news from Di Tian's mouth. Sword Immortal White Emperor was actually killed by Di Tian. That was the #1 Sword Immortal. However, on second thought, Di Tian's swordsmanship was so terrifying. Sword Immortal White Emperor was also a sword expert, and a sword immortal at that. It seemed normal for him to die in Di Tian's hands. What shocked them the most was that Gentleman Green Snake had actually mastered the top secret skill of the Green Snake clan. They had a certain understanding of Qing Mansion. The secret skill of the Green Snake clan was very powerful. The higher the level, the more powerful the secret skill. Green Netherworld's secret skill was already very top, and he was a top expert in the Sky Fae world. This was already terrifying. Now that Gentleman Green Snake's strength had increased by 100 times, wouldn't he be close to the Sky Fae Realm Lord? They could not digest this news immediately. Gentleman Green Snake revealed a proud look. Even if Sword Immortal White Emperor did not die, he would kill Sword Immortal White Emperor after he came out of seclusion. Now that Sword Immortal White Emperor was dead, as long as he killed Di Tian, in the Sky Fae world, he would be second only to one and above all. He would be second only to one and above tens of thousands. Even that guy would be afraid of him. Ha ha ha. Mighty existence, I am your people, a descendant of the Green Snake clan. Use your mystique to shake the star world. Ancient existence, ancient devilish heavenly snake, come out. Gentleman Green Snake's expression was solemn. He formed thousands of hand seals and finally opened up a passageway that connected to the ancient lands. A terrifying aura came crashing down from the passageway. Once the aura was released, everyone's expression changed. A huge head stretched out, and a black giant with a long tail walked out from the passageway and appeared in front of everyone. In the huge Sky Fae world, everyone could feel this terrifying aura. Fuse. Gentleman Green Snake's handsome face revealed a sinister smile. The enormous ancient devil heavenly serpent was actually swallowed by Lord Green Snake. Lord Green Snake had a ferocious look on his face as the green scales on his body shone with a dim light. The aura within his body skyrocketed and his body grew to a height of 10,000 feet. Kakik, this emperor is the strongest. His aura rose to a terrifying level before stopping. The current Gentleman Green Snake was 100 times stronger than before, and his entire body was filled with power. Di Tian, tremble. In front of this emperor's power, you are so weak that you can't even withstand a single blow. A casual claw from this emperor can make you bleed, and a casual squeeze from this emperor can turn you into minced meat. After Gentleman Green Snake used the secret art, he became incomparably powerful. Everyone could feel his terrifying aura. Right now, Gentleman Green Snake already had the qualifications to challenge the Sky Fae World Lord. Is that so? Don't be too arrogant or else no one will laugh at you. Gentleman Green Snake's body was filled with immense power. In order to cultivate this secret art, he had spent a total of 3 chaos years, a long time, and a large amount of resources. This emperor will crush you into minced meat first, and let you know the consequences of offending the Azure residents. Gentleman Green Snake casually clawed, and a terrifying power covered the sky. Everyone felt extremely weak in front of this power. Gentleman Green Snake was too powerful. Grow, grow, grow. Lin Fei's body transformed, and his body became tens of thousands of feet tall, like a towering tree. He stood tall in the Sky Fae city, and allowed the giant hand to grab him, causing the void to explode. Gentleman Green Snake's claw grabbed the tens of thousands of feet tall Di Tian. Ha ha ha, this emperor is going to crush you. Gentleman Green Snake laughed, as though he could see the scene of Di Tian being crushed by him. Boom. 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 His arms shook, and power surged down, wanting to crush Di Tian in front of everyone. Chapter 1374. To think that I'm actually holding a fragment of the ancient Tao tree. With such a background, it's no wonder it's different from the other fragments of the ancient Tao tree. I can't even grab it with my strength. Lin Fei exchanged a palm strike with that person. Then, he grabbed the fragment of the ancient Tao tree and flew outside. When he heard what the fragment of the ancient Tao tree was called, he immediately realized that it was no ordinary fragment of the ancient Tao tree. The fragment of the ancient Tao tree exuded the aura of the great Tao. Lin Fei tried several times to store it in his storage ring, but he helplessly discovered that it was impossible. The tyrannical great Tao power of the ancient Tao tree constantly resisted the suction force of the storage ring. Lin Fei did not doubt that if he forcefully stuffed the fragment of the ancient Tao tree into the storage ring would immediately explode into pieces. The items inside would also be destroyed. Ignoring the fact that the fragment of the ancient Tao tree could be stored in the storage ring, Lin Fei's great Tao power was constantly rebounding against it. If it were someone with a weaker physical body, their physical body would have long since been shattered. Now is not a good time to absorb it. This is a troublesome matter. I need to find a quiet place. Lin Fei was not too worried about an ordinary fragment of the ancient Tao tree. He could just put it away without any hidden dangers. However, the fragment in his hand was different from the ones he had in the past. He would need some time to refine it. More importantly, the giant formed by the celestial river was still chasing after him. It was as if Lin Fei had snatched something from it and refused to let go. Even with Lin Fei's powerful regenerative abilities, he would not be able to kill the celestial river giant for a while. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to shake off the celestial river giant and the people behind him. Chase. That guy is just ahead. Behind the celestial river giant, 3 immortal emperors with powerful auras appeared. Their figures flashed and they entered the void, continuing the chase. Leave behind the fragment of the ancient Tao tree and I will spare your life. A cold voice came from ahead. The void trembled and a large area shattered. Immediately, a warship shining with the light of treasures and containing heavenly might rumbled. It was like a ferocious beast charging down a mountain. It quickly tore through the void and slammed into Lin Fei. The huge impact sent him flying. What a tough warship. Lin Fei's physical body was so strong that it was rare in the world. Apart from immortal venerables, there were not many who could match it. But now, it was sent flying by a warship. Yet, the warship was fine. It only shook up and down, but there were no cracks. This person's background was definitely not small. The black warship gradually shrunk and landed in the hands of a white-robed man. This white-robed man was obviously shocked by the strength of this person's physical body. Your physical body is very strong and your chi and blood are very dense. You actually managed to block an attack from my fierce tiger warship. Which sect are you from? Are you from the 2 palaces or the 3 halls? The 4 gates and 5 emperors would not be able to nurture a disciple like you. Lin Fei's chi and blood were messed up by this collision, but they quickly returned to normal. Another person from the forsaken land of immortals. Lin Fei knew the background of this person the moment he heard this. From his tone, it seemed like he didn't care about the 2 palaces or the 3 halls. Other than those ferocious fellows from the land of exiles, there seemed to be no one else. After Lin Fei was hit by this collision, the person behind him caught up. The celestial river giant also caught up. With a stab of the spear in his hand, the void shattered heavily, but it immediately recovered. This was a land of destruction. The strength of the void here was unimaginable to ordinary people. Even a ruler couldn't break open the void. Devil Emperor Thoreau, I didn't expect you to come as well. The black figure caught up and recognized the white-robed immortal emperor. After shattering the attack of the celestial river giant, he stopped advancing and formed a blockade. Devil Emperor Tian Hen, since you are here, why can't I be here? Moreover, the ancient Tao tree fragment is a good item. Who wouldn't be tempted by it? The white-robed Devil Emperor Thoreau laughed. However, this immortal emperor in front of us isn't easy to deal with. Even my fierce tiger warship couldn't kill him. If we want to obtain the ancient Tao tree fragment, we will have to rely on our own methods. The black figure revealed himself. He had a tall and sturdy figure and was filled with strength. The most eye-catching thing was that he had a pair of black horns on his head. His eyes were scarlet red as he licked his lips. That's easy. Let's deal with these bugs first so that they don't disturb our fun. All right. Behind him, more and more figures broke through the void. They were all planning to get a share of the loot. The moment they arrived, they were attacked by two experts. The sky collapsed and the void shattered. They were caught unprepared and a few corpses fell from the sky. Cries of shock could be heard. They are devils from the forsaken immortal land. Everyone, run. They turned and fled, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Bugs from the 10,000 worlds. What a bunch of cowards. No wonder each of them is so useless. They couldn't even block 30% of my strength and were killed. Devil Emperor Thoreau mocked. Their days are peaceful. How can they be as cruel as us? Devil Emperor Tian Hen swallowed a big mouthful. When there's nothing to do, we can still change our tastes. Clearly, the two of them didn't care about the immortal emperors from the 10,000 worlds. Their strength was at the 3rd level and they had tyrannical fleshly bodies. It was true that they didn't care about them. Devil Emperor Thoreau, Devil Emperor Tian Hen, the two of you really have a big appetite. We haven't seen such good stuff in the land of extermination for a few years. As the saying goes, those who see it should have a share. Why don't we attack together and kill that brat? Then, we can share it equally. It's better than those people from the immortal court. After the two experts chased away the bugs, another figure appeared in the void. Devil Emperor Thoreau and Devil Emperor Tian Hen attacked together the moment they sensed the appearance of the figure. Their divine abilities were matchless and resplendent immortal light pressed towards the other party. The person who appeared in the void had a revolving ice heart in front of him. It emitted cold air and easily blocked all the attacks. Devil Emperor Luojiu, your nose is really sensitive. You always appear at the most crucial moment. Devil Emperor Tian Hen sneered and stopped attacking. The two of them attacked together but couldn't do anything to the other party. Fear flashed in their eyes. We are all from the forsaken immortals. We should stick together. We are all clear of each other's capabilities. Why don't we get rid of this celestial river giant first? Devil Emperor Luojiu laughed with a ferocious gaze. All right. The three of them agreed readily. Although the celestial river giant was strong, it couldn't withstand the frenzied attacks from the three of them. After hundreds of moves, the celestial river giant was blasted into nothingness, leaving only the four of them. Brat, I thought you would escape. Devil Emperor Tian Hen's gaze landed on the other party. In fact, the three experts from the forsaken immortals who attacked the celestial river giant had their divine senses locked onto the other party. As long as the other party dared to move, they would immediately stop and attack. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. Why did he have such fate with the people from the forsaken immortals? After killing Venerable Yao Yue's people, he now encountered experts from the forsaken immortal land. Each of them was an expert of the 3rd level, and all three of them were around the middle stage. The ancient Dao tree shard in his hand was extremely heavy. Lin Fei had to muster a large portion of his great Dao of true self to hold it and prevent it from falling from his hand. Run? Why do I have to run? Lin Fei laughed at the three of them. Any one of the three devil emperors had the same strength as him, yet they dared to laugh. This was the first time he had seen such a person. Take the initiative to hand over the ancient Dao tree shard, and we will spare your life. To be able to withstand an attack from the fierce tiger warship, your status in the myriad worlds shouldn't be low. We admire experts the most. Devil Emperor Solar said indifferently, once we make a move, you won't have the chance to choose. People from the forsaken land of immortals are so arrogant outside. I have learned something new. Lin Fei said, Devil Emperor Solar, you are a disciple of Venerable Guyu. Devil Emperor Tian Hen, you are a disciple of Venerable Qingming. As for you, Devil Emperor Luojiu, you are a disciple of Venerable Heaven Trampling. Don't think that I don't know your origins. I just don't want to bother with you guys. The three devil emperors' eyes flashed with doubt. How did this guy know their origins? This was the first time they had come to the myriad worlds. Along the way, they had killed many natives, but no one had been able to reveal their origins. Yet, this young man in front of them knew. Who are you? Lin Fei laughed, I am a disciple of Venerable Rongzhan. As for my Dao name, you are not qualified to know. A disciple of Venerable Rongzhan. The three of them were shocked. Venerable Rongzhan was one of the three strongest immortal venerables. He had a fiery temper and was very protective of his people. He was famous in the Forsaken Land of Immortals. Of course, when the Immortal Court entered the Forsaken Land of Immortals, Venerable Rongzhan had even exchanged a few moves with that ruler to vent his anger. Devil Emperor Tian Hen rolled his eyes. You said that you are a disciple of Venerable Rongzhan. Who knows? Moreover, we all know about the experts in the Forsaken Land of Immortals. He secretly transmitted a message to Devil Emperor Thoreau and Devil Emperor Luojiao, the two of you. There is a problem with this kid's origin. If he is really a disciple of Venerable Rongzhan, it is impossible for us to know. To prevent any accidents from happening, let's take action now. Venerable Rongzhan was famous for being protective of his people. Even their old ancestor had no choice but to lower his head in front of Venerable Rongzhan. Since you said that you are a disciple of Venerable Rongzhan, then show us. Devil Emperor Thoreau snorted coldly. The fierce tiger warship in his hand expanded with the wind as it broke through the void and rammed over. Devil Emperor Thoreau loved to smash people into pieces. It was the same no matter who it was. He loved the sense of accomplishment when his enemy was smashed into pieces. I would like to see it too. Devil Emperor Tian Hen also made a move. He pressed forward and the great Tao energy filled the air. In an instant, he blasted out over 100 punches. Fist shadows filled the sky and blocked all paths. The disciples of Venerable Rongzhan are all insufferably arrogant. I have long found them to be an eyesore. Devil Emperor Luojiao chuckled, Today, I will start with you. Devil Emperor Luojiao grew 3 heads and 6 arms. As his 6 arms moved, his 3 heads let out a cold laugh. With the 3 of them attacking at the same time, Lin Fei felt a sense of pressure. This made Lin Fei very excited. The experts of the 3rd level were from the Forsaken Immortal Land and had deep accumulations. They were the best opponents to fight against. Open. Chapter 1375. Green Snake Playboy personally used a top-notch secret technique to summon an ancient expert to fuse with. The strength of this grab caused everyone's expression to change. Di Tian was in big trouble. But the result shocked them. Di Tian actually blocked it. He really blocked it. It looked very easy. That was Green Snake Playboy's grab. If they were in his shoes, they would have been crushed into a puddle of blood. It was an instant kill. But now, he couldn't even move Di Tian's body. Di Tian is too strong. His improvement is too fast. Don't forget that Di Tian's physical body was already invincible during the tribulation. Decades have passed, his physical body must have become even stronger. With such a strong physical body, it's no wonder Sword Immortal White Emperor was killed. If it were us, it would be the same. All the experts in Celestial Demon City were in extreme shock. The extremely powerful strong Snake Playboy couldn't do anything to Di Tian. This was definitely something unimaginable today. Sky-splitting 3 strikes. Shock flashed in Green Snake Playboy's eyes. He retracted his palm. It was glowing with a dark color and was glistening with oil. Once again, he executed a terrifying attack. This was the secret technique attack after fusing. It was a secret technique that involved consecutive attacks. Everyone saw 3 green shadows flash past in the sky. They came wave after wave, containing terrifying power. They could only see the green shadows. They couldn't see the exact trajectory. That meant that the attack had exceeded their range and reached an unparalleled level. Di Tian, let's see how you block it. After Lin Fei turned into a 10,000-meter tall giant, his physical defense was invincible. He stood there like a tall mountain, not dodging or dodging. He chuckled and said, This emperor doesn't need to block. Your attacks are like scratching an itch before this emperor. They don't have much power. Pung. The first palm landed on Lin Fei's body. A powerful force crushed down like a giant millstone. However, this crushing force couldn't be unleashed on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei's clothes fluttered. Not much. The next two attacks were domineering. Lin Fei still didn't move. He withstood it just like that. His expression didn't change. But to Green Snake, this was something that would never happen. This was an ancient secret technique. Why is it like this? How can Di Tian's physical body be strong enough to withstand my ancient secret technique? Why is his cultivation level lower than mine? The green playboy was brimming with confidence. He even had thoughts of challenging the Sky Demon Realm Lord. Killing Di Tian was the first step of the green playboy's plan. He wanted to display his strength so that the Sky Demon Realm Lord would know that his strength was not as simple as he imagined. Furthermore, he had cultivated a top-notch secret technique of the Green Snake clan. But now, all of this had been mercilessly dealt a heavy blow by Di Tian. There was nothing more unacceptable than the fact that a powerful secret technique could not display its might in front of Di Tian. Anyone would suffer a great blow. Green Snake finally understood what it meant to be looked at in a new light after 3 days. Di Tian was such a person. Gentleman Green Snake was not at his limit. He turned around and pounced over. In a few breaths of time, he waved his giant hand and attacked again and again. He had changed his method. Close combat. Green Snake gentleman, you are courting death. The two of them punched each other. The domineering power exploded in midair, turning into ripples that spread out. Sky Demon City was about to be destroyed. A hand appeared in the sky and grabbed at Sky Demon City. The celestial chi of heaven and earth gathered together and blocked the power, forming a cage. The power that leaked out was blocked by the wall. The Sky Demon Realm Lord had made his move. The Sky Demon Realm Lord would not allow Sky Demon City to be destroyed. This was equivalent to breaking the rules. The impact was too great. In a fight between such experts, the power released was enough to kill anyone. Gentleman Green Snake, you are very bold. Are you going to destroy Sky Demon City? The Sky Demon Realm Lord's cold voice echoed in the sky. After Gentleman Green Snake exchanged a punch, his expression became even more gloomy. The domineering power in his body had become chaotic after that punch. This proved that he was not as strong as Di Tian. Sky Demon Realm Lord, are you going to interfere in the matter between me and Di Tian? Our Azure Residence Elder and Residence Lord have died. Our vitality has been greatly damaged. Today, no matter what, I will kill Di Tian and avenge my clansmen. Gentleman Green Snake would not allow Di Tian to continue living. This kind of person was too terrifying. It was too difficult to kill Di Tian unless he was suppressed. After a long period of time, he would not have time to grow. Gentleman Green Snake would not let Di Tian leave. As long as he left today, the Azure Residence would be destroyed. The inheritance of the Azure Residence would end in his own hands. Lin Fei also did not intend to let Gentleman Green Snake go. He was already so powerful with just a top-notch secret art. If he did not kill Gentleman Green Snake this time, who knew if he would secretly attack Divine Sky Academy? When this guy went crazy, no one dared to underestimate him. Lin Fei had to get rid of him. Gentleman Green Snake was indeed worried that the Sky Demon Realm Lord would stop him. He spoke again. I want to open a life and death arena and fight to the death. The expressions of many experts changed again. Gentleman Green Snake planned to go all out today. Di Tian, long time no see. Your improvement is shocking. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. A life and death arena? He liked it more than anyone else. Today, he had to kill Gentleman Green Snake. Suddenly, the Sky Demon Realm Lord's voice sounded in his ears. Sky Demon Realm Lord is flattering me. Gentleman Green Snake wants a life and death arena. Are you going to agree? He should have cultivated a top-notch secret art. That should be his trump card to deal with you. The Sky Demon Realm Lord said. If you are not confident, I can stop him. This was already a show of goodwill. The Sky Demon Realm Lord did not really care about Gentleman Green Snake. However, Tion was a Realm Lord with outstanding talent. His strength improved extremely quickly. He might even reach that realm in the future. It was necessary to invest in him. A life and death arena is a life and death arena. The one who dies will definitely be him. Lin Fei smiled. It's best if the arena is sturdy to prevent any accidents. The conversation between the two only lasted for a breath. Agreed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Sky Demon Realm Lord waved his hand. A wide arena appeared out of nowhere. It contained a terrifying might and floated in the sky. Gentleman Green Snake was the first to fly up. As long as he was on the life and death arena, Gentleman Green Snake had the confidence to kill Tion. Moreover, the life and death arena was a realm lord's treasure. As long as one was on the life and death arena, one had to die. Otherwise, no one would be able to leave. No matter how strong one was, one couldn't break through the life and death arena. As for outsiders interfering, it was impossible. No one could attack through the life and death arena. To ensure fairness, few people would go on the life and death arena. Lin Fei flew up and stood on a spot on the life and death arena. After the two went up, a strange force appeared on the life and death arena. It sealed the arena. Even divine senses couldn't be released and were confined to the arena. Kill. The 30,000-meter-tall Gentleman Green Snake laughed sinisterly. He raised both his hands and blasted out like cannonballs. The void was crushed and shattered. Lin Fei wasn't slow either. He directly went up and punched. The domineering force was repelled. The aftershocks kept shooting out and slicing. If a fourth-step demonic emperor came in, he would be blasted into pieces in an instant. Bang bang bang, both of them attacked without any defense. In their eyes, defense was unnecessary. Every time they exchanged blows, the aftershocks would wreak havoc. No one knew how many times they had exchanged blows. All of them were intense clashes. The experts outside couldn't stay calm. Meeting such an expert was definitely courting death. Both of them were getting faster and faster. The crowd could see a green and black shadow moving back and forth. Gentleman Green Snake, your strength isn't enough. The green shadow flew out and grabbed onto the life and death arena. Only then did he stop. He lifted his head slowly with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Tion. You are terrifyingly strong indeed. This emperor has executed a top-notch secret skill and still can't do anything to you. You are the scariest and most potential person I have ever seen. You are worthy of my strongest secret skill. Gentleman Green Snake stood up slowly. His 30,000-meter-tall body suddenly exploded. A green torrent gushed over like an ocean. A face appeared on the green torrent. Tion, I will let you witness this emperor's strongest secret skill, endless destruction. Pa 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 pa. Gentleman Green Snake turned into a green torrent and swept over like a green bag. Everywhere he passed, the void was gone, leaving behind a giant black hole. Voila! The green torrent coiled around Lin Fei's body, and a mighty corrosive power attacked him. It was as if it wanted to corrode everything into nothingness. Ha ha ha, Tion, your physical body is very strong. This emperor's demon body can't compare to yours. But no matter how strong your physical body is, under the attack of this emperor's secret skill, you will turn into a puddle of blood. This was Gentleman Green Snake's greatest trump card. A secret skill that could corrode anything. Those who had seen this secret skill had already turned into a puddle of blood. Just this? Lin Fei laughed. Ha ha ha. Hua. Lin Fei's body emitted sword intent that was as resplendent as the moon and stars. They pierced out from the green torrent and instantly, the green torrent was riddled with holes. Sword from the west. The true self-world annihilation sword flew up. Lin Fei broke free and swept his sword on his opponent's body. Large tracts of the torrent turned into dust and disappeared.